Hey, Duvid here. Welcome to Week in Review. God bless. Hope everyone had a good last 2 weeks. Apologize. Last week I ended up getting a really bad headache, so I'd planned to stream, and I just had a really bad headache and was ended up not streaming. So hopefully, everyone had a good week and things turned out good for them. So I had with the end of the Samantha Woll trial. So I'll discuss briefly the current state of what's happening with that. But with the end of that, God forbid, time to get back to research. So also with Israel, there's not really much to update in Israel. Although I'll do a brief Israel update and a few different things that might have a tiny bit of insight that I think I could add to what's going on. Obviously there's a lot happening in the United States with politics, President Trump, Kamala Harris, so on and so on. But I don't really have that much to add to that. So, if it comes up, I might briefly mention, Kamala Harris, President Trump, God forbid, the assassination, attempt. Netanyahu was in Congress this week. So there's definitely a lot happening within politics and various things, but that's not what I stream about. So hopefully get back to research, and if anyone wants to pop on or talk, hopefully more about theoretical topics, the link is pinned into the chat. If Richard or Tracy shows up, hey, Mr. Boston, God bless. Thanks for joining. Thanks for your post in the Discord. If Richard or Tracy wants to show up and briefly discuss the Samantha Woll case, they're more than welcome. I didn't reach out to them, and I'm not sure if they'll tune in or join the link. And so let's jump right in to screen share. So I was on Friday. I think Mr. Boston saw it's pinned to my Twitter. I was on Kevin Barrett, Truth Jihad's Friday radio show, and it's on my Twitter. Kevin Barrett does he has a paywall, so it you will appear like in a week or two on Oon's review. AKL, God bless, good to see you also. So it was already from like 6 months ago, where I was supposed to be talking about I was streaming regularly with Kevin McCairn, and he wanted to talk with more Muslims, so I recommended Kevin Barrett, and then it fell apart. And after that stream with Church of Entropy, I stopped streaming with Kevin McCairn. It got a little unfriendly. We ended up in a few Twitter spaces, and those were also kind of unfriendly. But we did them anyways. It's the nature. People are at war, a lot to disagree about. So you got to try talking with people. So I recontacted Kevin Barrett. Kevin McCairn is like, and so mentioned Kevin Barrett, and so I contacted him, and so we set it up. And so on Friday, me and Kevin McCairn and Kevin Barrett went on his show. It's linked on my Twitter. So I have another Muslim who I'm sorry for the slow start, but it's on my Twitter if people want to see that. And we didn't really talk about that much that interesting, but it'll be on the Oon's review. And the main things that inspired me to go back into my sociology research. So I'm gonna try after we talked a little bit, like the Kevin's Kevin McCairn's main thing is like, God forbid COVID-19 is a bioweapon. And so I let them talk about that. And then we briefly talked about Abrahamism and Islam. And that was more my forte. And maybe that's a little bit interesting. And then afterwards, I talked with Kevin after, and then he brought in his buddy Iggy, and it just turned into a disaster. Kevin McCairn is minorly interested in group strategy, although like he flips. Like, so one point, like his friend didn't have any interest in group strategy, didn't seem to understand the concept at all. And then, from minimally occasionally mentioning group strategy, he kind of like dropped it and went back to the basic mentality of regular people that don't really know much about conceptual. What does it mean, group strategy? And then you really need something like the multiple truth hypothesis to navigate concepts like, so, God forbid, there's a lot of Judaism, conspiracy theories, JQ, and, it's getting more and more with the war and, elections and everything. So, yeah, I could talk with people endlessly about the JQ. I was also on a few Twitter spaces with History Speaks after Netanyahu's address to the Congress, and those were some decent conversations. I don't even know if I have it linked on my Twitter. Um, it's probably not worth you listening to those, although I think they were recorded. Another guy, Jake Klein, who was Breonna Joy Taylor's debate partner in that debate on Zionism, anti-Zionist. So he was at the protest in Washington. I got on his Twitter space with History Speaks, and then after that, there was another Twitter space with Denying History, talking about Israel and what's happening there. And I'll briefly mention some thoughts on that. So let's Islam Judaic interfaith is the one of the essential. Besides for Christian Judaic interfaith, so it's an important topic. If you don't know much about it, especially if you're in the West and in America, and it's a big topic. You start with reading the Quran, and obviously, like Islam is the second biggest religion in the world. So, just something relatively common knowledge, especially if you do interfaith and just want to treat people the way they want to be treated. A lot of people are Muslim, connection to definitely international politics, Israel. So it's one of my specialties. But yeah, that won't be something I'm talking about tonight. So let me make a blessing of a little coffee. Okay, so the Samantha Woll case ended up with a hung jury, and Michael Jackson Bolanos was found guilty on lying to the police and not guilty on first-degree murder, and then it was a hung jury on home invasion and second-degree murder, although that's not the exact classifications. And they were supposed to decide this week whether to retry Michael Jackson Bolanos, and they requested another 2 weeks. So the decision whether they're going to retry Michael Jackson Bolanos in the Sam Woll case won't be decided for another 2 weeks. And then also there'll be sentencing for Michael in the for lying to the police. And so Tracy had on Brian Brown, the defense attorney for the Samantha Woll case, and he had an interview. So I'll briefly mention a few things in that. And the defense attorney's assistant, Purna Krishnamurti, started a petition to stop the retry of Michael Jackson Bolanos and release him from incarceration. And it has gotten over 750 signatures, the vast majority of them from Metro Detroit. 69% of them are from Metro Detroit, Wayne County area that would be the area where likely jurors are drawn. So even though it's not like a huge amount, like tens of thousands of people or something that would be like a huge political pressure for like the DA, but it's a sign that he would not likely be found guilty in a retrial. That over 500 people in Metro Detroit signed a petition. From what they saw, they think he was innocent, so that the likelihood in a retrial that they would be able to get a conviction is relatively small. There's also legality measures because he was found not guilty on the homicide, murder, or first-degree murder, that they may not even be able to retry him on the other lesser charges, even if they wanted to. So we'll find that out in 2 weeks, and then if they don't retry him, are they going to reopen up the case? Like I mentioned, will they? The obvious question is, will the prosecution, the police, say that the case is closed, that they believe that Michael was the murderer and there just wasn't enough evidence to convict him? Or, the question, like, is Jeff still a suspect? Or is the case still open? Which, would definitely be interesting. So in the interview, people who are following the case and are interested, encourage them to check out the whole interview. One interesting mention is he did mention that, yes, the family did request a hurried autopsy, allegedly according to Jewish law, where Jewish law, you should be buried the next day. So how that dynamic worked out in her family, who the rabbi in charge, and he also mentioned that there was political pressure from on high, although obviously the defense attorney would have just known any information of that from discovery. But this question of if the autopsy was performed properly, we would know a lot more information, such as the likely time of death. So, at this point, if Michael Jackson Bolanos is, God forbid, the murderer, that means that she was killed about 4:20, and the time of death would have had to have been around that time, as opposed to if the attack happened about 1:20. And that's something that, if a proper autopsy had been carried out, they probably could have determined. But because the family, according to Jewish law, Orthodox Jewish law, wanted an immediate burial, they either bypassed partial autopsy or sped the autopsy. And so at this point, you say, well, okay, and the family also made a statement. They were interviewed on TV. Samantha Woll's family made a statement that, God forbid, they believe that Michael Jackson Bolanos, there's overwhelming evidence that he is guilty, and they were upset. And, possible statement from the defense that it was racially motivated to try him, and the way that he was treated versus possibly likely Jewish suspects, ex-boyfriends, were treated is possibly racially motivated. And so my mom, her legal expertise, and, generally the family tends to think that whoever the police bring to trial is guilty. And you could also think that unless there was extenuating reason that they would think that, like, say, Jeff is guilty, that but that the family thinks that Michael is the guilty party, may not actually mean anything. Although they did sit through the trial, go through a month of it, and their statement might make a difference to the prosecution whether they should retry him. In terms of, the prosecution doesn't want to lose another case, waste another month, trial, the bad publicity that could likely be brought from this. However, pressure from the family that wants to see Bolanos tried again. So that's a factor to it. But, I make the point that, God forbid, like, the horrible tragedy, but the family's perspective, if they want justice to be done, and they feel that justice hasn't been done because they feel that Michael is the killer of Samantha, unfortunately, the autopsy, having been rushed, prohibits definitive knowledge. So to say, if the autopsy was not rushed, it's likely that we could have a much clearer picture and maybe even substantial evidence, meaning say if she was killed at 4:20, God forbid, then the chance that Bolanos was the murderer would be much higher, would be extremely high. I mean, there still might be reasonable doubt, but if the autopsy conclusively revealed that she was killed at 4:20, then Bolanos having done it would be extremely much more likely. However, if she was killed at 1:20, then it would be basically impossible. Then it would be guaranteed that Bolanos is innocent, because Bolanos having committed the crime necessitates that the crime took place at 4:20. So, the question of the autopsy and the family, and this is a question of Jewish law in general. So if you have a murder like this, God forbid, and you say, well, Jewish law says that you need to be buried the next day no matter what. And so if question, if the family had known, God forbid, the day of the murder, that the murderer might walk free if they don't do a proper autopsy, would they still have had the autopsy rushed and said it's more important to follow Jewish law, have the person buried the next day, than to convict the murderer? And so in some sense, well, can you really have it both ways? God forbid, for the Woll family, and God forbid to be in that situation, can you have it both ways? That you want to have the funeral the next day in accordance with Jewish law, but then also you want to punish the person who did the crime, and maybe no one had mentioned it. I don't know, God forbid, the likelihood that it was discussed in the horrible nature of the situation, but relatively, they should have been made aware that when they were rushing the autopsy in order to have the burial the next day, that might preclude convicting the murderer, because there would be certain pieces of information or evidence that could have been garnered from a proper autopsy that can no longer be garnered because they had a next day burial. So it's an important, so that, I mean, it's a difficult thing to discuss, but it's an important piece of information. And now you're thinking, well, God forbid, there's not enough information really to know. There's a high amount of uncertainty of what time she was killed, and who killed her. Bolanos could have only killed her if she died at 4:20. So, in his defense, he was saying, well, it's not Bolanos's fault that she's Jewish and the family wanted a burial done in accordance with Jewish law. And if she had been killed at 1:20 and her body was already on the street, when he found her at 4:20, in order to how he got the blood, that could have been factual, verifiable information had they not rushed the autopsy for the next day burial. And so it's an interesting dilemma, and you're saying from the family's perspective and even the Jewish law's perspective. So if you look at what's the nature of the Jewish law in terms of American law, and maybe, God forbid, this will eventually be like a test case for Jewish law. It's really, God bless, where the question is Jewish law that says you should have the burial the next day, and a lot of times Jewish law will forego an autopsy altogether, and saying that you shouldn't desecrate the body, and to say that it's not worth catching the culprit, the desecration of the body, and that if you're an Orthodox Jew and the question arises, what's more important, the observing Jewish law and having burial the next day, or having an autopsy that will have the proper evidence to convict the culprit. And maybe the Orthodox Jewish law does in fact say that properly convicting the murderer is less important than the burial. So if it was known at the time, if the person said, look, had they known all the information um, at the time that we know now, and the question is like, well, you're not going to be able to bury the body the next day. We're going to need to study the body for 3 days, and the funeral is going to have to be postponed half a week in order for a proper autopsy. Do you want to have the funeral in accordance with Jewish law the next day, or do you want to have a proper autopsy that will preserve the evidence to convict the murderer? And I'm not sure what a rabbi would say. I mean, it's an interesting question, and there might be some precedence in it, and but I mean, this is a good case point for this law, and it could be that the Jewish law would say that the burial, if it was a straight up case where it say, well, no, you got to do the burial the next day, even if the person who killed them goes free. Or maybe the Jewish law would say, okay, that we'll make an exception in this case. Normally there should be burial the very next day, but in this case we'll allow burial to wait a few days in order that we're going to be able to catch and convict the proper murderer, God forbid. So just an interesting point from the interview that I didn't know. I'd spoke with her, Tracy, and like I wasn't sure in terms of retrying Bolanos, but just saying they're going to have a very hard time convicting him. And one of the hard time convicting is they can't establish the time of death. And one of the reasons they can't establish the time of death is because they buried her the next day in accordance with Jewish law. So that's an interesting factor. And obviously has the blood on her, the blood on him, which is basically the only evidence against him. Other than that, he's just in the area at the time. But if the attack happened much earlier, then him being in the area at the time doesn't mean anything, and her body would have likely been on the street when he was in that area. So him having the blood, so it kind of hinges on a little bit racism and prejudice, where you're just looking like, I think that he's the kind of guy that would have went into her apartment, tried to steal something, and if it went wrong, killed her. And it's like, well, do you have any evidence of that? Well, no. We have a dead body, God forbid. We have blood on him. And, we know he's a liar, God forbid. So I think it's very unlikely they're going to retry him. But it puts the family in an awkward situation, because if the family pressures them to retry Bolanos, and just because they know, because they're just certain, they just know that he's the one who did it, even though a lot of other people, a lot of experts that are watching it don't think he's the one who did it. And God forbid, they destroyed the evidence, meaning her body, that could have exonerated, meaning that if they did a proper autopsy, the autopsy could have conclusively exonerated Michael by showing that she was dead already at the time he was in the area. So, saying that the evidence was destroyed purposely by the family, and that evidence could have exonerated Michael, it's going to put the family in a difficult situation to say they insist on retrying him and finding him guilty, when saying that, well, if they hadn't insisted on her burial, not having a proper autopsy, then maybe they would have been able to find him guilty. And then saying, well, the people who are skeptical is saying that, like, yeah, I think it's more likely that the crime happened at 1:20 than 4:20, but we will never know because the autopsy was not done properly. So, it's very interesting. I'm not really in the circles of Jewish law. Like if there's a rabbinic law or, something be interesting to speak to, I knew, like Rabbi Gluck, and I knew many cases in Israel, where rabbis have to fight to have the autopsy the next day, because a lot of time, to have the burial the next day or to get the body released, because even not in the case of a murder, but just an accidental death, a lot of places have just proper protocol and procedure to do an autopsy, and the autopsy might take 3 days, or you might have to wait in line for the autopsy. And um, there's been emergency court cases in order to get the body released without an autopsy, and it's went to court multiple times in America. Professor Henry Abramson mentions, like in Holland or something, there was a case where someone was buried, and then they turned out to still be alive, and so they made a rule that you couldn't bury the dead person until 3 days after death. And because of that, like, Jewish law, people wanted to bury right away. They came up with all these contraptions where, like, the person in the casket could ring a bell if they happened to still be alive. So it's an interesting part of Jewish law. We'll see in the next few weeks, although I think it's pretty unlikely that he's going to be retried. But there might be public demand to bring charges against Jeff. Saying that a lot of people think Bolanos is innocent. If the family is just going to be like, okay, they suffered convicting Samantha's murderer for Jewish law, in the sense, like, they're convinced that he's the one who did it, but they couldn't convict him because they wanted to rush the burial the next day in accordance with Jewish law. And to say, like, well, okay, adhering to Jewish law is more important than convicting the murderer, and they feel that he's guilty, but they have to accept that there's not enough evidence to convict him. God forbid. But the family and the Jewish community, is going to largely think that Michael is the person who killed her and move on. But then, the larger public, or maybe other people, will think, no, Michael isn't the one who killed her. And they're going to demand the case to be reopened, and they might demand charges or Jeff to be investigated. Saying that all of everything that Michael went through, why was Jeff given such an easy pass? So that will be interesting to see how that plays out. Okay, this is another Western convert to Islam that's friends with whose name's slipping me. He calls himself Vitamin, but the Islam for Europeans man that I spoke with a few years ago, and still around, but I don't know. I don't know the case of, so I didn't know, like, when Tracy asked me why the burial was the next day, I thought it was unlikely because of Jewish law, because they're not Orthodox like that. And the insistence to have burial the next day is almost like an ultra Orthodox thing. And especially in their case, or the funeral. But so that information came from Brian Brown. Her family didn't make a statement. I don't know which rabbi they consulted with. I mean, her rabbi was Rabbi Silverman at the downtown synagogue, and I can't imagine that Rabbi Silverman would have insisted on a next day burial. So we'll see what happens. There's not going to be much new information. So, in 2 weeks, we'll see. In 2 weeks, we'll find out, unless they announce beforehand whether they're going to retry Michael Bolanos. And if they don't retry him, then, if there's any updates, like statements on whether they're going to bring charges against Jeff, or even whether he's still under investigation. A statement from David Wilkinson, the guy who was supposed to meet her that night, or something like that. I'll keep you posted, but I'm not sure there's going to be that much coming out. So, there's another Western convert to Islam, was looking for someone, Jewish scholar to speak to. And as I mentioned, that you're not going to get an official rabbi to speak with a Muslim. Like I mentioned, that modern day debate in Daniel, and like, as of now, like, the pushback I got, like, you're not a real rabbi, you're not a real representative of the Jewish people, just the nature of Jewish strategy. And we're going to talk about group strategy today. that you're not going to get an official rabbi, an official representative of the Jewish people to answer questions um, from, like a Muslim or participate in interfaith or any of these things. So, Duvid is probably about as good as you're going to get. Okay, so last week I went to Rath Yatra, the Festival of India, Lord Jagannath festival in Novi, Michigan. I hadn't really, been to the Hare Krishna event in a long time, and part of maybe what gave me the headache, like I did the broom service, and like it was hot and I sweated. Maybe I got like partially dehydrated. But I filmed a little bit the opening ceremony, some chanting, and the opening coconut breaking ceremony. And I love Hinduism, and I think like Hinduism, Krishna consciousness as a group strategy, and relatively it's a group strategy of Indians, and it's counter the group strategy of Jews, Europeans. Although I've gained from the teachings, I still follow Hindu practices. It has benefited my life. I think that many of the teachings are universal, but I felt I'm never going to join, and I'm just going to kind of be like a third wheel, kind of like, who's this weird Jewish guy coming around to these Indian events. And especially like, people build up their families, and it becomes like a community center, and the level of the group strategy versus the teachings and the philosophy. And there's some levels. So I went to the event. I liked the event. I enjoyed the event, but it's unclear how much I could really participate in these activities without actually joining, which I don't think I'm gonna, so to say, get initiated. But people check out the chanting, a good event. I felt good about doing it, and the broom, and the merit of Lord Jagannath. And I will come back to Hindu Vedic philosophy under different circumstances. I would still kind of like to get together and chant and do Hindu rituals with people, but within like ISKCON, or things like, well, you remember, like, you're not initiated, you're not really one of us, or even like applying critical thinking theory, to mention that, like, well, do you actually believe this stuff? Do you have a heretical take on the meaning of these teachings? And then the people are actually initiated, be like, oh, this guy's has a heretical understanding of the teachings. Or just kind of being awkward, like, everybody's like traditional Hindu Indian, and I'm this crazy Jewish guy chanting with them. So I'm not sure I'm going to be able to reestablish like communal doing, but I enjoyed going to the Rath Yatha, and I still follow the teachings and practices quite a bit. Okay, also last week I finally streamed my Portraits in Metaphysics Part 5, and I actually have my next portrait in metaphysics prepared, which will be on the founding of the Royal Society: Thomas Hobbes, Francis Bacon, Isaac Newton, Robert Boyle, and Margaret Lucas Cavendish. We'll get a woman in there. And then I'm working on the next one already, which will be Newton's philosophy. And I'll have a whole one dedicated to Newton. So I'm gonna briefly mention Newton, and I'm gonna do a whole episode just on Newton. But this one I did some of the big names in Western philosophy. So I felt good about it too. Like this was a lot of important information, a lot of heavy lifting, a lot of things like the state of nature, the social contract, a lot of very important things that you need to know about. Like all these thinkers had different aspects of I did read all of Baron Metal. I don't remember offhand. what E. Michael Jones wrote in Baron Metal. I mean, I know that Newton ended up being head of the Mint. Newton becomes head of the Royal Society and head of the Mint. I'm probably not going to go that much into detail into it. I would have to look back. I did read through Bare and Metal. E. Michael Jones did give me a signed copy of that book for free. So I have to look back. So I'm not sure if there was something connected to it. I'm going to be focusing on his philosophy, metaphysics, philosophy of science. And, though Newton was also the head of the Mint, and it's slipping my mind right now what E. Michael Jones wrote about Newton in terms like bare metal and banking. So if you have that information, you could put it in the chat. I'd have to look back at it, but that's not what I'm going to be covering in my series. Although that's important information, maybe I'll reread through that chapter before I do the stream. So thanks for mentioning that. But I'm trying to do the heavy lifting on Western philosophy, the philosophical canon. And so I went through some of the big names: Locke, Bishop Berkeley, David Hume, Hegel, and Schopenhauer. So, people check that out. Actually got relatively good amount of views. Bishop Berkeley's pretty important because he's got a view on monism that's similar to Hinduism, and also Schopenhauer, Berkeley, that claims that the material doesn't actually exist and is a product of mind, but not in like a will or consciousness. That's similar to a lot of Eastern thought. Hegel, one of the more important idealists, mentioned Hegel in the importance of American pragmatism. So, I'll read through that. I appreciate you mentioning that, John, David. So I'll reread through that. The Newton stream will probably be 2 weeks from now. So, this week I'm going to do the one on the founding of the Royal Society, and I'm going to Hobbes, Bacon, Cavendish, Boyle, and Newton. And the thing on Newton I'm going to do is just very short in an overview. So, and then the week after, God willing, I'm going to do a whole stream, 5+ hours on Newton. So for that one, I'll reread through these chapters. So I appreciate you mentioning that, because I had forgotten offhand. It's not ringing a bell at all. Like, I had read through Bare and Metal. It's a long book. It's like 1,400 pages, and it's not ringing a bell at all. What E. Michael Jones mentioned about him. But that's not really part of the topic of what I'll be covering, because like I'm not going to be doing like a financial history, or I'm going to be talking more about metaphysics. But I mean, it's loosely related. That he did end up as head of the Mint is noteworthy, and I mentioned that in the biography. So I appreciate you mentioning that. But people check out Portraits in Metaphysics 5. A lot of important information, and like the foundation of politics, law, and some of these names that is less so in the other one. So I wanted to cover the big names, the major names in metaphysics, that have relationship to other issues besides my main area of research, being philosophy of consciousness, science of consciousness, theory of mind, metaphysics, to more practical, the more things that people consider in the Western philosophy, like Locke and the social contract, and Hobbes' political theory, some sociology. I'm going to touch on Israel again, but like Schopenhauer and his Eastern leanings. Schopenhauer was an early proponent of Bhagavad Gita. Schopenhauer had read quite a bit of the Vedic literature that was available in German at the time, and kind of looked on pessimism. Although he has theories on the theories of the four causes are interesting. David Hume, skepticism, John Locke, British empiricism. So I'd covered German idealism and American pragmatism. So, Locke and Hume are the the biggest names in British empiricism. And so next week I'm going to go all Brits, and we'll talk about the founding of the Royal Society and further in depth of British empiricism. Um, but yeah, I'm gaining a lot from doing the series, and glad that other people find it useful also. Okay. I'm still in the middle of the science of consciousness. Um, the science of consciousness that was in April. The video series that was released about a month ago. Um, I think I'd shared it before, but um, I'll share that again. So this other person, Nick Day, did a series of interviews of some of the major names at the Science of Consciousness conference, the 30th year anniversary. So I was watching some of these. These are pretty interesting. Here is Anaber Bandapati, who's done groundbreaking work on microtubules, the atomic structure of microtubules. So there's 5 parts, 5 hours of interviews and some of the posters, and he's got 2 interviews with Stuart Hameroff that are both worth watching. So highly recommend that. This week also was interview with Elon Musk and Jordan Peterson, and I watched it. It wasn't really that insightful, and it was thinking like Jordan Peterson was super aggressive in the interview. Like he just kept on interrupting. He kept on trying to explain, like preaching to him, like random things, like just like like Elon Musk. I would have been more interested in hearing like Elon Musk pontificate on how he understands things. But Jordan Peterson, like every time Musk said something, was like interrupting and like saying like, "Yo, that's what this philosopher says, and that's what this like the Bible," and kept on telling him like Bible stories. So like 30 minutes of the interview was Peterson like telling Bible stories to Elon Musk, and seemed kind of obscure. There was a certain part where Elon Musk seemed to be saying he was a monist, but he didn't even have the philosophical background to call himself a monist. And I'm not sure if Peterson either. Like I'd covered, because Peterson wrote a book on Jungian philosophy, and I'd covered the Pauli Jung hypothesis of consciousness, or like quantum mind, and you could interpret possibly Jung as a monist, although I'm not sure that Peterson is familiar with that point of psychology. But so I watched that, and people could check that out. It was a little bit interesting. Here was a random thing. This came across in my YouTube recommended video. I thought I'd share it, like because my formal training is civil engineering, and I haven't really done background in it. But it was the battle for New York City, and it talked about the major construction companies and landowners who own various parts of New York City, and including like Donald Trump and Stephen Ross, and some of the construction companies, the holding companies, and so if you're just looking at the the fight for battle for New York City real estate, who are the players, what are the various things that they're doing, in the direction. So there's a short, quick video that was pretty interesting. This was also Moon channel that has these short documentaries, and this one was also somewhat interesting about the current economic situation in America, of if everyone is hiring, why can nobody get a job? And the difficulty, how people go through corporate hiring, and where they've kind of look for, I mean, like the title, if everyone is hiring, why can nobody get a job? And basically they want like submissive people. So the job hiring process is basically a way of corporate culture weed out, and a lot of like the things that they make you go through, the questions, the tests, aren't really applicable to the questions or tests. They're more kind of like, are you going to be submissive to corporate policy? and also legal protection for weeding people out, for excluding people without really letting them know why they're being excluded. And it's probably also kind of like elite job interviews where it's very difficult to get a job at the major corporations or companies. And any company that has good jobs, high paying jobs, has very complicated hiring processes with stages of interviews that include tests and interviews and multiple interviews with different people, and where they kind of keep you in the cold. And there's probably also like nepotism, where like they could squeeze in through nepotism to hire certain people, just swing them in, or corruption, corporate culture. So a little bit important information there. Okay, Church of Entropy forwarded me this article on McFadden, Johnjoe McFadden. He's one of the major writers now on science of consciousness, quantum consciousness, theory of mind. And so I thought I'd read through this a little bit. And then I'll do my Israel update. And then we'll look at conspiracy theory, the history of conspiracy theory. And I'm going to read a whole bunch of stuff on sociology. So the links in the chat, if Tracy or Richard show up and want to talk about the Samantha Woll case or something like that, I'll take a break, or if someone else wants to come on. Otherwise, I prepared just to read and read and read a whole bunch of articles. Okay. The conscious electromagnetic information semi-field theory. Most scientists now embrace monism, that the stuff of mind is, as I was mentioning with the Elon Musk and Jordan Peterson, that I don't think either of them were probably familiar. Like, they probably are not familiar with the Science of Consciousness conference. They're probably, maybe Jordan Peterson, but I doubt it. He's probably not familiar with the work of Penrose and Hameroff, or maybe even like Christopher Koch. I mean, he's probably definitely like heard the name Daniel Dennett. Maybe he's read like David Chalmers, The Hard Problem of Consciousness. Although I'm not even sure if Jordan Peterson knows, is familiar with this stuff. And from his conversation with Elon Musk, it didn't seem so. But the new direction of monism. So it would have been more interest, because Elon Musk sounded like he's a monist, although Elon Musk didn't have the philosophical background knowledge to understand necessarily that he's a monist, or to put himself like because like the different thinkers like Bertrand Russell, Charles Sanders Peirce, some of the early Vienna Circle, some of the early physicists, quantum theory. Monism was very popular, and monism is rising again in popularity. And someone like Elon Musk may not be familiar with it. He may not have somebody informing him about the importance of these ideas. So, I'm going to keep at it with my research. This is my main area of interest. The last month, talking about the Samantha Woll case was just an anomaly that took me away from my regular research. God forbid, due to the tragedy and the uncertainty over who killed her, and also the war in Israel. And I'll briefly talk about some stuff in the war in Israel, but you want to get back to my main bulk of my research. The conscious electromagnetic information Cemi field theory. Most scientists now embrace monism. That is, the stuff of mind is the same as the stuff of the brain matter. Many, particularly in the field of artificial intelligence, take the view that consciousness is just an inevitable product of a complex computation, as the evolutionary biologist Huxley put it, like the steam whistle which accompanies the work of a locomotive without influence upon its machinery. It is the steam whistle view. Consciousness just pops out of the complex interconnected computations performed by the network of neurons within our brain. But why should it? The internet now links up millions of computers in a gigantic superbrain that will soon rival our own organic version in computational capability. But does anyone seriously believe that, like hell, driven by digital consciousness, the internet may soon turn on its creators. The plain fact is that nothing rendered in silicon remotely resembles a conscious mind. Another problem with the stream whistle is that it goes against the grain of everything we have learned since Darwin about how complex biological systems evolved. Every bit of our body and our mind is here today because it provides some function, some advantage to us that been captured and improved upon by natural selection over millennia. Bodies don't have steam whistles, but if they did, they would have a role to play in the survival of the creature that blew them. Consciousness is a product of evolution, and as such, it has a role to play in our survival. What is that role? The most obvious answer may be the right one. We are aware because we have the power to change our actions. Consciousness endows us with free will. There are many operations that our brain performs automatically without conscious control. Simple tasks like walking to incredible complex tasks like playing a musical instrument from a written score, but it's hard to remove the impression that under some circumstances, our conscious brain takes over to influence and will these actions. Considering driving along a familiar road, you may be listening to the radio, thinking about some problem at work, but your brain is busy performing all the complex computations necessary to control your limb movements and maintain your car on the busy road unconsciously. You spot a hazard sign, roadworks, major congestion ahead, and immediately your conscious mind takes control to slow the car and perhaps try to find an alternative route home. What is it that is taking control of these situations? What we need to look for is something that is the product of our brain's activity that integrates information, but which also has the power to influence that activity. Surprisingly, we have known for years that such an entity exists within our brain. The neurons in our brain transmit electric signals along and between nerve fibers. It is always assumed that the electrons and neurotransmitters moving down the nerves and the movers and shakers of neuronal computation. However, all electric circuits, and that's basically all neurons, are generated an associated energy field known as an electromagnetic field. The field contains precisely the same information as the circuitry that generated it. However, unlike neuronal information, which is localized in single or groups of neurons, the brain's electromagnetic field will bind the neuronal information into a single integrated whole. This consciousness electromagnetic information field theory may sound far-fetched, but it rests on just three propositions. The first is that the brain generates its own electromagnetic field, a fact that is well known and utilized in brain scanning techniques such as EEG. The second is that the brain's electromagnetic field is indeed the seat of consciousness. This is harder to prove, but there is plenty of evidence that it is least consistent with this hypothesis. Electromagnetic fields are waves that tend to cancel out when the peaks and troughs from many unsynchronized waves combine. But if neurons fire together, then the peaks and troughs of their electromagnetic fields will reinforce each other to generate a large disturbance to the overall electromagnetic field. In recent years, neuroscientists in many laboratories across the world have become interested in the phenomenon of neuronal synchrony. Experiments from Paris Laboratory of Neuroscience demonstrated synchronous firing in distinct regions of the brain when a subject's attention is aroused by a pattern that resembled a face. When the subject saw only lines, then his neurons fired randomly, but when the subject realized that he was looking at a face, his neurons snapped into step to fire synchronously. In this and in many similar experiments, neuron firing alone does not correlate with awareness, but the electromagnetic field disturbance generated by synchronous firing does. The simplest explanation is that the brain's electromagnetic field is conscious awareness, the conscious electromagnetic information field. The last conscious electromagnetic information field proposition is that the brain's conscious electromagnetic field can itself influence neuronal firing. Like the first proposition, this is easy to prove and indeed inevitable. Radio sets and TVs are designed to be sensitive to the electromagnetic fields of radio waves, but in fact, all electrical phenomena are sensitive to their surrounding field. Neurons are fired by specific structures known as voltage-gated ion channels that respond to an external electromagnetic field. Mostly they're gated in such a way that only massive changes to the brain's field are likely to influence neuron firing. However, in a busy brain, there will be many neurons teetering on the brink of firing, and these undecided neurons may be exquisitely sensitive to the electromagnetic field. The conscious electromagnetic information field, our consciousness, will come into play when the brain is poised to make delicate decisions. Several recent papers have indeed demonstrated exactly this phenomenon. For example, in the 2011 paper, Aphatic Coupling of Cortical Neurons, Christopher Cox's group at the Caltech demonstrated that weak electromagnetic fields of similar strength to the natural brain field synchronized neuron firing patterns. Similarly, in their 2010 paper, Endogenous Electric Field May Guide Neocortical Network Activity, David McCormick's group at Yale demonstrated that the brain strength electromagnetic field influenced neural firing in the brain. There's also a nice Scientific American article on McCormick's paper. The concept of information encoded in the electromagnetic field is actually a very familiar one. We routinely encode complex images and sounds in the EM field that we transmit to our TV and radio sets. What I am proposing is that our brain is both the transmitter and the receiver of its own electromagnetic signals in a feedback loop that generates the consciousness field as a kind of informational sink. This informational through the field may provide distinct advantages over neuronal computing in rapidly integrating and processing information distributed in different parts of the brain. It may also provide an additional level of computation that is wave mechanical rather than digital, one that drives our free will. This is the advantage that consciousness provides, the capacity to make decisions. Recent papers. I first described my theory that integrated neuronal information in the brain's electromagnetic field is the seat of consciousness in my 2000 book, Quantum Evolution, proposing that the brain's electromagnetic field integrates information from all the calculations performed by its logic gates. However, in my first incarnation, it was called the conscious electromagnetic field theory. I have also published several papers that outline the conscious electromagnetic field theory, and there's links to all these on his blog. In this paper, I present the evidence that our best correlate of consciousness is synchronous firing of neurons. For example, the neurobiologist Wolfsinger exposed monkeys to a low-level stimulus that was on the edge of perception. Neurons fired at the same rate, irrespective of whether the monkeys perceived the stimulus or not. However, when the monkeys didn't notice the stimulus, then their responding neurons fired asynchronously. Yet when the same monkeys attended to the stimulus, then those same neurons fire at the same rate but synchronously. I discuss the role of the brain's electromagnetic field in neurons and brains and provide evidence, for example, from transcranial magnetic stimulation of the brain, that the brain responds to electromagnetic fields of similar structure and magnitude as the brain's endogenous field. I propose that alongside with non-conscious neural mind that performs the mental operations that drive our involuntary actions, and our conscious field, which is the seat of our conscious mind. In the conscious electromagnetic field theory, the hard problem made easy in the Journal of Consciousness Studies 2002, I point out that the brain's electromagnetic field, like all electromagnetic fields, has the same level of unity as a single photon, yet it encodes all the information encoded by synchronously firing neurons in the brain. I argue that consciousness is what being an electromagnetic field that inputs sensory information and outputs motor actions feels like. I also discuss a very interesting experiment performed by the cognitive neuroscience group at the University of Sussex, who used a physically modifiable silicon chip known as a field programmable gate array chip to perform a simple task of recognizing a musical note. However, rather than design their circuit, they evolved it. The team initially set the gate configurations randomly, but then selected the most successful configurations, essentially cloning them and mutating them using a genetic algorithm before another round of selection, and so on until they obtained a circuit that worked pretty well. Remarkably, by evolving rather than designing a computer, they captured electromagnetic field influences. The circuit used electromagnetic fields as well as digital circuits to compute. This finding could have huge implications for AI. Designing a conscious computer may be extraordinarily hard, but evolving one might not be so challenging. In the conscious electromagnetic information field theory, 7 Cues to the Nature of Consciousness, Chapter 12, The Emerging Physics of Consciousness, Springer, 2006. I describe 7 odd features of consciousness and show how they are each consistent with the conscious electromagnetic information field theory. For example, it is well known that the non-conscious automatic mind appears to be a parallel computer able to process multiple tasks simultaneously. We can ride a bicycle whilst chewing gum. However, the conscious mind can only engage in one task at a time. We can't read a book whilst chatting to a friend. This is explained within the conscious electromagnetic information theory, whereas the non-conscious neural mind, like a conventional parallel computer, processes several streams of information concurrently along separate neuronal paths. Conscious information goes through a single electromagnetic field, so it can only engage on one task at a time. We can only have one idea in our head at a time. In the conscious electromagnetic information field theory, Gestalt Information and the Meaning of Meaning in the Journal of Consciousness Studies, 2013, I argue that conscious meaning is the integration of information within a single mental object in the unified Cemi field. For example, when we contemplate a familiar face, such as Jennifer Aniston's, then information about her visual features, voice, character, movie, and TV roles is all bound together into a single unified idea or gestalt in the conscious electromagnetic information field. In contrast, although the non-conscious neural mind can similarly process complex information to generate a single response, such a verbal report that this is Jennifer Aniston, its information is dissected and processed along thousands of independent digital neural pathways. It is distributed and thereby stripped of meaning rather than unified. It can thereby never correspond to meaningful consciousness. Conventional computers have the same overall architecture as the non-conscious mind and will never be conscious. They can't think in gestalts. In the Journal of Consciousness Studies, 2013, the Conscious Electromagnetic Information Field Theory Closing the Loop paper provides an update on the theory, including recent evidence from several labs that the fields of similar strength and magnitude as the brain's endogenous electromagnetic field is capable of modulating neuron firing. The conclusion is inescapable. The brain processes information not only digitally via neurons and synapses, but also as a whole ideas through its endogenous electromagnetic field, the brain's conscious field. This paper generated a comment criticism from me and Jonathan Edward, which is answered here. The mass energy equivalence of the effects of social media on the human brain, painting. Okay, in 2020, integrating information into the brain's electromagnetic field, the conscious electromagnetic information field theory of consciousness in the Journal of Neuroscience of Consciousness, I further explore what is meant by integrated information, argue that what is usually meant by the term is information that is integrated in time, a single output that depends on sequential processing of information from thousands, millions, or billions of input. This kind of integration is rather like that of a university admission system that inputs many different parallel streams of input information from the candidates to generate a single output, either an offer letter or a rejection. However, although the information in the letter may be said to integrate its many inputs, it obviously does not physically integrate them. Instead, it performs a temporal integration, a downstream effect generated by many upstream causes. The outputs of a computer similarly temporarily integrate a computer's many inputs. I describe this algorithm this is algorithms in space. None of these can correspond to the physically integrated information characteristics of consciousness, as the integrated formation in both forms of computing isn't even present simultaneously in the neural brain computer. It is only within the brain's electromagnetic field, the conscious electromagnetic information field, that inputs, processed information, and outputs may simultaneously present in a single physically integrated system, the conscious field. Algorithms implemented in time rather than in space. This is the only feasible seat of consciousness. I go on to make the entirely novel proposal that the conscious field performs information processing as algorithms that are implemented in space rather than time. This is illustrated in this figure, which illustrates the kind of computing performed by conventional computers or conventional neural circuits, or within electromagnetic fields such as the conscious field. So A illustration of a single bit of output and of an AND logic gate integrates the two bits of information encoded into its inputs to output a single bit that represents an integration of the gate's inputs. In reality, the integration is causal in the sense that the state of the output bit at the time t2 is dependent on both the input bits at time t1. Note that the input information is separated in time from the output information. B illustrations how dynamic electromagnetic field information can integrate information as a function as a logic gate. An AND gate is shown with two inputs and a single output, each encoded either a 0 or a 1 at time t1. The inputs are dipoles that act as electromagnetic field transmitters that oscillate between two states, either firing, oscillating, corresponding to an input, or not firing, not oscillating, input 0 states. The output is then an electromagnetic field receiver and implements the AND rule to output a signal. Note that the field-based algorithm that is implemented in space rather than in time can only work if all of its inputs are firing together, thereby predicts that if consciousness is implemented by neurons that are similarly processing information through this type of algorithm implemented in space rather than in time, they will fire synchronously. The theory thereby accounts for a strong experimental correlation between synchronous neural firing and consciousness. Okay, Matt in synthetic, God bless. I didn't know, last Australian, you got a theory? Okay, in McFadden, The Electromagnetic Will, 2021, explores in the conscious electromagnetic information field theory, in which the brain's electromagnetic field is the state of consciousness. What we call free will is its output. The theory accepts that most actions are initiated by the first non-conscious stream that is composed of neurons, the brain's wires. These wires' non-conscious involuntary actions are invisible to our electromagnetic field located thoughts, since the neurons involved are insulated from the electromagnetic field influences. Crucially, however, the theory also proposes that voluntary actions are driven by neurons that receive electromagnetic field inputs and are thereby visible to our electromagnetic field located thoughts. In this paper, I review the extensive evidence for electromagnetic field empathetic coupling between neurons and the increasing evidence that electromagnetic fields in the brain are cause of behavior. I conclude by arguing that though the electromagnetic field-driven will is not free in the sense of being causal, it nevertheless corresponds to the very real experience of our conscious mind being in control of our voluntary actions. Will is not an illusion. In our experience of control by our electromagnetic field-located mind, it is an immaterial yet physical will. In this paper, I also make a detailed comparison between the conscious field theory and both global workspace theory, arguing that the conscious field theory incorporates aspects of both, but in contrast to either instantiates consciousness in a physical entity, the brain's electromagnetic field, rather than an abstraction. I also highlight 13 predictions of the conscious field theory. 1. Synchronous neuronal firing will correlate with conscious neuronal states. 2. Stimuli that reach conscious awareness will be associated with electromagnetic field modulations that are strong enough to directly influence the firing of neurons that direct motor actions. 3. Stimuli that do not reach conscious awareness will not be associated with electromagnetic field modulations that do not influence the firing of neurons that direct motor actions. 4. Increased complexity of conscious thinking should therefore correlate with increased complexity of the brain's electromagnetic field. 5. Agents that disrupt the interaction between the brain's electromagnetic field and neurons will introduce unconsciousness. 6. Memory will be associated with strong electromagnetic field perturbations that alter synaptic connections. 7. The brain's electromagnetic field should be relatively insulated to perturbations from exogenous electromagnetic fields encountered in the normal environments. 8. Appropriately shaped artificial radio frequencies or microwave electromagnetic fields that penetrate brain tissues should be capable of reinforcing or inhibiting motor response normally associated with the event-related potentials. 9. Arousal and alertness will correlate with conditions in which electromagnetic field fluctuations are most likely to influence neuronal firing. Conversely, low arousal and unconsciousness will correlate with conditions when electromagnetic fields are least likely to influence neuronal firing. 10. The evolution of consciousness in animals should correlate with increasing levels of electrical coupling between the brain's endogenous electromagnetic field and receiver neuronal firing. 11. Conventional computers will never be conscious. 12. Computers that compute through electromagnetic field interactions will be conscious. 13, consciousness should demonstrate field-level dynamics. As described in the paper in my earlier publication, there's abundant evidence for predictions 1 through 8. Predictions 8 through 13 remain to be tested. Okay, so that was from Church of Entropy, and McFadden, one of the big names in consciousness. I think those theories are more in line with Church of Entropy's theories and understanding of consciousness. Okay, so let's do a quick Israel update. And yeah, I've been watching the Comedy Cellar USA, and for whatever reason, I guess that he's Jewish, and a lot of comedians are Jewish, but like almost like half of his interviews are on Israel and the war. So he hosted a debate between John Spencer and Robert Pape of on the battle of the war terrorism experts. Is Gaza backfiring? And I think this is the most important aspect of this question, what I've said, the day after strategy. So probably in terms of like Trump, Netanyahu, the majority of Zionist and Israel supporters, the assumption is that Israel is going to defeat Hamas, and then after they're going to have to figure out how they're going to govern Gaza, as where many of the realists like John Mearsheimer, Robert Pape, international experts, even many Israelis have said that Israel is not going to defeat Hamas, and in almost all certainty, Hamas will remain the governing body in Gaza after the war. And so the people pushing for a ceasefire now, I mean, could be for multiple reasons, just the pacifist, no reason for violence, unnecessary killing, but pragmatically saying that you're not accomplishing anything. Israel's not accomplishing anything because all they're doing is mostly terrorizing, genocide, killing innocent civilians, causing more hatred of Israel, and they're not even going to achieve any further goals. They're not helping releasing hostages. They're not making progress towards the defeating and removal of Hamas. So the sooner that they return to negotiation, the better. And so that's the main point of the debate. John Spencer, one of the biggest U.S. non-Jewish pro-Zionist voices, even Netanyahu in his address on Congress mentioned him. He was on Kim Iverson also. He's making the rounds. Used to be on Mario Nuffel, and yeah, but I would say like I definitely am more in the school of John Mearsheimer, Robert Pape, and I don't think that Israel is going to defeat Hamas. But it's an interesting conversation. If you look at the escalation of what's likely happening with Hezbollah, that it's becoming now or never, that Israel saying, well, why can't they defeat Hamas? And so rather than, I mean, God forbid you say like, well, if they just genocide everybody in Gaza, then maybe they could defeat Hamas. And think, can they even, God forbid, if they wanted to, could they even just genocide everybody in Gaza? Is unlikely. But without that Israel probably figures that in order to defeat Hamas, they have to defeat Iran. And hence you see the escalation with Hezbollah, the Houthis, Netanyahu coming to Congress, largely pushing for U.S. pressure against Iran. So I don't think there's going to be much update in terms, like, God forbid, just the slow trickle of continued genocide in Gaza, hundreds of people being killed every day, continued suffering, starvation, so on and so on, without much benefit to Israel. The blowing of the international reputation and the doubling down, hardening of the Jewish and Israeli heart. But at the same time, you see that U.S. pressure has blackened and weakened. So here was the New York Times article. This was last week. And like I said, like I was going to do this last week. Elemental, God bless. Good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. So I was going to cover this last week, but like I said, I had a headache. So this New York Times article was already last week. In this other article, I'm going to mention also from Jewish Currents. I was going to read these both last week. So hear about the campus protests. Campus protests led to more than 3,100 arrests, but many charges have been dropped. This state of pro-Palestinian protest encampments engulfed academic institutions of all sizes in nearly every part of the country. So here's the map. Public schools, over 2,000 arrests. Private schools, over 1,100 arrests. And we'll see what happens in September. When school starts back up, if the war is still going on, I would not be surprised if you have sustained protest. University of Michigan, the new student council body, is the shut it down party. And so I would not be surprised if, God forbid, Israel looks like it's no way anywhere near the conclusion to this war. There does not seem to be serious pressure from Washington for Israel to end the war. I would not be surprised if the protests pick back up at college campuses, the one place where they've had the most success. I'm not sure how much success the protest against Netanyahu's speech had. There was, the media really only covered the burning of the American flag, and trying to put the protesters, but you see like the criminalization of the protesters. So as pro-Palestinian demonstrations rock college campuses this spring with protests of the war in Gaza, many university administrators found themselves eager to quell the action however they could. Some negotiated with the demonstrators, many sent in the police. When Columbia University called in the police in April to break up an encampment, it was the first major detainment of protesters. Since then, more than 3,100 people have been arrested or detained on campuses across the country. Most were charged with trespassing or disturbing the peace. Some face more serious charges like resisting arrest. But in the months since, many of the charges have been dropped, even as some students are facing additional consequences, like being barred from the campuses or having their diplomas withheld. So you see the time of the arrest. The first one, Columbia, April 15th, April 20, May. So most of the protests were quashed already in May, and there's been a handful of renewed protests around the country still. And there'll probably be more as the school semester restarts, and as the war doesn't seem to end. Delia Garza, the prosecutor in Travis County who dropped criminal trespassing charges against more than 100 people arrested at the University of Texas in Austin, said that such charges were rarely a priority for prosecutors since they are a minor and nonviolent offenses. Mrs. Garza, a Democrat, said she had calculated that jurors in her community would be very likely to determine that students protesting on their own campus were very simply exercising First Amendment rights. At some universities, the decision to drop the charges was met with disappointment. Actions that violate laws and institutional rules should be met with consequences. Mike Rosen, spokesman for the University of Texas at Austin, said many charges were also dropped among the thousands of people who were arrested in the racial justice protests of 2020, with some prosecutors saying that they would focus only on defendants who were caught destroying property or looting, not those who were merely demonstrating. The goal isn't to punish people, said Herman Walls, the defense lawyer and former prosecutor who teaches criminal law at the Johnjoe College of Criminal Justice in New York. It's to clear the streets. According to the data collected by the New York Times, protesters were detained this year at more than 70 schools in at least 30 states, from Arizona State University with its 80,000 students to the University of Mary Washington in Virginia with a student body of under 4,000. Historians who study student movements say that the United States hasn't seen such a large number of people arrested in campus protests in 50 years. While millions of students participated in protests against the Vietnam War, there were about 4,000 arrests at campus protests in the spring of 1969 during the most intense period of activity. The pro-Palestinian activism is a relatively small movement, said Robert Cohn, historian of the New York University, but the arrests are almost comparable to the height of the Vietnam protest. Here's a closer look at three schools where the numbers of arrests were significant. Indiana University, Bloomington. Bryce Green, a 26-year-old doctoral student at Indiana University. Bloomington, which has more than 40,000 students, said students there saw encampments at other schools and decided to protest in solidarity. This war is an American war, Mr. Green said, citing U.S. military and financial support for Israel. So we have a responsibility as Americans and people within American institutions to fight back. After Mr. Green and other students erected tents in Dunn Meadow, a green space on campus that in 1969 was designated as a public forum for free expression, the university called in the police administrators had learned of the planned protest and abruptly changed campus rules to prohibit temporary structures without prior permission. Nearly 60 people, mostly students, were arrested and charged with trespassing. The local prosecutor's office has dropped those charges, calling the arrest constitutionally dubious. One person was charged with a felony battery for biting an officer. The university had also issued campus bans to the people arrested, but eventually dropped them all but for a handful of protesters, including Mr. Green. He faced a 5-year ban from campus, but the Indiana University Police Department lifted it after Mr. Green appealed. University of Texas at Austin, 136 arrests. The University of Texas at Austin was among the first schools in the southern Republican-controlled state where the police arrested protesters. Their university leaders informed protest organizers that their event may not proceed as planned. When students gathered anyways, on April 24th, Governor Greg Abbott directed state police to deploy to the campus, and officers wielding batons arrested dozens of people. They were all charged with trespassing. The local prosecutor's office dropped all the trespassing charges, citing problems with the evidence. Some of those arrested that day are facing campus discipline, including having transcripts and diplomas withheld. 5 days later, 80 more people were arrested after students set up a tent. Benjamin Kern, a rising senior studying hydrology and water resources, said that he joined the encampment knowing that he would very likely go to jail for doing so, but he assumed the charges would be dropped. He said he wanted to show support for the Palestinian people in opposition to his university's investment in weapons manufacturers. I believe as a student I have the right to go to my university and ask for change. On June 26, Mr. Garza, the Travis County attorney, announced she decided to drop all the trespassing charges against the people arrested on April 29th, including Mr. Kearns. Mr. Garza said that the body camera footage she saw showed a chaotic scene with police officers in riot gear pushing students in order to disperse could be heard in the background. She said it would be incredibly difficult to prove that the people arrested had heard that order and refused to comply. Mr. Kern and others arrested at the University of Texas are still facing campus disciplinary proceedings and could face punishments ranging from a written warning to expulsion. University of Virginia, 27 arrests. The largest number of people arrested on a single day was about 400 across 9 campuses on April 30th, but protests continued even as many campuses headed into final exams and graduation. In early May, there was about 130 arrests at the University of Massachusetts Amherst and 33 at the University of Pennsylvania. At the University of Virginia on May 4th, the students were preparing for final exam. Administrators called in the police to break up an encampment. Police officers in riot gear used chemical irritants to get protesters to disperse and eventually arrested 27 people. The local prosecutor dropped the charges, facing 7 people after he determined there wasn't enough evidence. He offered the rest an agreement. Their charges would be dismissed in August if they didn't have any outstanding criminal charges at the time. 11 students faced disciplinary proceedings at the university. 4 of them were seniors whose diplomas were withheld, including Cruz, 22, who just completed her degree in anthropology. She said she joined the encampment to protest what she saw as an ongoing genocide in Gaza and her university's ties to it. As of early July, she said that she had not received information about when she would get a hearing on the status of her diploma and was worried the process could stretch into the fall. Mrs. Cruz said that she was not sure what that could mean for her job search. I can't easily step out of the university. There's this tethering keeping me back. A spokesperson said the university did not comment on student disciplinary proceedings. The arrest and onset of summer vacation have not fully quelled protest action. At Indiana University, students are still sleeping in tents on Dunn Meadow. Mr. Green, the doctoral student, said that before his ban from campus was lifted, he went to the encampment every day but never left the sidewalk, which is city property. Okay, yeah, programmabilities, God bless. So let's look at one last article. And the unfortunate reality is that Israel is likely to keep on committing genocide. And you could see, like, okay, the protests were quashed. Netanyahu came. Kamala Harris made some minor conciliatory statements, but basically said she was going to continue to back the genocide. And Israel has crossed every red line, continues to cross every red line. And maybe the ICJ will eventually make its ruling sooner than later. But even if they do, the likelihood that that's going to stop Israel's action, and the likelihood that Israel's action in Gaza, I think there's some sort of break in the Knesset, so there's not going to be an opportunity for new elections or breaking the coalition till late October, till after the Jewish holiday break. So that means that, God forbid, August, September, October, 3 months. It's going to be basically 3 months till there's going to be an impasse or anything new in Israeli politics. And so in all likelihood, God forbid, we could even see an escalation with Lebanon, with Hezbollah, or Iran, the Houthis. But in all likelihood, whatever is happening in Gaza today is just going to continue for another 3 months. They're going to, keep the tent encampments, keep on moving people around, keep on bombing. Tens, hundreds of people are going to continue to be killed every day. The starvation, the humanitarian crisis, God forbid, is likely to continue for at least another 3 months. God forbid. And it could be even longer, saying what Israel's plan, they're just going to keep at it. And I won't go in a circle because we've discussed this in the past. So let's just read this quick article from Jewish Currents. Illegal justification for genocide. By expanding the human shielding charge to every inch of Gaza, Israel is using a familiar strategy at an unprecedented scale. On October 27th, in advance of the first invasion of Al-Shifra, the largest hospital in the Gaza Strip, the Israeli military released a clip of a three-dimensional model of the medical facility that purported to show how Hamas was using it as its main headquarters, with tunnels located directly underneath the medical wards, ostensibly serving as a base for the group's military operations. Following these allegations, which were continuously reiterated by Israel's military spokesperson and parroted by international media, Israeli forces raided Al-Shifra on November 15th. At the time when the soldiers entered the hospital, at least 650 patients and 7,000 displaced Palestinians were still in the premises, but Israel claimed that these people were human shields for Hamas. It then proceeded to attack the facility and those within it, damaging the surgical operating room building, blowing up a warehouse storing medicine and medical equipment, blindfolding and interrogating hundreds before taking them to unknown areas, and shooting at anyone who tried to flee. Following the attack, the Palestinian Ministry of Health said that 179 bodies were found inside the compound. Israel used similar justifications to besiege the hospital yet again in March, and by the end of the month, it had completely destroyed Al-Shifra, transforming its grounds into a mass grave. Over the past 9 months, this pattern has been repeated hundreds of times, with Israel bombing and raiding Gaza's hospitals, refugee camps, clinics, houses, apartment buildings, children's pools, schools, universities, mosques, cemeteries, and agricultural lands, all of which it has claimed Hamas was using as a human shield. According to the laws of armed conflict, the warring party that uses human shields rather than the party that kills them tends to be guilty of a war crime. By casting all the protected sites and people it has bombed as shields, Israel thus seeks to shift the responsibility of its mass killings of civilians and sweeping destruction of civilian infrastructure onto Hamas, absolving itself of the blame and legal accountability. Israel is not alone in using the human shielding allegation to justify violence against civilians. This strategy has previously been seen in conflicts ranging from the Vietnam War to the war against ISIS. However, the intensity and scope of how Israel has mobilized the human shields accusation in the past year is unprecedented. Parties alleging the use of human shields have typically restricted the charge to limited territorial areas. In contrast, Israel cited Hamas's underground tunnel system to cast every square inch in Gaza as a human shield. The apparently endless multiplication of the human shielding accusation has functioned to erase the possibility of civilian Palestinian civilianness altogether. Instead, Israel's Ministry of Foreign Affairs has argued that the mere fact that seeming civilians or civilian objects have been targeted does not mean that an attack was unlawful, since these seeming civilians or civilian objects may actually have been human shields. The rationale here is that Palestinian homes are not homes, hospitals are not hospitals, mosques are not mosques, schools are not schools. They might seem to be, but they are not what they seem. Instead, each home is a suspected hideout, every hospital is likely an armed depot, each mosque a tunnel pyre, every school a rocket launch platform, and all legitimate targets for the cutting-edge weaponry that Israel receives from the United States, United Kingdom, Germany, France, and Italy. This deadly logic has already justified unprecedented carnage. Israel killed more civilians and destroyed more civilian infrastructure in the first 3 months of its campaign in Gaza than the Assad regime did in Aleppo and Russian forces did in Ukraine over years. It has, proportionally speaking, wreaked more damage than the Allied bombing of Germany in World War II, destroying or damaging 70% of the strip's civilian infrastructure and rendering neighborhood after neighborhood uninhabitable. Furthermore, by deploying the shielding allegation at scale, Israel has created a way to use international humanitarian law, which is technically meant to regulate war and make it more humane, to the opposite effect, essentially carving out illegal justification for genocide. Human shielding accusations have a long history. Ever since there has been rules against attacking civilians in war, there have been attempts, especially by colonial, imperial, and occupying powers, to evade these prohibitions by alleging that the enemy is using human shields. The law of war has always included provisions that accommodate such charges. For instance, in 1907, Hague regulations affirmed that hospitals, as well as places where the sick and wounded are collected, should be spared from sieges and bombardments, but the prohibition is immediately accompanied by an exception. Hospitals will enjoy such protections provided they're not being used at the time for military purposes. And as early as 1911, this clause was used as a way to disregard the rule. That year, Italian pilots who had been sent to the colony of Libya to quell a popular revolt dropped bombs on medical facilities marked with the Red Crescent flag. The bombings generated criticisms, including by the International Committee of the Red Cross, but the Italians were quick to declare that their attack was authorized by international law due to the hospital's proximity to military targets and the likelihood of such faculties serving as a safeguard for the enemy. The Italian military has repeated this strategy during its 1935-6 invasion and the occupation of Ethiopia, when it systematically bombarded medical facilities operated by various Red Cross societies, claiming that the Ethiopians were using these field hospitals to shield combatants and military supplies. As the Italians were far from alone, throughout the 20th century, the human shielding charge was used in places ranging from the Boer Wars in South Africa to the Balkan Wars to justify attacks on sites that and people that, according to the laws of armed conflict, must be protected. Initially, the scale of the human shielding allegation was limited, with warrant parties charging that specific facilities, locations, or groups of people were being used as shields. But in the past 2 decades, we have witnessed a pivotal shift in the 2008 and 9 Sri Lankan Civil War. For instance, prominent legal scholars framed tens of thousands of civilians as human shields from the militant group Tamil Tigers in order to justify government forces' lethal violence against them. During the 2016 war against ISIS in Mosul, Iraq, United Nations agencies and Amnesty International characterized 100,000 civilians trapped in close proximity to the fighting as human shields. And starting 2022, Russian leaders have repeatedly justified the deaths of civilians in Ukraine by using the human shielding allegation. Russian Defense Ministry accused Ukrainian militants of holding more than 4.5 million civilians hostage as human shields, thus applying the shielding charge to a full 10% of Ukraine's population and positioning them as not immune from attack under international law. These instances show that over time, civilians trapped in war zones have become more and more likely to be cast as shields and increasingly likely to be stripped of certain legal protections as a result. Israel's ongoing war in Gaza has accelerated these dynamics because Hamas has built what are believed to be hundreds of miles of underground tunnels beneath Gaza as part of its guerrilla tactics, evading the eye of Israel's high-tech surveillance apparatus. The Israeli legal team has invoked the laws of armed conflict to claim that all civilian objects and every civilian situated in Gaza's land surface are potential human shields and thus not immune from attack. The unprecedented nature of the shielding charge would appear to strain credulity. Indeed, Western powers have never accepted similar claims advanced by Russia. However, an U.S. ally fighting non-state actors, Israel has found Western politicians and international press very amenable to the narrative that savage Palestinian militants are using their own people as fodder. Recently, for instance, Israel killed almost 100 civilians in a single attack, purportedly targeting Hamas's military chief, Mohammed Daif. The attack bombing took place in a zone that Israel itself has designated a humanitarian area. However, the military still portrayed the strike as a legitimate attack against terrorists hiding among civilians. And Western media outlets did not hesitate to follow suit in describing the strike as one against Daif rather than displaced Palestinians. Israel's unprecedented broadening of the human shielding charge has been facilitated by its legal team's decades of experience interpreting international law as if the exceptions were the rule. As recently as Israel's 2021-2 Gaza campaigns, the military invoked the human shielding accusation to legitimize airstrikes against civilians, duplicitously invoking international law to justify illegal attacks. Now the same logic is being applied to justifications for genocidal violence, including mass expulsions and killings. 1 week after its war in Gaza began, Israel ordered 1.1 million Palestinians in northern Gaza, about half of the enclave's population, to leave their homes. According to international humanitarian law, parties to an armed conflict may not deport or forcibly transfer the civilian population of occupied territory unless the security of the civilians involved or imperative military reasons so demand. In this case, Israel claimed that it was removing Palestinian civilians from their homes as a precaution that would protect them from the epicenter of violence, but in effect, Israel transformed this humanitarian norm into a tool of mass expulsion. It has also used a similar strategy to undermine the legal protections of Palestinians in northern Gaza who have been unable to or unwilling to leave their homes. Israel is legally required to treat such people, who numbered in the hundreds of thousands in October, as protected civilians, but since it has dropped leaflets instructing people to evacuate, Israel claimed that it could designate all of northern Gaza as a legitimate military target, and that Palestinian civilians who remained were putting themselves in the line of fire. When Israel launched its attack on the area a few days later, killing thousands of civilians, the military cast the civilians who remained in the north as either terrorist accomplices or human shields. Tellingly, Israel's legal defense at the International Court of Justice has put the idea of human shields front and center. In his opening statement, the attorney representing Israel noted that Gaza's civilian infrastructure is actually the most sophisticated terrorist stronghold in the history of urban warfare, and arguing that Hamas, not Israel, was responsible for the destruction of Gaza. The Israel legal team returned to these arguments again and again, representing the first time in history that human shielding under the auspices of international law has been used to carve out a justification for a colonial war of annihilation. Indeed, the moment Israel invokes international law to frame everything above ground in Gaza as a potential shield, it operationalizes the law itself as a tool legitimizing genocide. It's hard to overstate the frightening consequences of this maneuver. If the international legal apparatus can be used to justify acts that can destroy people in whole or in part, then the rules-based order created in the aftermath of World War II to regulate war according to humanitarian principles becomes a tool in its own undoing. God forbid. Okay, just the complete disaster. And, unfortunately, it's likely to continue through October. Like I said, just this tit-for-tat, slow trickle of humanitarian disaster is likely to continue through October. Let me just grab a quick date. Okay, so I'm going to do a deep dive into conspiracy theory research. And this week, I'm just going to do a little bit on the history of conspiracy theory research, conspiracy theories in general. And then from there, I'll do a little bit more in-depth into the modern psychology, sociology of conspiracy theories. But first, I think I'm going to do a further deep dive into group strategy, group thinking, consciousness, a whole bunch of ideas in order to have a deeper understanding of conspiracy theory. But, first, let's just look at the history of conspiracy theory. So here's a book Conspiracy Theories and the People That Believe Them, edited by ISKCON from Oxford, 2019. It's got a history of conspiracy theory research, 2 chapters that I'm going to read, and then another article that talks more about the academic research on conspiracy theory. And then we'll look at sociology. So let me look at these books from Conspiracy Theories and the People Who Believe Them. The first one, The History of Conspiracy Theory Research, a Review and Commentary by Michael Butler and Peter Knight. Today, conspiracy theories exist in all cultures and societies. While there are precursors in antiquity, there is evidence that the modern form emerged during the transition from the early modern period to the Enlightenment. Conspiracy theory research, by contrast, is a relatively new phenomenon. While historians occasionally touched upon the subject already during the first decades of the 20th century, conspiracy theory emerged as an identifiable category of scholarly discourse and object of concern only during the second half, not least because, except for a few isolated examples, the very label did not enter wide circulation until that time. This chapter outlines the history of academic research on conspiracy theories in English. We begin with an account of the early studies conducted in various disciplines which led to Richard Hofstadter's famous conceptualization of conspiracy theorizing as the manifestation of a paranoid style in the 1960s, a conceptualization that is both inspired and impeded research. When we then proceed systematically rather than chronologically, moving from disciplines that have not entirely overcome the pathologizing approach to conspiracy theories to those that have adopted alternative approaches. According to the second section, is dedicated to studies of social psychology and political science. Scholars from these disciplines largely share Hofstadter's concern about conspiracy theories, but they have increasingly employed quantitative methods to pin down the factors that lead people to believe in conspiracy theories or to engage in underlying conspiracy thinking. The third section discusses the work of analytical philosophers who have sought to provide more precise definitions of the term and distinguish between warranted and unwarranted theories. The final section is devoted to cultural turn in conspiracy theory research, whose proponents have been challenging the dominant pathologizing approach since the late 1990s. This chapter closes with an evaluation of the current state of the debate and makes some recommendations for future research. The emergence of the pathologizing paradigm from the beginnings to Richard Hofstadter's the 1930s to 60s. The early history of conspiracy theory research has been convincingly related by Katarina Thalmann, whose account builds on and expands earlier work by Jack Batrick and Mark Fenster. According to Thalmann, scholarly interest in the phenomenon emerged during the 1930s and 40s under the influence of 2 world wars and the rise of totalitarianism. The 3 different strands are discernible in the initial phase. Political pathologists like Harold Lassell and Theodore Adorno identified personality types particularly prone to what they considered the irrational practice of conspiracy theorizing: the agitator in Lassell and the authoritarian personality in Adorno. While they thus focused on individual traits and psychological causes, sociologists Leo Lowenthal and Norbert Gutterman related belief in conspiracy theories to the complexities of modernization and the emergence of mass societies, anticipating the work of cultural studies scholars. 50 years later, in 1949, Lowenthal and Gutterman regarded conspiracy theorizing as a meaning-making cultural practice that was worth analyzing and studying. However, neither the political psychologists nor the sociologists came up with a label for the phenomenon they were studying. This task fell to Karl Popper, historian of science, who described in the late 1940s what he called the conspiracy theory of society as an utterly simplistic and, more importantly, unscientific way of understanding social relations, which had emerged as a reaction and opposition to the Enlightenment. Although Popper acknowledged that Marx himself was careful to distance himself from what would later be called conspiracy theories, so-called vulgar Marxism, but also other forms of totalitarian thinking, such as Nazism, fell into the trap of attributing historical causation to conspiracies of, say, the ruling class or capital itself. If for Popper these simplistic forms of historicism committed the intellectual error of ascribing agency to impersonal forces, then the opposite tendency, blaming every unfortunate turn of event on an intentional conspiracy of powerful individuals behind the scenes, was equally guilty of misunderstanding how history works. Popper insisted that the kind of large-scale coordinated action imagined by conspiracy theorists was impossible because of the inevitability of unintended consequences in complex societies. History for Popper should more properly be thought of as the product of an invisible hand, in Adam Smith's term, than a hidden hand. While these scholars had looked primarily to Europe, the rise of McCarthyism during the 1950s focused the attention of the next generation of researchers on the United States. Scholars such as Edward Shills and Seymour Martin Lipset and journalists like Richard Rovere regarded conspiracy theories as both irrational and unscientific and worried about their harmful effects on American politics. These fears increased further when, during the 1960s, the most vocal proponents of conspiracy theories were no longer representative of the two major parties and thus the political center, but the members of the John Birch Society. As a result of these shifts, consensus historians and pluralist political scientists like John Bunsell, Seymour Martin Lipset, and Earl Rabe began to consider conspiracy theories as both symptoms and articulations of extremism, forging a link between anti-democratic extremism on the one hand and irrational, unscientific conspiratorial theories on the other. They cast conspiracy theories as dangerous to pluralist societies in general and the United States in particular, while simultaneously relegating them to the margins of society. This way of understanding conspiracy theories climaxed in Richard Hofstadter's famous concept of the paranoid style, which synthesized most of the ideas put forward by scholars discussed so far. First, like most scholars of the time, Hofstadter discarded the more neutral sociological perspective of Lowenthal and Gutterman and projected conspiracy theories as a minority phenomenon that threatened the liberal democratic consensus. Second, by drawing on the concept of paranoia, Hofstadter, like Laswell and Adorno, pathologized conspiracy theorists, even though he claimed not to. Finally, like Popper, Hofstadter regarded conspiracy theories as unscientific. The impact of Hofstadter's conceptualization of conspiracy theory cannot be overestimated. While he did not coin the term conspiracy theory, and indeed rarely used the phrase, his understanding of the phenomenon influences how considerable parts of the public, the media, and academics all over the world have conceived of the topic thus labeled ever since. Because of Hofstadter, paranoia and conspiracy theory have been almost inextricably linked. This has been beneficial to conspiracy theory research because it provided researchers across the board with an easy-to-grasp paradigm that can be applied to different historical and cultural contexts and that continues to be relevant in the present, not least with his focus on the connection between conspiracy belief and status anxiety. Moreover, Hofstadter's emphasis on the importance of style in conspiracy theorizing has helped pave the way not only for studies that focus on underlying conspiracy thinking as a style of thought, but also for those that focus on the aesthetic and narrative dimensions of conspiracy theories, their rhetorical transmission, or their dramatizations in films and novels. At the same time, however, Hofstadter's approach to conspiracy theories has impeded research because it pathologizes and marginalizes them. The consequences are particularly obvious in the field of history, where researchers have frequently encountered conspiracy theories that were clearly neither minority phenomenon nor articulated by people who should be described as paranoid. Since Hofstadter's theorization of conspiracy theory, the only one available for a long time, was unfit to capture what these scholars observed, most of them either did not refer at all to the theoretical research on the issue in their discussions of specific visions of conspiracy, or they drew on Hofstadter's concept of the paranoid style, even though its implications obviously contradicted their findings. Consequently, the engagement of the scholars with the phenomenon was, despite their valuable contributions to scholarship, not as nuanced and productive as it surely would have been if a more neutral theorization of conspiracy theory had been available. What is more, even scholars who reject or at least modify Hofstadter's premises often do not entirely escape his powerful conceptualization. Michael Fow's The Political Style of Conspiracy, Chase, Summer, and Lincoln rather unconvincingly distinguishes between a paranoid style on the fringe and a political style in the center in antebellum America to present the conspiracy theories that he focuses on as an exception to the rule. In looking at 18th century America, Gordon Wood makes a far more compelling case that conspiracy theorizing was a rational activity that was firmly rooted in the social mainstream and evidence of sophisticated Enlightenment thinking, but then suggested this changed at the turn of the century, implying that Hofstadter's paranoid style adequately describes conspiracy theories in the 19th and 20th centuries. However, the historian Jeffrey Cubitt has put it quite simply, this recession shows very little signs of having happened during the 19th and early 20th century. Okay, Donald, God bless. Tinkle, yeah, good to see you. Thanks for tuning in. Yeah, I think this is particularly interesting. So let's keep going. Perpetuating and carefully challenging the pathologizing paradigm research in psychology and political science, 1990s to the present. Although there are, as we have seen, obvious ties to psychology and political science in the early conspiracy theory research, both disciplines were initially slow to investigate the topic. A discussion of the reasons for this delayed engagement is beyond the scope of this chapter. Suffice it to say that scholars from both the disciplines very likely regarded conspiracy theories for a long time as a fringe curiosity undeserving of serious discussion. What is more, in political science, that focus of partisanship, ideology, and issues positioned during the 1950s and 60s, and later the dominance of the rational choice paradigm, which held that opinions were rational as opposed to purely social psychological, was surely a factor, since conspiracy theories cast by Hofstadter and most of his predecessors as irrational and unscientific did not really fit either of those paradigms. However, as researchers from both disciplines recognized that the phenomenon is widespread and has potentially serious consequences, they began to engage with the issues in psychology, and interest in conspiracy theories began to emerge in the 1990s, while in political science it took longer. The widespread conspiracy theories regarding Barack Obama appear to have motivated most research in the field. In recent years, there's been a significant flourishing of empirical studies in both disciplines. Despite the increasing recognition that conspiracy theories are a mainstream phenomenon, most studies in psychology until today share at least some of the Hofstadter's assumptions, even though they rarely refer to him in anything more than the most generalized way. Early researchers tended to take for granted that conspiracy theories are held by a distinctive kind of people with identifiable and flawed characteristics, and most work in the field holds that belief in conspiracy theories is irrational. Ted Gertzel provided one of the first and most influential studies using survey data, came even closer to Hofstadter when he argued that conspiracy beliefs are monological, that is, they serve as a complete worldview such that people who believe in one conspiracy theory tend to believe in all of them. This idea is still maintained by more recent studies, but has also been challenged by other researchers who find that sometimes conspiracy beliefs are topic specific. Generally, work in psychology has sought to profile believers and to enumerate the personality and cognitive factors involved in underlying conspiracy thinking, what is sometimes termed in phase that evokes an unwarranted level of diagnostic precision, conspiracy ideation. Once again follows Hofstadter, albeit not always directly. Some researchers have investigated the supposed link between conspiracy thinking and forms of psychopathology, but have reached little agreement. Psychologists have linked conspiracy thinking and belief in specific conspiracy theories to the trait of the damaged psyche, including paranoia, schizotypy, distrust, suspiciousness, obsession with hidden motives, heightened threat sensitivity, anime, feelings of alienation, cynicism, uncertainty, powerlessness, anxiety, and perceived loss of control. Although some researchers have found some correlation between conspiracy thinking and elements of the so-called Big Five personality difference, a negative relation to agreeableness connected with suspicion of others, and have suggested that individual differences in conspiracy ideation are stable over time. Others have found that conspiracy theories does not have a distinctive personality and that circumstantial factors are needed to trigger the personality traits. In terms of methodology, many psychological studies employ questionnaires that rank the respondents on skills measuring conspiracy thinking or belief in a range of specific conspiracy theories, and then test our variables that might be associated with high or low rates. There's been a proliferation of different scales, such as the belief in conspiracy theories inventory, the generic conspiracist belief scale, and the conspiracy mentality scale, but no agreement on a single measure yet. Although most surveys measure belief in well-known conspiracy theories, some researchers make up conspiracy theories to measure endorsement. Other researchers have also begun to move beyond surveys to experimental manipulation of attitudes in their quest to identify the variables and mechanisms involved in conspiracy ideation. They find, for example, that people who have been induced into experiencing a sense of emotional uncertainty or loss of control are more likely to draw on conspiratorial interpretations of events. Many researchers are increasingly concerned with the harmful societal and political effects of conspiracy theories, with findings that mere exposure makes it less likely, for example, for people to try to reduce their carbon footprint or have their children vaccinated. Others have conducted experiments to show that belief in potentially harmful conspiracy theories can be reduced with a task that increases analytical thinking. Compared to the large body of psychological studies that have been published since 2007, there's still comparatively little research in political science, where scholars now mainly rely on polling data to detect factors that fuel belief in conspiracy thinking. All the empirical studies have begun to converge on the result that conspiracy theorizing is not a fringe phenomenon, but rather a fairly normal pastime. For example, about 60%, 25%, 25% of Americans believe in JFK assassination, birther, and truther conspiracy theories, respectively. Studies differ, however, with regard to the causes researchers identify with the belief in conspiracy theories. Identified causal mechanisms range from epistemological problems to political asymmetries to feverish worldviews. Cass Sunstein and Adrian Vermeule hold that conspiracy theories are the result of crippled epistemology, that is, they arise when people either lack information or do not possess it properly. ISKCON and Barrett argue that in the United States, conspiracy theories are for losers, suggesting that they rise among groups of people who feel threatened, powerless, and insecure, most often the result of being on the losing side of the partisan divide following an election. By contrast, Oliver and Wood came closest to a psychological explanation by arguing that conspiracy theories are caused by a predisposition to attribute events to the machinations of invisible forces and to perceive the world as a Manichaean struggle between good and evil. Finally, Sunstein and Vermeule argue that conspiracy theories are far more a matter of the political right than the left, where ISKCON and Barrett, Oliver and Wood, as well as Miller, Saunders, and Fairhart reject this claim. They all contend, though, that political convictions and situations determine which conspiracy theories individuals believe in. Since these studies all hold that conspiracy theories are a widespread phenomenon in American culture, they all are more or less explicitly reject the correlation between conspiracy theories and personality disorders that are so prominent in psychology, because they identify cause misinformation that in theory could be remedied. Sunstein and Vermeule openly reflect about the possible cures for conspiracy beliefs. They suggest, however, that once people have begun to believe in a conspiracy theory, it is almost impossible to convince them otherwise. This finding has been recently corroborated in further studies. ISKCON and Barrett, as well as Oliver and Wood, largely refrain from offering remedies, largely because their findings suggest that conspiracy theories are such an integral part of American culture that they will not go away, yet they are still largely pessimistic about conspiracy theories. This distinguishes them from some of the analytical philosophers discussed below. The debate in analytical philosophy on warranted and unwarranted conspiracy beliefs, mid-1990s to the present. Charles Pidgeon opened up with a new set of debates in analytical philosophy by challenging Karl Popper's fundamental assumptions that conspiracy theories are necessarily mistaken. Pidgeon, along with subsequent contributions from David Cody and Lee Basham, insisted that conspiracy theories are not prima facie rational, not least because they are many historical examples of conspiracy theories that could broadly be constructed as successful. Instead of dismissing all conspiracy theories out of hand, researchers must therefore examine them on a case-by-case basis for the potential validity. This argument has recently been reiterated by Matthew Denneth in the most comprehensive monograph so far in this subfield. In contrast, other philosophers such as Brian Keeley, Jeffrey Bale, and Juha Reika have sought to make sense of what they see as the common intuition that there is a distinction between plausible analysis of political conspiracies and unwarranted conspiracy theories, even if in practice the boundaries between the two are sometimes blurred at the edges. For Keeley, even if there is not, in the mode of Popper, an a priori reason to dismiss all conspiracy theories, there is nevertheless a prima facie case to be made that unwarranted conspiracy theories, those, for example, which have grown too large to not be detected and exposed, are the result of flawed thinking. Stephen Clark, for example, looking to social psychology, identifies the fundamental attribution error as a key intellectual vice of conspiracy theorists. Although the debate in analytical philosophy has tended to revolve around the definition of conspiracy theory and the question of its rationality, it has often ignored the fact that the very term conspiracy theory is not neutral, objective label, but a pejorative dismissal of an allegedly crippling epistemology. Likewise, although philosophers have sought to determine the inherent justifiability of this way of viewing historical causality, and in some cases to identify the intellectual flaws, there has been little interest in a systematic considering the social, political, and cultural circumstances that might make conspiracy theories more warranted in some historical and geopolitical settings than others. In many of these essays, the same handful of familiar examples of conspiracy theories are cited, and the underlying assumption is that the phenomenon of conspiracy theory has a stable, identifiable logic that holds true in all times and places. This is simply not borne out by the historical record or anthropological studies of how conspiracy theories work in other cultures. The debate has also tended to be self-contained within the discipline of philosophy and rarely engages in a sustained way with discussions of conspiracy theories in other disciplines. Well, those other disciplines, especially social psychology, likewise have failed to take up some of the interesting challenges posed by the debate on distinguishing between warranted conspiracy theories in the sense of better evidence or reason, but not necessarily true and unwarranted ones. Challenging the pathologizing paradigm, cultural history, and cultural studies, late 1990s to present. Since the late 1990s, a number of important studies have been published in the field of cultural history and cultural studies, fueled by the pervasiveness of conspiracy discourse in American films and TV shows, on the media and the early internet news groups. At the turn of the millennium, these works either focus exclusively on the contemporary period or make a larger historical argument in order to explain the prominence of conspiracy theorizing in the present. The most conservative of these studies is Michael Barkun's A Culture of Conspiracy, Apocalyptical Visions in Contemporary America. Situated at the crossroad of historical analysis and qualitative political science, he observes that conspiracy theories have been moving from the fringe to the center of American culture, though he does not challenge the pathologization of conspiracy theory and even reaffirms the Hofstadtian link to paranoia. This distinguishes his study from that of Robert Goldberg and Catherine Olmsted, who approached this topic more neutrally. Goldberg explores the deep immersion of popular culture into conspiracy scenarios in recent decades and investigates how conspiracy theories allow many people to make sense of the world they are living in. Olmsted argues that American conspiracy theories have undergone a major shift at the time of World War I. While earlier versions had focused on external threats to the federal government, 20th century versions cast the government as conspiring against the people. The focus of the rhetorical and narrative qualities of conspiracy theories and the refusal to pathologize their opponents. Olmsted explicitly sees conspiracy theories as understandable responses to the conspiratorial government rhetoric and actions, aligns them with work in cultural studies. The first wave of the works in cultural studies comprises the work of Jody Dean, Mark Fenster, Timothy Melley, and Peter Knight. Without directly referencing them, these studies approach the topic of the tradition of Lowenthal and Guterman because they refuse to pathologize conspiracy theorists. Instead, like them, they hold that conspiracy theories are the indicator of larger anxieties and concern. They also agree that conspiracy theories are no longer a fringe phenomenon, but became part of the mainstream after World War II. For Dean, conspiracy theories about alien abduction are symptoms of a distrust in politicians and institutions that permeate American culture. In a similar fashion, Melley understands conspiracy theories as an expression of agency panic, a concern about a loss of autonomy and challenges to traditional notions of identity and the present. He also makes clear that the paranoid imagination of vast organizations and systems as conspiracies controlling individual and collective behavior in both fictional and factual texts alike in the Cold War share many assumptions with works of popular social theory from the period that likewise betray an anxiety about the controlling influence of social forces. Like Melley, the sociologist Luke Boltanski, in a study of Anglo-American detective fiction, draws attention to the potentially confounding similarities between the hermeneutic of suspicion in recourse praise that is at the heart of most critical social theory and the operating assumption of conspiracy theory that nothing is as it seems. Like Melley and Dean, Knight also holds that under the conditions of postmodernity, conspiracy theories no longer simply affirm collective identities or scapegoat certain groups, but perform a variety of other functions. They articulate increasing doubt and uncertainty about power, identity, and agency. Moreover, he observes that many Americans engage with conspiracy theories in self-conscious and ironic fashion, treating them as if they were true rather than fully believing in them. By contrast, Spencer becomes more on the ways in which conspiracy theories affect democratic politics. For him, conspiracy theories are not necessarily elements of populist ideology, and thus posits a struggle between the people and those in power. They misrepresent political realities, but must be taken seriously because they hint at a crisis of representative democracy. They are not aberrations that threaten democracy from the extremist margins, but inherent components of all democratic societies. Their critique of pathologization, central to these studies, was taken up in a slightly different fashion by Jack Batish, who argues that conspiracy theory as a category only exists to delegitimize certain forms of knowledge that are unwanted by elites or the public at large. He rightly points out that there are, even in the present, many conspiracy theories that escape this label, such as the one forged by the Bush administration after 9/11 about the collaboration of Al Qaeda and Saddam Hussein. According, conspiracy theories constitute a form of subjugated knowledge in the Foucauldian sense that is dismissed by experts and elites because, but which has never lost its commonsensical appeal, which might explain why the anonymous polls conducted by political scientists find so many Americans believe in conspiracy theories. Claire Birchall is also interested in the status of conspiracy theories as knowledge, and like Bratish, she draws on Foucault and the sociology of knowledge to explain the status of conspiracy theories. She describes conspiracy theories as a form of popular knowledge that circulates outside of official channels. However, unlike Bratish, she suggests that the distinction between official and subjugated forms of knowledge is eroding in the present, largely because of the influence of the internet. Conspiracy theories, in particular, she argues, have become more accepted because of 9/11. And like Knight, she emphasizes the playful way people engage with heterodox forms of knowledge. Finally, the status of conspiracy theories as knowledge is also the center of Michael Butler's study of conspiracist vision from the 17th to 20th centuries in American culture, synthesizing the work done by cultural studies scholars and the findings of historians discussed at the end of the first section. He suggests that American conspiracy theories for a long time generated official knowledge, which changed only in the 1960s, exactly the moment when the concerns about them reached the mainstream with the writings of Hofstadter. Conclusion: plotting a transdisciplinary transnational future. As this overview shows, like conspiracy theories themselves, conspiracy theory research is currently mushrooming, or perhaps more accurately, even if conspiracy theories are not necessarily more widespread than the past, then conspiracy theories as a social problem have become prominent, in part because both academic research and popular journalism have turned them into an object of inquiry. We have restricted ourselves here to the fields that have already produced a substantial body of works, and have not discussed the even more numerous contributions from scholars and disciplines that are just beginning to address the issue. Middle Eastern studies, for example, where research has had a long time been impeded by Pipe's application of the pathologizing paradigm, has recently produced more nuanced studies. Other disciplines, such as religious studies and ethnology, have also contributed at least a few studies to the understanding of conspiracy theories. Moreover, we have also bypassed here the considerable body of research published in languages other than English. However, as our overview has made clear, the various disciplines operate with vastly different conceptualizations of conspiracy theory. Research in psychology and research in cultural studies, for example, approach the subject from almost diametrically opposed premises, and there's little dialogue between the two. The fundamental assumptions of each discipline are at odds, whereas psychologists are keen to find the universal predictors and drivers of conspiracy ideation beyond local differences. Cultural historians are concerned to investigate the ways that conspiracy theories have functioned in specific historical, political, and media environments, arguing that even the very concept of conspiracy theory as a describable social and psychological phenomenon has its own history that cannot simply be taken for granted. It remains an open question whether more research into conspiracy theories in different cultures, regimes, and periods will produce a convergence on a single analytical model, or whether it will only reveal further complexities and contradictions. Conversely, scholars from quantitative disciplines such as psychology, political science, find the narrowness of the evidence base in cultural and historical studies frustrating, even if they find the hypothesis intriguing. Scholars in both camps sometimes point to work conducted in other fields in their introductions, but rarely ever seriously engage with it. Thus, there is no cross-disciplinary dialogue on contradictory findings and differing methodologies. Moreover, even those who draw on the findings of different disciplines are usually only aware of the work published in the 2 or 3 languages they know. Due to the narrow perspectives of individual researchers, scholarships on conspiracy theory is fragmented and has not yet been able to answer various overarching questions and provide meaningful comparisons between the case studies. The enormous progress made over the last couple of years is thus in danger of being stalled, as scholars tend to reinvent the wheel instead of truly advancing knowledge. Yet, whereas a decade ago there was a real lack of any detailed research, there is now sufficient basis to push conspiracy theory research a step further. Research across the disciplines has reached a critical mass that now makes transdisciplinary and transnational research projects both feasible and desirable. Such projects, though, will demand intellectual openness from their practitioners. Researchers must be ready to seriously engage with colleagues who approach this topic from vastly different angles and with sometimes diametrically opposed assumptions. In other words, they must display exactly the openness to the opposing ideas which conspiracy theories are thought to lack. Okay, so let me look at one other article in this book. The whole book is pretty interesting. And I plan on going further, a deep dive in conspiracy theory, and connecting it to predictive processing in the mind and something with the multiple truth hypothesis. So say, what is truth? How do you know the truth? What could be, determined like the mainstream hypothesis versus an alternative hypothesis? Is a conspiracy theory simply an alternative hypothesis? In some terms of predictive processing, a way of looking at the world where certain worldviews would likely cause a person to make predictions of events in a different way, which could somewhat be obvious, versus someone on the left or the right, or racial, social, economical, different factors of cognitive biases, cognitive dissonance that would cause people to have conspiratorial views towards different events, like Samantha Woll. And so let's look at this one last one. And think, God forbid, the Samantha Woll trial. You look Conspiracy Theory, the 19th Century, Prehistory of 20th Century Concept by Andrew McKenzie-McHarg. You see that the origins of the term conspiracy theory in the 1800s coincides with the birth of forensic science and murder investigations. And the most famous conspiracy theories historically are whodunits, about murder mysteries. Like the Trump assassination, conspiracy. Was there more people involved than the known parties, or was it possibly fraudulent, or like a psyop, a psychological operation, false flag operation, like God forbid, like the recent bombing in the Galilee by Hezbollah? Could that be a psyop in order to justify a war or something, just a conspiratorial, like, I don't believe the narrative I'm being fed, and therefore I'm likely to create an alternative scenario. And the main thing at the basis of most conspiracy theories is the cui bono, who benefits. And so who benefits is an important question to ask, but can you drive a causation from who benefits? Like, oh, well, this person benefits from what happened, therefore they're probably the cause of the event. And really, conspiracy theory is just an interpretation of cause and effect, and is part of metaphysics, because conspiracy theory is just a historical interpretation, alternative interpretation of cause and effect. So conspiracy theory is the 19th century prehistory of a 20th century concept. Conspiracy theories have been around a long time, though how long is a matter of debate. As for the concept itself, it might seem reasonable to expect a more exact answer about the moment of its emergence. When did we first find people talking and writing about conspiracy theories? Ironically enough, it's possible to find an answer to this question in the form of a conspiracy theory. According to the political science Lance DeHaven Smith, the currency that conspiracy theory enjoys in our contemporary conceptual vocabulary can be traced back to CIA Dispatch 1035-906 as internal directive issued in 1967 in an effort to push back against growing skepticism of the official account of President Kennedy's assassination, and to offset the speculation about the real circumstances behind the events of November 1963, speculation that, it hardly need be said, often impugned the integrity of the American intelligence agency. It requires, however, a highly tendentious reading of the dispatch to arrive at DeHaven Smith's conclusion that the CIA decided to pursue this goal by tarring such speculation through the use of a pejorative label of conspiracy theory. DeHaven Smith is furthermore aware that the CIA cannot take the credit for having invented the concept, as he notes an earlier example of its usage can be found in The Open Society and Its Enemies, 1945, the famous denunciation of age-old proto-totalitarian strains of thought penned by the Austrian English philosopher Karl Popper and conceived by him as his contribution to the war effort. Much of the literature on conspiracy theories has tended to point readers to this ambitious work of social philosophy for the origins of the term. Yet we can easily predate Popper's discussion of the conspiracy theory of society by consulting the Oxford English Dictionary, which uncovers an appearance of the term in the American Historical Review in 1909. This citation prompted the inclusion of conspiracy theory in the 20th century words, a compilation of approximately 5,000 words and terms that were drawn from the Oxford English Dictionary and that were absorbed into the general vocabulary of the English language in the course of the 20th century. New databases, especially those that have digitalized huge masses of 19th century newspaper materials, allow us, however, to locate even earlier occurrences of conspiracy theory. In particular, they reveal usage of the term in newspaper reports on crime from the 1870s onward, a setting that is conspicuously different from the musings on social philosophy, where we later find use of the term by Popper and others. As even ever more of this material is digitalized and becomes searchable, it will undoubtedly be possible to find the odd earlier usage here and there. I would like, however, to go beyond the rather trivial game of one-upmanship, whose goal is to find even earlier usages of the term by putting forward some reasons why the 1870s were a particular germane period for the semantic union of conspiracy and theory. As we will see, laying bare some of the semantic shifts that encourage the creation of the term can yield genuine insights into the phenomenon to which the term is applied. First, though, caveat, earlier occurrences of the term are not instantiations of the concept. Concepts form part of the conceptual vocabulary. As such, they belong to a collective semantic memory from which they can be retrieved for use on repeated occasions. This, in turn, implies that a certain generality inheres to a concept. They can be recruited again and again for deployment in certain situations. While undoubtedly both conspiracy and theory were concepts in the 19th century America, from where we will be drawing our material, there is no indication that conspiracy theory has attained this status at this time. Instead, each of the time the term appears during the century as well into the 20th century, we are dealing with a one-off kind of event. It appears like a blip and then disappears back into the welter of communications that society produces, and that in turn reproduces society. A good indicator of this is that we practically never find talk in the 19th century of conspiracy theories, that is, conspiracy theory in the plural. Table 4.1 displays the results of an inquiry that were conducted by using a number of databases. For each database, a simple search was undertaken for the terms conspiracy theory, conspiracy theories, and conspiracy theorist. The table shows the year of the first occurrences, with the adjacent column recording the number of occurrences for this date onward within the database. The story related to the third term, which marks the creation of a type of person, namely the conspiracy theorist, is a story located in the latter part of the 20th century, and interestingly as it might be, is a story for another day. More pertinent for present purposes is the fact that the plural form conspiracy theories appear so much later than the singular form. In fact, the earliest example reveals itself to be a perfect example of a false positive. A subheadline in the June 25, 1875 edition of the Chicago Daily Tribune reads, "The blackmail of conspiracy theories knocked out of court." Obviously, it was informing its readers of a blackmail theory plus a conspiracy theory. So here we are to interpret this almost complete absence of the plural form in the 19th century. How are we to interpret the almost complete absence of the plural form in the 19th century? The answer is simple and is borne out by actually delving into the context of each occurrence registered by the search of the database. Whenever the term conspiracy theory appeared, it referred to a specific narrowly circumscribed case at hand. Of course, today the situation is completely different. Conspiracy theory has a generic status, meaning that in talking about conspiracy theories today, we can collect under this rubric a startlingly wide array of sub-phenomenon: allegations of Jewish world domination, assassinations of American presidents, the alleged foreknowledge about the Japanese bombing of Pearl Harbor, fake moon landings, alien abductions, etc. In fact, the diversity is so bewildering that we feel moved to ask how such disparate themes can possibly congeal to create a cohesive super phenomenon we know as conspiracy theories. In particular, the connection of these phenomena to conspiracy in its old meaning of a covert assault on the seat of a political sovereignty is often not immediately clear. Conspiracy seems to have become a shorthand for cover-up, more generally secrecy and deception. By contrast, the connection of theory to theory in the generalized sense of a possible or tentative explanation might seem more apparent. This article will, however, focus its efforts to excavate the history of the term at precisely this point. Why are we speaking of theories when we talk about conspiracy theories? Much of the material is what follows focuses on assassinations in the wake of an assassination. Conspiracy obviously offers itself as one explanation, competing with alternative explanations that posit a lone assassin. Thus, when Henry IV was killed in Paris in 1610, there was suspicion that his assassin, Ravaillac, had not acted alone, but no one at this time thought to characterize the suspicion of a conspiracy in terms of a theory. Why in modern times have we taken to calling such explanations theories? The basic intention of this article is that the appeal to theory in the context reflects a process that has recently been called scientization. Admittedly, the term is somewhat unfamiliar. My spell check is refusing to recognize it. Yet it simply denotes a social process like many others that have reshaped society, such as urbanization or industrialization. Scientization unfolded as certain non-scientific sectors of society began, particularly in the 19th century, to recognize the authority and to envy the prestige of science. For this reason, they attempted to adopt scientific methods and align themselves with scientific principles. Scientization thus implies that the social ascendancy of science, an ascendancy that was often tied to a devaluation of religious or theoretical knowledge. Scientization, however, denotes more than secularization. This can be appreciated by observing how, throughout the 19th and 20th century, journalists began to espouse standards and norms that could be subsumed under the concept of objectivity. Aspiring to objectivity was not necessarily connected to a disdain of institutionalized religion. It was, however, an expression of a wish shared among certain journalists to overhaul their own practices into the interest of making them more scientific. Furthermore, scientists were therefore had no interest in conducting their research in a matter that was more journalistic. The journalists were looking to the scientist and not the other way around. The asymmetry entitled us to speak of scientization. Thus, scientization was not just a case of growing ideological preference for scientific knowledge over religious knowledge. Its impact extended much further. Numerous sectors of society were increasingly dependent upon scientific expertise in maintaining their technical infrastructure, in assessing their performance of their respective intuitions, and in identifying problem areas and in formulating future-oriented programs for improvement. For present purposes, I'm interested in its influence on a semantic level. In this regard, the scientization of society was discernible in the manner in which a scientific vocabulary begins to permeate non-scientific parts of society. The most pertinent example of the process is the newspaper. Reading a newspaper is not a scientific activity. Nevertheless, by the 1880s, readers of the newspapers found themselves often encountering notions of evidence, proof, refutation, fact, and most significantly for present purposes, theory. Admittedly, many of these concepts do not have a purely scientific provenance. In her book, The Culture of Fact, England, 1550 to 1720, Barbara Shapiro reminds readers that the concept of fact was originally at home in legal discourse. Think, for example, an expression such as an accessory after the fact, before it was transferred and integrated into programs of scientific inquiry. The scientific provenance is, however, clearer when it comes to theory. In what follows, we have occasion to examine its use in response to the assassination of American President James Garfield in 1881. The assassination of Garfield. On July 2nd, 1881, Garfield was walking through a Washington train station when he was shot by Charles Goodyear. For years, Goodyear had been prone to notions of a higher calling. At first, these had found an outlet in bouts of evangelical enthusiasm, but he later became convinced that he was destined for a diplomatic career, even though the years spent living in semi-vagrancy hardly qualified him for the post in Paris that he desired. When, after countless rejections, Goodyear finally realized that the administration was not receptive to his solicitations, he decided that the president had to be removed. Garfield lived on for 6 weeks after being shot. In the days immediately following the attempt on his life, at the time when the mental instability of the assassin had not been fully ascertained, a reporter from the Washington-based newspaper, The Evening Star, asked Attorney General William Cook the following question: "What is your theory of the assassination?" "Mr. Cook, I have no definite or final theory in reference to it, and it would be both unjust and unwise to form a theory. To do so is inconsistent with a full, fair, and impartial examination of the camp. All theories should be temporarily entertained so as to be considered in connection with all the facts that may be ultimately elicited." is first worth noting that the interview format in 1881, such a format represented a still relatively new innovation in the practice of journalism. In the words of the historian and journalist Michael Schudson, the interview became a common activity for the reporters of the 1870s and 80s. The exchange between the reporter and the Attorney General testifies to Schudson's observation that by the 1880s, the interview was a well accepted and institutionalized media event and occasion created by journalists for which they could then craft a story. Because an interview occurs between an interviewer and the interviewee, the excerpt also reminds us that in explaining the uptake of theory, there are two sides to the story. We need to consider both: one, those investigating crime, and two, those reporting on it. Both had their reasons for integrating theory into the vocabulary. Theory in the context of forensics. If we begin with Cook as a representative of the first group, it is noticeable how his answer betrays a curious inconsistency in its appeal to theory. Even if the intended meaning remains clear, the first two sentences suggest that theory represents the result of a foregoing investigation. By contrast, Cook's insistence in the third sentence that all theories should be temporarily entertained ascribes a speculation, open-ended character to them. Theory becomes no longer the endpoint aimed at an investigation, but rather the means of arriving at this endpoint. Yet the manner in which Cook fudges his answer is akin to a pencil smudging a paper pad. It reveals the imprint of a far older jottings. The ambiguities and equivocations in Cook's answer raises age-old and even perennial questions about the need and the means to discipline the human imagination. The issue becomes particularly pressing in view of the tendency of the imagination to get ahead of itself. What can rein it in? The 19th century had a short answer: facts. In framing the investigation in terms of facts and theories, Cook's answer bears witness to the process that scientizes police inquiries into criminal acts and that thereby eventually yielded the modern science of criminal forensics. The semantic aspects of the process becomes more apparent if we enlarge the vocabulary of theory. In fact, referenced by Cook in his statement by taking note of another concept frequently invoked in the newspaper articles reporting on the attack on Garfield. Prior to learning of Cook's disavowal of any fully formed theory, readers of the same newspaper, the Boston Journal, had been informed that Cook, in curious contrast to the caution that befell him on the subsequent day, is certain there was a conspiracy and is devoting his whole time to tracing clues. Reporting in the same newspaper describes how support for this position crumbled in the following days. The detectives and the Secret Service men who had chased down every clue and suspicious circumstance have reported them all without foundation. Meanwhile, the St. Louis Globe Democrat informed its readers every clue that was thought originally to tend to show that Guido had Confederates had been followed up. As a result, it has been proved that there is nothing on which to base the theory of the conspiracy. How does the clue fit into the story of scientization? A promising place to start the search for the answer to this question is the famous essay by the Italian historian Carlo Ginzburg, Clues, Roots of an Evidential Paradigm. The evidential paradigm that Ginzburg references stands in a curious relationship of contrast and complementarity with what Ginzburg called the Galilean paradigm. In this latter paradigm, observation is conducted with an eye to the higher unifying generality characterized by regularity and consistency. Examples of such generality might be the law of nature or an ideal type. The search for a law of nature or the description of an ideal type proceeds by discarding all the anomalies and aberrations attendant upon the individual case. Thus, slight deviations from a planet's trajectory or peculiar idiosyncrasies exhibited by a zoological specimen can be ignored. This attitude is reversed in the evidential paradigm. Here, anomalies and aberrations become the source of new knowledge. As Ginzburg noted, the evidential paradigm has ancient antecedents, hunters and trackers who learned to discern in the smallest detail broken branches, footprints, a trace of fur or hair, the signs of their quarry were already operating within this mode. Long experience endowed with the practitioners of this art with an almost preternatural ability to detect such clues. In the guise of one of his more modern and admittedly fictional practitioners, Sherlock Holmes' skill of observation and detection elicit frequent expressions of astonishment from his companion Dr. Watson. Yet, regardless of how uniquely individual Holmes might seem in his combination of English eccentricity, opiate addiction, and confirmed bachelordom, the skilled method and perception he brings to bear upon the cases described by each story represent, in fact, a very general development at this time. The development affected modern nation states who had discovered in the fight against crime a source of legitimacy germane to the society configured by the balance between public order and private freedoms. private freedoms that also extended to the engagement of private detectives to support public bodies in their effort to preserve public order. In the real world, the skill set attributes to Holmes was, in fact, undergoing a process by which it was systematized, institutionalized, professionalized, and disseminated. In fact, Sherlock Holmes stories conform often to logic of a conjuring trick. What at first seems to be the operation of a highly refined, intuitive ability to detect clues and divine motives is explicated in the denouement, even if the audience is often made up of only the admiring Watson and, of course, the reader. The mere fact that Holmes can give a reasoned account of the methods by which he solved the case suggests that there are lessons to be learned here. Lessons, moreover, that can both be applied to future cases and passed on to other budding detectives. Forensics belong to the cohort of practices that were beholden to the evidential paradigm, and that in the late 19th century, and more precisely in the decade 1870 to 80, began to find a place in the disciplines in the social and human sciences. Ginsburg is not so forthcoming in explaining why this decade was so decisive. The prompts, therefore, a further question: what enabled the elevation of a very old technique to the status of a brand of a new science? In lieu of a full answer to the question, it suffices to point out here how Ginsburg's essay on clues linked up with the important inquiry undertaken by Lorraine Dotson and Peter Gallison in Objectivity in 2007. As their work demonstrates, the aspiration of scientists to produce objective knowledge as pursued under the auspices of varying epistemic virtues. These virtues have normatively prescribed how scientists were to conduct their work. In doing so, control, contain, and suppress their objective biases. Thus, the natural philosophers of the 18th and early 19th century adhered to the creed of the truth to nature. They strove to represent nature in accordance with its idealized forms, and in this manner to produce knowledge that would elicit broader recognition as valid. However, in the late 19th and early 20th century, the legitimacy of this mode of representation was challenged. It now seemed to entail a projection of artificial aesthetic norms onto nature. The alternative lay in the attempt to capture nature in all its unadulterated messiness. The growing preferences for this alternative ushered in a regime of what Dotson and Gallison describe as a mechanical objectivity. Scientists were exhorted to effectively recuse themselves from active participation in the representation of nature and to leave this to the more or less mechanical automation of recording devices. Science in this way became representative to all those anomalies and aberrations that previously represented the detritus of the observation process. Objects became specific, individual. They were no longer merely representative of a type. The shift from object as type to object as particular was obviously germane to the scientization of evidential paradigm, whose focus had always fallen on the irregularities and peculiarities of the particular case. The clue, which had in the past been discerned on the basis of almost tacit knowledge, was on the way to being objectified as fact. These thoughts intimate a context linking the rise of Dotson and Gallison's regime of mechanical objectivity with the scientization of Ginsburg's evidential paradigm. Both developments do indeed unfold more or less in parallel. Moreover, they mutually reinforce each other and jointly affect profound changes in the late 19th century production of knowledge, but is tempting to push the inquiry even further by asking about the technical, material, and institutional substrata that supported and promoted these developments. We restrict ourselves to one admittedly negative comment: it was not, or at least not just, photography. The observation seems pertinent, as photography's importance in the emergence of forensics have often been emphasized. The German literary critic and philosopher Walter Benjamin maintains that its invention was no less significant for criminology than the invention of the printing press was for literature. After all, photography provided the means to capture those irregularities and peculiarities that a regime of mechanical objectivity willingly accepted as the assurance of scientific integrity, and that the knowledge-generating practices of the evidential paradigm positively embraced as its raw material. Yet the neat technology determinism that posits photography as the driving force behind this change is belied by the chronology. Curiously, we find that the adoption of a scientific vocabulary encompassing terms such as fact, clue, and theory predate the actual application of photography for identifying recidivist criminals and subsequently for preserving the image of the crime scene with all its morbid details. Theory in the newspapers. The excerpt from the interview with the Attorney General Cook begins with the journalist asking the question, "What is your theory of the assassination?" The possessive pronoun is important. If detectives and other practitioners of the nascent discipline of criminal forensics use theory to earmark certain explanations of provisions of speculation, the possessive pronoun points to a different, or rather additional function that theory fulfilled, this time for journalists. Theory served here as shorthand for reported speech. It denoted an explanation that, at least at the moment the journalist was reporting, was not regarded as authoritative. An example in the aftermath of the later assassination proves illuminating. On November 22nd, 1963, the Texas governor John Connally sat in front of President Kennedy as the presidential motorcade made its way through Dallas. He was seriously wounded by one of the shots fired when the car reached Dealey Plaza. 3 years later in Life magazine, he stated, "They talk about the one bullet or two bullet theory, but as far as I'm concerned, there is no theory." Connally claimed to possess absolute knowledge that he had been wounded by a different bullet to the one that had first wounded Kennedy, yet this knowledge was absolute only to Connally. The journalist from Life magazine maintained a stance of neutrality by continuing to refer to Connally's account of events as a theory throughout the rest of this article. It existed on par with all the other theories. One could perhaps differentiate between theories in terms of plausibility, but there was a basic equivalence in terms of their status as individual and therefore quite possibly subjective explanations. Thus, theory had a role to play first in the practice and then the creed of objectivity that journalists developed throughout the 19th century and into the 20th century. Admittedly, journalism in the 19th century America did not explicitly appeal to objectivity, but its attitude of naive empiricism, as it had been subsequently designated, entailed a devotion to facts that presaged and prepared the way for a fully articulated creed of journalistic objectivity. Facts were nuggets of knowledge whose truth was guaranteed by verifiable correspondence with the external reality. Journalists reported the facts. Their work was neither speculative nor subjective, and yet journalists were always encountering the fact of speculation or subjective viewpoints put forward by others. In this regard, the words of the commentator Walter Whitman are illuminating. The news does not tell you how the seed is germinating in the ground, but it may tell you when the first sprouts breaks through the surface. It may even tell you when somebody says it's happening to the seed underground. It may tell you that the sprout did not come up at the time it was expected. The first sentence affirms an obligation on the part of the journalist to abstain from speculation about what they cannot see and hear, and therefore cannot verify with their own eyes and ears. And yet Lippmann noted in the following sentences, there might be reasons to report on speculations and prognostications so long as they came from others and were not submitted by the journalist themselves. As a useful term for dealing with newsworthy speculation, theory had already established itself as part of the nomenclature of journalism over half a century earlier in the 1860s and 70s. Some examples draw from the mass of speculation on the criminal cases proved illuminating. Page 2 of the Cincinnati Daily Gazette on April 26, 1867, informed its reader about the discovery of bones. Some knowing person pronounced them the bones of a man and speedily devised a theory to account for their being found where they were. They said that the man had evidently been murdered and that hogs had eaten the flesh with other horrible accomplishments. A closer investigation showed, however, that the remains were those of some animal. The inventor of the murder theory said that they knew it would turn out so, and the excitement subsided, with everyone feeling much more comfortable. In the Albany Evening Journal on September 24th, 1875, we read on page 5, the police think that the child has been drowned, but Mr. Sullivan firmly believes in the abduction theory. In an article on page 8 of the New York Times on July 16, 1881, with the headline, One of the Mysteries of Niagara Falls, we read of Olive Rowell, whose body had been found in the river. Upon being retrieved, the body seemed to have a rope around its neck and a bullet hole in the head. The detective pays the widow a visit, which convinces him that there was no conspiracy involving her or any of her family or friends, but the detective finds a motive involving inheritance and becomes suspicious. Starting with this clue, he began to fortify his theory of fraud. Finally, the fraud theory is confirmed when Rowell is found alive. This leaves the journalist wondering whose body was found in the river. It certainly is not that of Rowell. In these examples, we are witnesses not only to the uptake of a theory as part of a scientific vocabulary adopted by forensics, but also to a tendency to combine theory with a possible explanation of the crime. The last example in which the fraud theory was vindicated by the discovery of the living Rowell provides a case that could conceivably have induced the use of a term conspiracy theory, given that the detective first suspected a conspiracy between the widow and her family and friends. Although conspiracy theory is not found in the particular article, a search of the relevant database reveals other earlier cases in which the term does indeed make an appearance. This is hardly surprising in view of the status of conspiracy as a crime in Anglo-American law. Such considerations encouraged a more systematic approach by consulting databases that have digitalized American newspapers from the 19th century. It is possible to gain an appreciation of how theory as a term made inroads into the discourse of crime. Thus, a search of the database of American historical newspapers identifies the following dates as the earliest mentions of conspiracy theory and other terms built on the template: murder theory, 1867; suicide theory, 1871; conspiracy theory, 1874; blackmail theory, 1874; abduction theory, 1875. The database 19th-century U.S. newspaper years the following results: suicide theory, 1863; murder theory, 1871; conspiracy theory, 1873; blackmail theory, 1875; abduction theory, 1882. And find that the same query was directed to the database ProQuest with suicide theory, 1859; murder theory, 1870; conspiracy theory, 1875; blackmail theory, 1875; abduction theory, 1883. Broadly, these results align remarkably well with Ginsburg's claim that forensics, along with other disciplines informed by the evidential paradigm, came of age as a science in the decade of 1870 to 80. Yet they also indicate that the newspapers themselves had adopted theory in their own quest to report on ongoing investigations or trials in an impartial manner. This became obvious by noting that the first mention of conspiracy theory recorded by the database American Historical Newspapers and ProQuest both refer to a specific case, the Beecher-Tilton scandal. The labyrinthine narrative of this scandal was initiated by an allegation of adultery leveled at Henry Ward Beecher, a famous Congressionalist preacher at the Plymouth Church in Brooklyn. The scandal engrossed the attention of the American public from 1872 onward and provoked the countercharge from Beecher that he had been a victim of a conspiracy. This line of defense generated numerous instances of the term conspiracy theory, yet we are dealing here with a civil case that did not involve an appeal to forensic methods of fact-finding. In this context, theory served as a simple device allowing reporters to indicate the speculative and subjective nature of the claims and explanations made by the protagonist in the case. In Matthew, God bless. By contrast, a forensic dimension certainly did not exist to the newspaper reports, which in July 1881 enabled the American public to keep apace with the investigation into the Garfield assassination. In the days after the shooting, the term conspiracy theory appeared frequently to denote the suspicion of a wider complicity linking Guteau to a circle of undiscovered and unidentified associates. Even the signs of Guteau's obvious mental instability were not sufficient to dispel such a suspicion. Some speculated that if Guteau is insane, there is a new method in his madness. There is method in his madness, and that he was but a tool in the hands of others. When in the development that foreshadows the latter shooting of Lee Harvey Oswald by Jack Ruby, Guteau himself becomes the target of an attempt on his life a few days after the trial began in November 1881. Speculation once more arose about a conspiracy. In the words of an article in the St. Louis Daily Globe Democrat, mysterious hints have been thrown out from time to time since the beginnings of the trial of the existence of a desperate band of conspirators who are bound by a terrible oath to risk their individual lives in turn until an end has been reached in Guteau's death. In the opinion of this reporter, it was, however, only the more credulous and sensational who entertained the conspiracy theory. Commenting on the term conspiracy theory. The disparaging attitude towards the conspiracy theory raises the possibility that this article was penned at the same time journalist who, in the days after the original shooting, was responsible for a truly remarkable opinion piece in the same newspaper. It was headed "The Conspiracy Theory." The quotation marks are important. They indicated that the editorial was commenting upon the use of the term by other reporters. Obviously, these reporters believed that the conspiracy theory merited serious consideration, although in the searches I've conducted, the actual instances of such uses have proved frustratingly elusive. Nonetheless, it can only be presumed that they existed, as they prompted the response printed on page 4 of the Tuesday morning edition of the St. Louis Daily Globe Democrat on July 5, 1881. It represents a milestone of sorts, not because it elevated conspiracy theory from a term to a generic concept. Conspiracy theory still retained narrowly circumscribed applicability, referring only to a strand of speculation about Garfield's shooting, but because these 4 paragraphs represent in all likelihood the first time that the term was exposed to any form of reflection or scrutiny. As significant as this is for the development of conspiracy theory, this piece penned by an unknown journalist working for a daily newspaper in Midwestern town, Southern American City, was then co-signed to the silent graveyard of yesterday's news. Most likely it would have remained buried there forever if the development of search algorithms and the digitalization of old issues of the 19th century newspapers had not intervened. The happy convergence of these two developments has made its discovery and retrieval from obscurity possible. The piece begins by referencing the editorial headline. It notes that the Associated Press and a number of newspapers have invented the above phrase conspiracy theory and applied it to the tragedy at Washington. It is used for the most part in a very vague way, but recent political events have given it specific application, and the horrible hint which it conveys is not apt to be lost upon the observing reader. The author of the editorial was perturbed at the political point scoring which seemed to motivate the speculation about the assassination. Indeed, according to the reading, the conspiracy theory was not an immediate stage in an honest attempt to ascertain the truth, but rather a ploy used to cast aspersion and stir up unfounded suspicion. The editorial rounded off the chastisement of those peddling claims of a conspiracy with the following words. The conspiracy theory, if indeed the baseless fragment of the wicked mind can be dignified with the name theory, is by no means the latest of the evils entailed upon the country by the bullet of Guteau. There was infinite wickedness even in suggesting such a thing as possible, and there is absolute diabolism in discussing it affirmatively, all too without a shadow of proof, without even a peg upon which a detective could hang a claim for free. Thank heaven, though, there is one unfailing tribunal before which the conspiracy theory will be tried and condemned to infamy with its authors and designers. It is the good sense of the American people. No such theory will pass muster there. There are numerous aspects of this passage that invite comment, such as the reference to the relatively new job specification of the detective or the confidence in the judgment rendered by the tribunal of public opinion. Here we limit our commentary to 2 points. 1. Conspiracy theory from neutral to pejorative. As a mere term, conspiracy theory did not at this stage carry any connotations, either negative or positive. For this reason, other journalists had presumably felt no inhibitions in submitting their suspicions of a conspiracy under this heading. It is nevertheless remarkable that as soon as the transition is made from the first time from a mode in which the term is simply used to one in which it is commented upon, a decidedly disparaging tone asserts itself. In particular, the author expresses indignation at the way the word theory is transduced by its forced association with the postulate of a conspiracy. The disdain is justified by the absence of even a shadow of a proof, a shadow that, if it did exist, would presumably legitimize the use of the theory in the sense of provisional or tentative explanation. And yet the wickedness of suggesting that such a thing, conspiracy, is possible, one also senses an anticipation of the latter animus that would be directed at conspiracy theories a priori once the concept exists to label them as such. It will then be possible to reject a conspiracy theory as soon as it has been identified and labeled as one. To this point, see the chapters in this book. Over a long term, such an attitude akin to prejudice against explanations invoking conspiracy runs a risk of comprising an open-minded neutrality that ideally should characterize the journalistic ethos. 2. Not enough evil to instigate a conspiracy, but enough evil to insinuate one. Recent works in the field of conspiracy theory study have drawn attention to the curious transition marking the development of many Western liberal societies. Such societies in the course of the 19th and 20th century went from fearing conspiracies to fearing the fear of conspiracies, as manifested most strikingly in the form of conspiracy theories. In considering this reflected form of fear, the words of Franklin Roosevelt in his 1933 inauguration speech inevitably came to mind. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself, and yet the editorial from the St. Louis Daily Globe Democrat marks an earlier, far less prominent way station in this development. Its author obviously felt that there was no evidence suggesting that Garfield had fallen victim to a conspiracy. The wickedness inflicting American politicians was not so infinite, nor the diabolism so absolute to justify considerations of such a possibility. At the same time, the author harbored no doubt about a presence of an evil adequate to the task of inspiring some opportunistic individuals to make such a claim. Conversely, we might add that a conspiracy theory proffered as an explanation for the assassination of an American president contained nothing that was outrageous per se for those Americans who, at later points in history, felt that their society was indeed exposed to nefarious conspiratorial forces that could culminate in such an event. Conclusion. Some of the indignation expressed in the St. Louis Daily Globe Democrat about the term conspiracy theory derived from a sense that the term theory had been co-opted for the guise of impartiality it bestowed upon a biased version of events. In other words, the term was suspected of feigning an objectivity that belied the alternative partisan motives that were the actual source of suspicion of conspiracy voiced by some journalists and writers. One thus can appreciate how DeHaven Smith's conspiratorial suspicions about the concept of a conspiracy theory are, in fact, nothing new. Objectivity itself, however, is not a term regularly used in this context at this time, either among journalists themselves or among those who critique journalism. Their embrace of the concept was one part of an effort undertaken by the profession's later intellectual overseers, such as Lippmann, to make it more scientific. But what explains the sudden appearance of the concept objectivity, even if it is a concept that did not feature in the newspaper articles themselves, but instead played an even more prominent role in the talk about the ideals and standards to be observed by these articles? The answer is interesting. Objectivity began to be observed as a norm of journalism in response to the lack of objectivity that was felt to characterize other news sources, in particular the wartime experience with propaganda and the rising prominence of publicity. Agents in the post-war period had unsettled the old faith that the truth would shine through and automatically triumph over lies and deceit. Lippmann pointed out that the facts of modern life do not spontaneously take a shape in which they can be known. One might still hold that the truth will out, but then, if so, it seemed that the truth would require the helping hand of objectivity. It was as a result of similar logic and contradistinction that a concept of conspiracy theory began to emerge in fits and starts in the 20th century. Here, the contrast was the social science. Social science was a social science, at least in part, because it was not a conspiracy theory. In fact, the discourse about journalistic objectivity and the discourse about conspiracy theories intersected, at least bumped into each other. In a speech given in 1971 by the New York Times journalist Tom Wicker to the Massachusetts Historical Society, it bore the title, "The Tradition of Objectivity in the American Press. What's Wrong with It?" His specific complaint, either out of laziness or habit, or as a result of limited resources, many journalists felt that they fulfilled their duty to be objective by relying on press releases, objective official statements, and interviews with delegated spokespersons. They give rise to the tendency to conflate the official and the objective version. At the same time, Wicker was adamant about one thing: the tendency he lamented was not the result of a conspiracy. Other passages in the speech where Wicker dismisses conspiracy theories and where he appeals to the layman's sociology grounded in the sense of powerful currents at work in the world today and forces that affected the way every person in the world lives, pinpoint the challenge facing professional journalism, namely how to steer a course between the rubber stamped official version and the non-official yet sociological unaccepted conspiracy theory. The challenge for all of us in dealing with conspiracy theories is slightly different and has to do with the fact that our perception of them has 2 points of origin. On the one hand, the concept of the conspiracy theory emerged in the social sciences in the 20th century and carried with it from the beginning a set of negative connotations simply because the social sciences defined themselves in opposition to the kind of explanation associated with the concept of conspiracy theory. Karl Popper represents only one figure within this tradition. On the other hand, has become adamantly clear from this article, the term conspiracy theory was already to be found in newspapers in the 19th century. Here it suggests a plausible postulate of a conspiracy, even if this postulate had, in certain specific circumstances, not been exempt from criticism, as the commentary of the term in the St. Louis Daily Globe Democrat demonstrates. There is thus a polyvalence to conspiracy theory, reconciling the need to dismiss conspiracy theories in the interest of social science with the need to entertain them in the interest of investigating crimes has never been easy. Admittedly, historical semantics will not provide the answer. At the same time, this approach can contribute to a more precise understanding of the fundamental dilemma we face when dealing with conspiracy theories. Okay, so those were 2 articles from this book, Conspiracy Theories and the People Who Believe in Them, from Oxford University. So let me say my prayers real quick, and then I'm going to read one more on conspiracy theories. Okay, let me just check my messages. Okay, so I just check my eBay, do my messages. I'm going to say quick prayer. Good to see you, John. John and John, the two Johns, New Orleans and Williams. Okay, so just checking my eBay. Okay, yeah, I got one left on the conspiracy theory. I thought this history was pretty interesting. So today we're just covering the history of conspiracy theories. I'm going to do like a deep dive afterwards, as much as I have energy, into sociology, and then sometime over the next few weeks, I'm going to do a much deeper dive into conspiracy theories. But so today is just kind of the history of the term and some, in the study of the field. Okay, so this is more like a mainstream article, and that gives a completely pejorative take of conspiracy theories, like the Adorno, Hofstadter approach that people believe in conspiracy theories because they have a pathological personality problems, and like conspiracy theories are a danger to society. So that's why I read those two articles on the longer history from the book to show a more neutral approach, and Duvid's more neutral towards conspiracy theory, or even positive. I take even a positive view towards conspiracy theory. It's good to be conspiratorial. It's good to think of like the multiple truth hypothesis. It's good to think of alternative hypotheses and to examine alternative hypotheses. But this is more from the mainstream literature. This is recent 2023 trends, a review of conspiracy theory research, definitions, trends, and directions for future research. The profusion of conspiracy theories in recent social and political discourse is alarming. As a response to the increasingly concerning problem, there is a rapidly growing multidisciplinary literature on conspiracy theories and conspiratorial thinking. In this article, I review the state of scholarship on conspiracy theories and its related concepts. I begin with a definition of conspiracy theories and key terms related to their communication and belief. Then the article turns to research on the spread, correlates, and the consequences of conspiratorial beliefs, highlighting important findings and trends in research. Lastly, I discuss areas where research is lacking and future scholarly efforts should be placed. Altogether, this text provides much needed assessment and sorting of a rapidly evolving field of research that expands across several disciplinary boundaries. Introduction. The profusion of conspiracy theories in recent social and political discourse is alarming. Indeed, recent survey data suggests that more than 71% of Americans have firsthand knowledge of at least one conspiracy theory related to COVID-19 pandemic. Similarly, 21% believe that a secret organization rules the world, 23% are confident that the September 11th terror attacks were an inside job, and 27% agree that the government is hiding aliens in Area 51. These false beliefs are problematic, especially when they influence behavior like adherence to public health guidelines during a global pandemic and undermine trust in key democratic institutions such as elections. As a response to the increasingly concerning threat of conspiracy beliefs posed to democracy, there's been significant efforts made to build a multidisciplinary literature of conspiracy theories and conspiratorial thinking. Indeed, scholars from a wide range of disciplines have examined the topic through political, psychological, historical, and cognitive lenses, to name but a few. These scholarly efforts have extensively focused on defining conspiracy theories, identifying their correlates and consequences, as well as understanding how they are communicated and spread. At this point, in the development of the academic literature, it's worthwhile to pause and reflect on the state of the research as well as the debates that have emerged. To put it simply, scholars have been building the pieces of the puzzle one by one. Now a synthesis is required to put these pieces together, locate areas that may have conflicting parts, and find out where some sections are missing. This is a crucial undertaking to reorganize the research agenda and ensure its evolution is optimized in the future. In this article, I review the state of scholarship on conspiracy theories and its related concepts. I identified 3 goals for this piece: to understand how key terms are defined, to highlight and make sense of the key findings of the literature, and to identify areas where less research has been done and where scholarly efforts should focus going forward. Altogether, this text provides a much-needed assessment of the sorting of a rapidly evolving field of research that spans across several disciplinary boundaries. Defining key concepts. At the center of the study of conspiracy theories is the question of definition. What do we mean by the term conspiracy theory? Broadly speaking, a conspiracy theory is an attempt to make sense of notable events by placing responsibility on a secret plot perpetrated by an influential individual or group. Conspiracy theories therefore seek to explain significant social and political events through secret schemes orchestrated by influential agents. For example, COVID-19 conspiracies postulated that wealthy individuals at the head of pharmaceutical companies plotted to create and release the virus in order to increase their profits through vaccine development. In this specific case, conspiracy believers tried to make sense of this significant event, global pandemic, by blaming a secret group of powerful individuals, pharmaceutical executives. This example brings us to another term which warrants a definition: conspiracy beliefs. While a conspiracy theory relates to the content of a specific conspiratorial explanation, conspiracy belief refers to the belief or acceptance of said theory. Conspiracy beliefs are therefore central to our understanding of conspiracy theories, since they are the core value used to measure their plausibility and reach. For instance, 37% of Canadians believe that there is a secret group of people working to replace the population with immigrants, and 13% of believe that Microsoft is using microchips to track human behavior. Simply put, conspiracy beliefs relate to individual adherence to conspiratorial explanations. They are the action of believing one or many conspiracy theory. In addition to the concepts defined above, it's necessary to elaborate on the notion of conspiratorial thinking, sometimes referred to as a conspiracy mindset or conspiracy mentality. The concept of the conspiracy thinking refers to the idea that some individuals are predisposed to believe in conspiracy theories. To put it simply, the term conspiratorial thinking was introduced to explain the predisposition of certain people to favor conspiratorial explanations. Individuals with high levels of conspiratorial thinking are therefore more likely to adhere to conspiracy theories of all sorts. Recent research clearly distinguishes between specific conspiracy beliefs and conspiratorial thinking, stating that a general conspiracy mindset is more stable and less malleable than a specific conspiracy beliefs. According to Imhoff 2022, conspiracy mentality is typically thought of as an enduring individual disposition to interpret the world and events therein. Specific conspiracy theories arise in response to specific events unfolding and seek to provide an explanation. In other words, some individuals may believe in a specific conspiracy theory due to contextual and extrinsic factors, while others believe in conspiracies because they are intrinsically more susceptible to believe in them. Trends in conspiracy theory research. Having defined the core concepts of the literature, I now turn to 3 main trends in conspiracy theory research: the spread communication of conspiracies, the correlates of conspiracy beliefs, and the consequences of believing in conspiracy theories. Communication and spread of conspiracy theories. Research on the spread of conspiracy theories focused on 2 key elements: the communicators and the platforms of communication. Those who actively engage in the propagation of conspiracy theories are identified as conspiracy theorists. Researchers consider these theorists to be the source of much of the discussion around specific conspiracy theories. These actors are the primary propagators of conspiratorial messaging on social media platforms and news media. Notable examples of conspiracy theorists include political figures such as Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin, but also news anchors like Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson. When it comes to means of communication, recent research highlights the significance of news media and online platforms in creating communities where users are exposed to conspiracies. The reach of news media, in particular from partisan news sources, facilitates the spread of conspiracies among partisans. Conspiracy theories can rely on partisan news anchors to offer them a platform to which communicate with potential conspiracy believers. In countries with highly polarized news organizations, such as the United States, news platforms allow conspiracies to spread rapidly to an already conspiracy-prone audience. The consumption of information related to conspiracy theories on social media is widespread due to the open nature of these platforms. Studies show that Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube and Reddit have adopted content moderation policies which segregate the information environment and creates echo chambers where users are exposed to content that consolidates their conspiratorial beliefs. This phenomenon of echo platforms is recent and deserves further consideration in the literature on conspiracy theories. Research in this area of conspiratorial communication is limited in breadth, focusing on the main social media platforms present in consolidating democracies. More research, therefore, needs to be done looking at other social media outlets such as Parler, Rumble, Telegraph, VK, and WeChat. This is especially true considering the salience of conspiracy theories on these platforms. Who believes in conspiracy theories? The bulk of the literature on conspiracy theories is focused on the reasons why individuals adhere to these conspiratorial explanations. Over time, three categories of correlates emerged: psychological explanations, political factors, and cultural determinants. Psychological explanations of conspiracy beliefs focus on individual difference factors and personality factors. A recent meta-analysis of personality correlates identifies several individual psychological factors as determinants of conspiracy beliefs. Overall, individuals who possess narcissistic or antisocial traits have low self-esteem, are religious or spiritual, and those who suffer from paranoia or schizotypy are the most likely to adhere to conspiracy theories. Correlates of conspiratorial thinking also include cognitive factors. The need for cognitive closure, for instance, has been found to be an important predictor of belief in conspiracy theories. Individuals who have a higher need for cognitive closure will be more likely to use conspiracy theories to explain events and satisfy their closure needs. Low cognitive skills have also been attributed to higher conspiracy beliefs, with analytical thinking and deliberation exercises reducing individual adherence to conspiratorial explanations. In terms of the political factors which contribute to conspiracy beliefs, political ideology and partisanship stand out as the most studied. In the political arena, conspiracies can easily be weaponized to discredit the opposition or explain the failures of co-partisans. The big lie conspiracy theory, which posits that the 2020 U.S. presidential election was stolen and that Donald Trump is the rightful winner, is a great example of the utilization of conspiracy theories to account for political losses. Ideology can also make the difference when being exposed to conspiratorial claims. Individuals with strong ideological dispositions will be more likely to develop conspiracy beliefs or conspiratorial theories to support their ideology. Recent research shows that individuals situated at ideological extremes are most susceptible to conspiratorial explanations, with those on the extreme right leading the way in terms of conspiracy beliefs. Other political factors include populist attitudes and anti-establishment sentiments. These attitudes are especially important for beliefs in political conspiracies such as the Big Lie or the assassination of John F. Kennedy. The third category consists of the role of culture in framing conspiracy beliefs. Research in this area is still in the nascent stages, but initial studies indicate that cultural factors play a crucial role in the development of individual conspiracy beliefs. The effect of these factors is observable in the correlation between certain cultural values and conspiracy beliefs. Collectivism, masculinity, and power distance values are related to greater belief in conspiracy theories. Some research has also delved into the role of political culture and collective paranoia in explaining conspiracy beliefs. The U.S., for instance, is found to have a political culture which promotes a paranoid style of politics and increases belief in conspiracy theories. The consequences of conspiracy beliefs and conspiratorial thinking. Believing in conspiracy theories can have several potential consequences. In recent years, researchers have considered the consequences of conspiracies related to the COVID-19 pandemic on subsequent attitudes and behaviors. Most importantly, belief in COVID-19 conspiracies affected individual adherence to public health guidelines, as well as support of non-approved remedies such as hydroxychloroquine. Moreover, support for COVID-19 conspiracies is related to vaccine hesitancy and discriminatory attitudes towards vaccinated individuals. While the COVID-19 pandemic has occupied a large place of the research on the effects of conspiracy theories, several scholars have also looked at the potential consequences of conspiracy beliefs in general. For instance, believing in political conspiracy theories has been found to negatively affect institutional trust and overall attitudes towards democracy. With that being said, there is an apparent lack of research on the consequences of conspiracy beliefs on political behavior. Researchers have yet to explore the effects of believing in conspiracy theories on key variables such as political participation, civil disobedience, and vote choice. Direction for future research. The literature on conspiracy theory is relatively recent, with most of the articles published on the topic having been written in the last 15 years. As a result, many questions have yet to be addressed. In this section, I identify 4 areas of development for future research. First, I find very little comparative research on conspiracy theories. Of the available comparative literature, most rely on this methodology to answer generalist questions. A recent published article has explored cross-national differences in conspiracy beliefs, but focused exclusively on North American and European cases. This further highlights the fact that literature is primarily U.S.-focused or Western-focused. Comparative research could be used in answering several questions regarding the contextual factors which may influence conspiracy beliefs. For instance, are there cultures which foster greater conspiratorial thinking? Such early research suggests that conspiratorial theories may be dependent to a certain extent on the cultural context of its followers. Specifically, in 2021, find that vertical collectivist values favor the development of beliefs in intergroup conspiracy beliefs, the idea that foreign states are interfering in one's own state. Future research should expand on this literature by looking at the cultural determinants of conspiracy theory and cross-national perspective. Do cultural specific characteristics shape the way in which conspiracy theories emerge? For example, can we expect differences in the development and popularity of conspiracy theories based on the individual versus collective cultures? It could be expected that societies with strong individualist values will see the emergence of more conspiracy theories than those with strong collectivist values, but that the latter cultures will see a faster and larger spread of conspiracies. These questions and hypotheses certainly deserve further consideration. Second, there is a lack of research on conspiracy theories outside of consolidated Western democracies. Existing studies looking at conspiratorial thinking in the Middle East and elsewhere are outdated and were not based on the most recent empirical and epistemological developments. As a result, it is desirable that future research consider conspiracy theories in non-Western case studies as well as through a global cross-national perspective. Doing so would broaden the scope of the conspiracy theory literature, as well as create a more inclusive international interdisciplinary scholarship. Third, researchers need to push further their inquiries into the consequences of conspiracy beliefs and conspiratorial thinking. As it stands, the research focus is on the effects of such beliefs in the context of specific events. Political sciences thus must bridge the current divide between the political behavior and conspiracy theory literatures. Recent research has begun exploring the role of conspiracy theories in motivating violence at the individual and collective levels. In fact, Vighetti and Litvey 2022 find that conspiracy theories are related to attitudes towards political violence. Scholars should pay more attention to how conspiracy theories may influence politically relevant behavior, such as voting, protesting, and political violence. Conspiracy theories attacking elections may have significant impacts on turnout, acting as demobilization force for their believers. Similarly, it can be expected that election-related conspiracies lead to increased desire to protest violently or peacefully. Electoral results, these hypotheses, are extremely relevant to the current political situation of many countries and should be considered for further research. Moreover, research on the consequences of conspiracy beliefs has focused almost exclusively on behavior or attitudinal effects. As Douglas 2017 points out, more research should be done to examine the individual psychological consequences of conspiracy beliefs. Such beliefs may very well have positive repercussions on individuals by satisfying key psychological motives. On this topic, it is clear that there are important relations and hypotheses that have yet to be explored. Lastly, more effort should be made to diversify the methodological approaches used in conspiracy theory research. The use of longitudinal surveys could be particularly useful in understanding the evolution of conspiracy beliefs, as well as the potential for existing conspiracy beliefs to motivate future adherence to conspiracy theories. A longitudinal approach could also be helpful to examine the role of socialization in the spread of conspiracy theories. Existing longitudinal studies focus on specific medical or psychological phenomenon that cannot be generalized to the conspiracy theory literature as a whole. Additional approaches which should be considered include qualitative research methods such as interviews, ethnography, and content analysis. Such methods would be beneficial in grasping mechanisms that are less easily observable through quantitative methods. Examples of these mechanisms include the creation of conspiracy theories, as well as the role of communities in spreading conspiracies. For instance, ethnographic field research could explore the community-based factors which promote conspiracy beliefs. Interview-based studies could provide much-needed outlooks into the roles, motivation, and techniques of conspiracy theorists from various backgrounds. Meanwhile, content analysis could explore trends in the topics of conspiracy theories. In sum, the literature would benefit from a diversification of its methodological approaches. Okay, so that concludes this week's analysis of conspiracy theories. Jen, if you want to hop on and talk for a few minutes about conspiracy theories, and then I'll go into my research on sociology, all stuff from Wikipedia. I'll just put in the chat. I have 3 longer articles on conspiracy theories that hope to get to. If you want to pop on and chat a few minutes, John, otherwise I'll go into. So here, what are conspiracy theories? A definitional approach to their correlates, consequences, and communication, from 2022. All 3 of these are long, so it'll probably be, one stream. I'll plan on getting through all of these. Here, individual, intergroup, and national level influences on belief in conspiracy theories. This is Douglas, who was one of the main authors. In recent times, this is also 2023. So, kind of like groundbreaking recent research. And this one's a chapter from a book, Understanding Conspiracy Theories. Also, Karen Douglas, one of the main authors, Uzinski from the public editor of the Oxford book. And, so these are all long, detailed studies on conspiracy theory. So one of these coming up weeks, probably the next 2 or 3 weeks, probably like this week and next week and maybe the week after, I'm going to be reading things from Wikipedia, just kind of concepts from sociology. And then after that, or maybe in between, I will go to say, John? John? You muted? You there? Yeah, John's not that common of a name for Jews. You're related to John the Baptist.
Yeah, you can hear me?
Christian name. I mean, you Orthodox Jews, you almost never meet a John. Like among Jews in general, like anglicized American Jews, John, like kind of common, but just because John the Baptist, you wouldn't tend to find Orthodox Jews, and even like a Jonathan, like Hebrew names that could be referred to as John. Very rarely would you find an Orthodox Jew, using the English name John. How's it going, John? Been a while. Any updates on your end that you want to share?
Well, I like to talk about conspiracy theorists and
well, if you want to just update on your streaming or activity before you do that.
Oh, I have not been doing any streaming, any online activity probably in the past couple of months. I haven't really been on anywhere in the past couple of months. I just haven't been doing it. I just haven't been into it. I got my little Rumble account that I do my cooking and gardening updates on and stuff like that, and silly little stories out of the local newspaper. But I've been staying offline. I haven't been appearing anywhere.
Do you get interactions or not much commentary or Rumble?
No, I'm getting under 100 views each video. I'm not getting now there's some live channels. There's a lot of activity on Rumble. For those of y'all who haven't seen Rumble yet, Rumble's got a lot of activity on it. Like right now, there's a live stream on Rumble with over 1,000 people watching it. There's several of them. So there's a lot of people over there. Yeah, I don't understand why more people don't jump over there, because they're being demonetized and censored on YouTube. Why not just jump over to Rumble?
Well, I'm paying for StreamYards, and I should be able to simulcast to Rumble, and I set it up, but it didn't work. And for a period of time, the videos after I streamed them were uploading to Rumble. So they upload. So like I'm live right now on Twitter, and afterwards my video will appear on BitChute. But some reason I had problems with Rumble. But I should technically be able to multicast and be live on Rumble also. I think Luke has his
Luke's
set up
on.
for that.
Yeah, Luke's on.
But yeah, like I haven't bothered yet. Like maybe I could sit down and figure out why it's not working. At some point I'll probably do that. But yeah, I thought the concept of conspiracy theory would be interesting to you. Did you listen to the whole history of like the origins of the term related to forensic science in the 1870s and murder investigations?
No, I just tuned in probably in the
Okay,
past
well I read 3
10
papers.
minutes.
Like the first was the long end history. So actually Karl Popper, the teacher to George Soros, the Open Society, was one of the first to, they call like the pathologizing view of conspiracy theories, that like there's something negative psychology that causes people to look into conspiracy theories, and it's a threat to society. That like Karl Popper was one of the first people to write an article after World War II about conspiracy theories, and like Douglas Hofstadter, who I think Gödel Escher Bach furthered the view that conspiracy theories like Theodore Adorno and the Frankfurt School looked like as conspiracy theories is this the negative thing that leads to the collapse of society and as a result of bad personality traits. But there were some neutral observers, in conspiracy theory, to modern times where there's some scholarship that is neutral, just how the mind interprets information, and just trying to understand the nature between cause and effect, and accepting the dominant narrative versus proposing your own. And I read the first terms of the case. Conspiracy theory first appears in like the 1870s with the assassination of President Garfield, and like the question whether the guy who did it was just some psychologically disturbed person or there are others involved, and like conspiracy in terms of the rise of forensic science and journalism, where it's like who did it, like Sherlock Holmes. So the conspiracy is it's just a theory of who did it. And so I thought that was interesting. The last article is like the mainstream narrative type stuff you hear now, where like conspiracies are demented right wing people that are being misled by people who want to destroy society. But I mean that in line with
Patriotism.
So,
It's found a home in patriotism.
yeah, I mean, just say like most things are unknown. So you have like conspiracy theory where supposedly things are known, and if you don't accept the mainstream narrative explanation, then it's a conspiracy, especially when you're implying that there's elite forces behind the scenes that are the cause of events. And most conspiracy theories focus on the cui bono, who benefits. So if you look like Samantha Woll, there's we got a legitimate murder mystery here where there's multiple plausible suspects, and you say, well, conspiracy mean like a cover up or a conglomeration of stronger forces, like the classical sense of a murder mystery conspiracy theory, like the Samantha Woll case would be a prime example, as opposed to just like any political case or the Trump assassination. Was it just this one deranged person, or was he a patsy involved for other people? And so the conspiracy mean that he wasn't the lone actor, versus most like counter Semite conspiracy theorist or political power basis. Their theory is almost exclusively based on the who benefits analysis, and saying, well, who benefits from this occurring, and therefore they're probably the one who did it. And if the Jews are the most, like the Deborah Lipstadt, anti-Semitism is a conspiracy theory that Jews secretly want to run the world or have power, or is trying to subvert humanity into eventually being slaves. And then any type of event is largely based on who benefits, who might be Jewish, and how they might have manipulated things for the larger Jewish benefit.
Yeah, it seems to People are angry. You're right. It attaches to this negative mindset. People are angry and they want somebody to blame for all the problems that are happening in America to their life and why they're paying so much for groceries and this, that, and the other. And they don't want to take a good look at themselves. They want to, it's just more convenient to blame, a faceless entity, something, halfway across the world, a secret group that is, in control of everything. And it's kind of like I said earlier, it's taken a home in the patriotism, the whole patriot movement. I mean, it just made a home there, because everybody wants to blame everyone except for their own local leaders and who are complicit in a lot of these things that are happening. And plus it's exciting. It's exciting to have like who shot Trump. Nobody wants to believe that it was just this one 20-year-old kid who just slipped past. He was in some little shit town in Michigan, a little shit town police department, and he just slipped right through and took a shot at the guy. And everybody wants to believe the Iranians are involved or the Jewish cabal and this, that, and the other. And obviously the Rothschilds want to take out Donald Trump, and they just, everything's kind of going to, well, let's blame. It's a negative mindset. Let's blame someone, and no personal accountability whatsoever for themselves or with anything that's going on.
I think it's just one piece of the puzzle, because you're looking at, okay, uncertainty, and there's a large world where we have very little control over what's happening. So if you're looking at things that are way bigger than us, like power structures, like I refer to like the low and high birth, and saying, okay, well, you took low birth, like, you don't necessarily know what's going on at City Hall or in Washington or in the big businesses. How would you know? Your parents didn't teach you those things, and you could, just say, okay, well, I took low birth. I'm never going to understand these things. I'm just a working class guy, and you're like, I don't follow politics, or I don't understand that stuff. Versus trying to have some conception where I have control over my life and I understand how these processes work. And so just a general education, general understanding versus localized conspiracies about your friends and families and institutions that you're involved with. I was thinking, like, a childhood memory. I had one friend who was black, and I remember one day we were playing Risk at my house, the board game Risk. And he like, you guys are conspiring against me because I'm black. And like, Risk is the kind of game that you could conspire, like, right, like two people could team up to eliminate another person in Risk. And so, you could say, like, well, yeah, you could conspire at Risk if, like, we had, a group of us, we were playing Risk, and we decide to team up and knock another guy out. You could call it, well, that's a conspiracy. We teamed up to knock the other guy out. And then to add on it, not only you conspired to team up against me, but you did that because I'm black. Like the anti-Semitism, or thinking like, okay, the downtown synagogue. I had a direction. I wanted to take the synagogue, and there was another group of people that had a different direction that they wanted to take the synagogue, and there were elections, and then there was a substantial change, and a lot of that happened behind the scene without my knowledge. So, like, certainly there was like me and a group of people who had one direction we wanted to take things, and there was another group of people who had a different direction that they wanted to take things, and we weren't included in their meetings. And like, eventually they took power and took it in the that direction, and somewhat forced me and my crew out, who were trying to take it in a different direction. And you say, well, because it was a power struggle, there was a conspiracy, and there were winners and losers. And so I talk like anti-Semitism, group conflict. Well, I was going to read a whole bunch of stuff today, furthering like the sociology of group conflict. And so most people, like the conspiracy theories, like you're saying, they're thinking of like national politics, money, banking. Like, why are the rules the way they are? And like, there's these like elite, very powerful people that are way bigger and distant from me. And like, okay, you might know a few Jews, and they're more connected than I am, but like they're just small Jews compared to like the big Jews that are somewhat indicative of the small Jews that I might know, versus globalist or other people that and saying it's just a predictive explanatory explanation. So if you're talking like like not taking personal responsibility, like why are these people the ones in power that are doing things behind the scenes that direct the way that we live our lives, versus how come we're not the ones in power that are acting and saying, well, if I were doing it, I would do it out in the open. I wouldn't conspire behind closed doors. I would be on stream and having public meetings and talking it out with everybody. But I'm not in power. I don't know. Maybe if I was in power, I would say that's not plausible. I'd have to do it behind closed doors. Um, but even just saying like personal responsibility, like how come how come I'm the employee, not the boss? How come I'm the guy following rules that other people set, as opposed to making rules that other people follow? And if you did take more personal responsibility, rejected the conspiracy theories, you would say, well, how come I'm the one who's suffering from other people's conspiracy theories as opposed to conspiring against others? I'll make one last point. When I day traded, um, there were like such high fees, and like these guys really raked it in. They pass on the fees, and like you don't know like how much they're making, but it turns out like they were like really reaming us. They were like overcharging us such a high amount, and like my superior eventually got promoted to the next level where they opened the books to him, and like so he's meeting management and he's seeing the books, and he's like, oh my god, you're making that much money off of us. And then so like the guys at the next level of management, like, yeah, but one day you'll get to do that to other people. And so, well, I mean, the level of the conspiracy, like eventually you'll be in on the conspiracy theory, and it's just like, I wanted to trade, I just had to pay the fees, I wanted to be part of it, and like, what the hell, like, like, I mean, like, I was taking like $1,000 out of the market a day, and like I was paying like $500+. I was paying like half the money in fees, and like, yeah, I mean, like, and like it turns out like the people like people I knew right in front of me, like they were making like 70% of that money. Like they were just pocketing it, and like I didn't know, like I couldn't negotiate because I didn't have, like, I mean, it's the nature of business. Like, I'm selling stuff on eBay. Well, how much did you pay for that? Well, I'm not going to tell you, because I told you you're going to try to drive the price down. So like at some point you get higher up on the rung, and then you have that information. You're not going to share it, just because you used to be screwed by the system, rather than share and be honest, like you thought they should have been with you. You're going to be part of the conspiracy and screw the next level down, just like you were screwed. And so that's kind of like the conspiracy of management to not reveal prices, to keep prices artificially high, because if management made aware to the customer the next level down what the prices really were, that would drive prices down. So there has to be a conspiracy among management to not share that information. And it's a simple like who benefits analysis. Like by doing that, they could make way more profit. So I mean, these are the type, like, it's in the same school of conspiracy theories, but these are applicable. And you say, okay, that's like your personal responsibility. Like, okay, like, did my friend boss screw me? Or he just like, no, he wanted to make money, and he like these were market rate prices. And he's like, well, market rate? Like you're doubling, like that much is market rate? Well, like, yeah, that's market rate. Like I'm running a business to make money. That's market rate. Like, yeah, if you had known, if I, like I mean, I don't know if you would put like that level to everyday conspiracy theories, like the price at your local grocery, to your business transactions, to these things that like are way above us, like international politics, national politics,
personal freedoms. the working class is in debt, and they don't have too much but their personal freedom. So when you start seeing these gun regulations, oh wow, who is behind this? Who are these gun regulations? And instead of putting the blame where it belongs, which is like your local sheriff, the police unions, the ATF itself, who just with the bump stock. I don't know if you've been following this, Duvit, with guns, but all the gun owners are having hissy fits right now because these certain gun stocks that they own are now illegal. And it's not an actual law. It's just a regulation that the ATF come up with. But certainly those Israeli Jews are behind this. You see, they don't want to blame. Well, my local sheriff, well, he actually endorsed. They call it the bump stock or something. It causes the firearm to shoot fully automatic. That my local sheriff's also against it, and I vote him in. And so you have but they give up control. Oh, I don't want to, my local sheriff's a nice guy, or I don't want to blame him. I just rather blame the people halfway across the world who I have no control over, because that's the negative mindset that conspiracy theory people have, and they just don't
It's
want
the
to take
loser's
personal
mindset. That's
right. Correct.
say like, why can't I do what I want to do? And
Well,
saying because there's these nefarious actors out there that are preventing me, and so say like, well, get involved, try to change things, or try to understand that the reason that the rules are there that are preventing me from doing what I want to do, or perceived successes that I see other people have, that like, well, how come I'm single, how come I don't have a girlfriend, or how come this guy's girlfriend's prettier than my girlfriend, or the money, or any one of these type of things, where you're just looking at my perceived failures and perceiving my failures are because these rules that are imposed upon me. And like, it's hard to understand the nature of rules imposed upon you. You're like, well, there's government, there's society, social contract, but like, end of the day, there's these rules that are imposed upon me, and that upon all of us, and saying that they might appear to be unfair, and why our perceived failures, as opposed to looking in ourselves for, so if you're high in agreeableness and you're like, well, there's rules and I'm just going to conform to the rules, and even if the rules aren't all that fair, uh so that's one of like the big five traits. People are highly disagreeable, are more likely to believe in conspiracies, just because like, well, I want to do it this way, why should I be able to? Well, there's rules, and well, who cares? Like, what are you so scared of? Just break the rules. Like, no, like, you break the rules, eventually they're gonna come after you, they're gonna get you. So just like, conspiracy theory is natural because there's an aversion to power. There's an aversion to rules being enforced upon you. And then there's also like, you're looking at conspiracy theory like as an excuse for failure, an excuse for not achieving what you wanted to achieve.
And not participating, and not actually participating in the change, just blaming a group of people across the world and say, well, I can't do anything about it, because these powerful groups of people are doing this. Instead of saying, well, no, I have a choice. I can vote. I can vote this election. I can voice my opinion about the bump stock or whatever it is. But they just want to blame, this invisible group of people. And it's a collective mindset. That's why Alex Jones got so popular. It's just
and saying that, well, you're putting like, I'm trying to be neutral about it without the pejorative. So you're saying there's rules, and rules are enforced upon us, and the perception is that some of these rules enforced upon us are unfair. And then saying, so what's the nature and origin of these rules? So he's like, well, the system's fair, and you could be part of the rule-making process, and rather than joining the rule-making process, you're casting dispersion on the whole process. And you say, well, I'm libertarian, so like, yeah, I'm going to cast dispersion on the whole rule-making process. I don't want to vote. I don't want to be part of it. And so I'm looking at anybody trying to enforce these rules upon me as a personal threat. And if it's not, conspiratorial in terms of like the nature and origin of the rules and the rule enforcers. So if you just study sociology, or like, well, there's going to be rules, there's going to be rule enforcers, there's going to be people who took higher or lower birth, people of more or less power. There's going to be power structures, social institutions, and you're going to have a certain level within those that will increase or decrease with time or with your own effort. And so, conspiratorial, like I'm looking at conspiratorial thinking is a process towards uncovering the truth. Because like you need a theory. You're born and like your mom just tells you don't do this, don't do that. And some of the stuff you want to do anyways. And like, sometimes you might be able to get away with breaking the rule and not get caught. Other times maybe you get caught and you get punished. And then eventually, you come to your own understanding of self-regulation within the rules. So I mean, conspiracy, like just simple, like, well, your mom said don't do this, but you figured out that you could get away with breaking her rules and cover up the fact that you're breaking her rules. And you say, well, is it conspiracy? You say, well, did your mom do a conspiracy against you? It's like, no, I mean, she just wanted to do her best as a mom and gave a list of rules that that she wanted you to follow for your benefit and her benefit, even though maybe a lot of those versus the larger part of society. And so I mean, conspiracy, just thinking like, well, I think this rule's dumb and I'm going to try to come up with a way of not following it. Or somewhat, well, I don't understand the nature of this rule, I'm going to follow it even though I think it's dumb. Versus like sometimes you say, well, what's the nature and origin of this rule? So I mean, the conspiracy theory is just this process of elimination of trying to figure out the answers to bigger and better questions that are beyond us. So that's why I take even a positive view towards conspiracy thinking. But I mean, some cases where a person is insistent, like I figured it out, like it's no longer a theory, it's like a conspiracy law, where just like, well, I don't really understand the nature of power structures. I've done some research and I think it's the Jews or I think it's the globalists. And like, that's my answer. I'm sticking with it. And you say, well, you could also say that even there, saying, well, okay, like that's just life. You have to make your decisions in life. And like, it's like, okay, that's your answer. You're sticking with it. And you say, well, you came up with the wrong answer from my perception. Maybe that leads us to conflict because I have one understanding of how the world operates and you have a different understanding of how the world operates. Because I think this rule is fair and should be enforced, and you think that this rule is unfair and shouldn't be enforced, and that one of us is either going to break or follow certain rules or norms. So I mean, I'm quite a bit neutral on this stuff and just say like live and let live. People understand and interact with the world in their own way. We could agree to disagree. And my mind, like I said in Luke Ford a few weeks ago, we were talking about it. Like I naturally, may like due to high IQ, chess player mindset, like I just generate possibilities instantaneously, no matter what the situation. And many of those are conspiracy theories. Like, well, what's your motivation, John? I don't know your motivation. I mean, you might tell me your motivation and say, well, is he being honest? That's his motivation. Does he even know his own motivation? Could I generate other possibilities of your motivation? And, will there be some sort of logical process to say what's likely? So I can say like, there's a whole host of possibilities. Maybe you're secretly trying to trick me and screw me. Maybe you're, my friend or benefit. So, I mean, just naturally the mind is going to play through these possibilities and build up evidence and contradictions to any of these possibilities. And, what's to differentiate one from being a conspiracy theory to the other? Like, you never liked me. You were always dishonest. You were always using me. Versus you're even the opposite side. Like, like even though, like she really likes me, even though it's obvious she doesn't like me, like, really, like, just, I mean, that's just how the mind operates.
Yeah, it is. It's that I guess it's just naturally in us to wonder and to blame people and it's just I don't know if I could be neutral about it. I think it's a form of negativity in a way. I mean, outside of just being generally curious about things, I think that it starts, when you get two or more people together and they start bad mouthing an individual or a subject and they kind of, sticks together. It's almost like it's a human trait that a negative human trait that we use in some form of negative type of bonding with one
Or it's
another.
neutral. It's just the mind. You could try to quiet the mind, but the mind naturally is trying to understand the world. And in order to do that, you need theories. And you say, well, if you're educated, what's the dominant theory? What's the socially accepted theory? What are these people telling me? So, like at first, like you're when you're young, your mom's the first person to impose a bunch of rules on you, and a lot of those rules, like, well, I don't want to follow them. They don't make sense to me, or I just have a disposition not to do it. Versus, as we get older, we have societal rules, health recommendations, and then at some point it's just your own prerogative, your own personal responsibility that our lives are better the better we understand the world, and our mind is naturally like a problem-solving mechanism that is naturally just trying to understand, like, who is this person, what is their motivation, is it good or bad to associate with them. And so, I mean, I just like say it's a natural process of the mind. It's like a chess or something, like, everyone's got a strategy to win. Some strategies are better than other. Like, well, why'd you do that? Well, you had some sort of strategy. Maybe you could have came up with a better strategy. Maybe the strategy wasn't that good, but that's your strategy. So if you say, like, conspiracy theory, that's saying, well, that's how you understand the world. There's better ways to understand the worlds. There might be, if you worked a little bit harder, you might be able to understand the world in a way that would facilitate more of your own personal success. And then versus like dangerous, like, okay, like, not only your conspiratorial thinking dangerous to you, it's dangerous to me.
Well, yeah, it creates
COVID-19. Like, now you're going to refuse to be vaccinated. You're going to refuse to follow these public health recommendations, and now you're putting other people in danger too.
Yes, it's a very, that's why I say it's a negative mindset that it turns into this negative trait where it's just it's a form of blaming other people for things and projection and that's why I always thought of it as a negative mindset as opposed to a neutral mindset. Like I said, outside of general inquiry. When people just get
sometimes we'll say, okay, if society is corrupt, or you're saying if these rules shouldn't be followed, that's the connection between high disagreeableness and conspiracy thinking. Where you think, well, does it benefit you to have a tendency to distrust authority, to not want to follow their rules?
Well, like the thing with the guns is the actual ATF is not following the rules. And instead of the people blaming the ATF and blaming that structure that's behind changing those regulations, they just want to blame a different religion, a different group of people from halfway around the world. Oh, they make these Facebook memes where they have like a dozen senators or so that have dual citizenship with Israel, and they try to draw this conclusion in people's minds that, well, obviously these Israeli senators are behind this new bump stock regulation that the ATF itself initiated. It didn't come from the Senate or anything, but this is just what their mindset is, and this is just and that's just for bump stocks. So we can go with vaccines, this, that, whatever the issue is, but it always goes back to, we're going to blame these groups of people over here, and we're not going to take a look at our own.
Just RG here. People don't tend to associate religion with conspiracy theory, but you could look at religion itself as a conspiracy or religious thinking. And I would say, like, certainly, just like certain conspiracy theories that people on the right or left,
it's very cultish.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that if you're on the right or in a certain group, there's a host of conspiracy theories that are part of like a group identity that people are more likely to believe in. So like, there's superstitious conspiracy theories. So, like I said, when I was a Hasidic Jew, I associated good and bad outcomes that happened to me during the day with my observation of Jewish law. And most people wouldn't refer to that as a conspiracy theory, saying like, well, the reason this bad thing happened to you is because you didn't put on tefillin today, or you didn't pray with enough intention. And you call that, well, most people wouldn't call that conspiracy theory, these like belief in supernatural phenomenon. But you could understand it conspiratorially, like, Kabbalah, or, like Mr. Boston with all his like, instead of like, Q bono, who benefits, some sort of like, well, gematria. Like, the reason this happened to you is because the gematria, because this, number equals this. And I mean, you could call gematria like a conspiracy theory, although, typically that's not how people would, I just say, from my larger, saying you're looking at an alternative explanation. So within Judaism, Kabbalah, Hasidic Judaism, you have largely agreed upon alternative explanations. I'm just reading this book of the Ribnitzer Rebbe, and saying like, the supposed miracle man. And like, I remember when I was in Brooklyn, or, Hasidic, there were like just belief in Rebbes and miracles, and like the blessings did something and could perform miracles. And you could solve like, well, that's conspiratorial thinking. That's like, spiritual nonsense. But like, no, I mean, most people wouldn't call that conspiracy theories, but I think it's the same part of the same psychological phenomenon or mindset. And certain like anti-Semitism, like, you guys are conspiring against me because I'm Jewish, or even just looking at the war and saying like, like, okay, well, they just bombed and they killed 10 children, and saying we have to respond. And so just like, well, who's the we, and what's this like we have to respond? I mean, what's to say that there's a we? Like, isn't it just dumb that there's like one side and another side as opposed to collective humanity? So it's like a conspiracy that to say like there's Jewish identity, and that there's a we that differentiates us from someone else, that we should collectively act together, versus like a course of action. So, I mean, conspiracy theory is hard to define, and it's politicized, generally for disobeying authority. So, like in religious settings where you have that's what one of the research thing like was studying high authority societies. So like in Hasidic Judaism, you have high authority societies. And so like, if you stop believing in your Rebbe, you stop believing in, the Jewish law, the spirituality, and you're saying, well, you start to conspiratorial thinking. Like, hey, this stuff isn't true. Or like, hey, like this cult leader doesn't actually have these supernatural powers. This cult leader doesn't actually care about us. And, you could do that. You could disassociate with Jewish identity in totality. Like, Jewish identity is really meaningless. the leaders of the Jewish community don't have my best interest in mind, and start disassociating. But I would say it's a similar psychological phenomenon, but conspiracy theory is usually limited in colloquial users to politics or law. Sometimes power structures in general, but so I don't ever remember in like closed Jew, like like certainly Hasidim are very conspiratorial thinking type people, and like saying like you can't say anything bad about the Rebbe. I would just like like the controversy of like this guy who but yeah, I mean, I'd say it's the same psychological phenomenon. There's just reasons why the terminology isn't used in those cases.
Sometimes the NFL too, the occasional close game. It's rigged. No, the NFL's rigged. You could have added that in there.
Well, I mean, like the mob, if you can say it's conspiracy, like you're saying, like that, like he purposely was shaving points for gambling purposes.
Yeah, that happens.
And then saying, well, that's a classical conspiracy. So you're claiming that like he purposely.
Yeah, that really happens too.
And I mean, that would be a classical understanding of a conspiracy. But I don't think, most people aren't associating with that like conspiracy theory, but I mean, it's the same type thinking. And if you're thinking about things that don't really affect you. So like,
but it affects
whether the guy
society
who
as a
shot,
whole.
whether the guy, the assassination attempt against Trump was working by himself or not, that doesn't really affect us. Whether like some sports team or something like that, even like international politics. So I mean, you're thinking like the bump stop or something like that. Like, okay, like
That's a big
if you
issue
have
right
one,
now.
if you have one, and like thinking like, but I mean, most of the stuff that people theorize over is above and beyond their pay grade. In general, it doesn't really matter. You spend like January 6th, even elections. Saying like that you like most people are very distant from people in power. So like I said, like your own boss. So the question, can you trust, how much should you trust your own boss, your own partners, your own family, versus your understanding of things that are way above and beyond us. Was it your palm reading now? Trying to read your palm there?
I'm trying to look for this thing right here.
Okay, well, you're just seeing your palm there, but so I mean, yeah, I think most people can think of conspiracy theory about things that are above and beyond that don't really matter to them. So it's a little bit just of a fear of your own power level and our own level, our own uncertainty about how the world operates. As opposed to the things immediate to us, like the immediate power, like when you're in school, teachers, the in crowd power structures in the organizations where we actually regularly participate in, like our schools, religious institutes, clubs, and even like, if you go to a location, like someone's going to be in charge, and it's like, well, why are you in charge? Why you? Well, Yeshiva University. Like, well, I studied, I worked at it. But I mean, I tend to think that most conspiratorial thinking it's speculative about things that are above and beyond people, as opposed to actual conspiracies of people mistreating their friends and associates. So I'm not sure what's up with John, but yeah, I will continue my research into conspiracy theories, I was going to read a whole bunch of like introductory sociology theories, concepts. You have like the reductionism. So I mean, you're reducing to basic concepts of mind and understanding the world, to understanding localized phenomenon, to globalized phenomenon, and the role of conspiracy. So they say like, I don't like talking about politics that much because I mean it's kind of pointless. Even like, well, who are you going to vote for? And even like, kind of like the fallacy of the U.S. American dream election system. Like, well, because you get to decide who your leaders are, because you get to vote, therefore you need to understand all the issues and make your decision about who you're going to vote for, because that's the participation of democracy. When like in reality, like your vote means very little, and your ability to change things in society is very minimal. And especially like you say, like the boomers, people that most people who follow politics spend most of their time following national politics that has very little influence on people's direct lives, as where local politics has a much bigger effect on people's lives. Inversely, like, well, I'm a Jew, I constantly think about Israel. Like like I spend most of my time researching Israel. Is where what does Israel really affect me? Like, okay, maybe I know Jews that go back and forth and we're at war, and these various things. So it looks like we lost John, but appreciate him coming on. And let's jump right back into the research. So let's cover a whole bunch of small ideas here. And appreciate John coming on. We'll talk a different time. So let's look at just a whole bunch of minor concepts. A lot of these are related to group identity. So conspiracy means like the etymology with together, aspire to breathe, implying multiple forces acting together. And like I said, we're talking like Kevin McCairn about group conflict, like the JQ, Kevin McDonald, Judaism as a group evolutionary strategy, versus the simple cognitive elements of acting together as a group in basics of sociology. So let's just read through some basic research. Consensus reality. Consensus reality refers to agreed upon version of reality within a community or society, shaped by shared experiences and understandings. This understanding arises from the inherent differences in individual perspectives or subjectivities relating to knowledge or ontology, leading to uncertainties about what is real. While various viewpoints exist, people strive to establish consensus, serving as a pragmatic guide for social norms. The term carries both positive and negative connotations and is viewed critically by anti-realist theorists, but recognized for its political benefits in fostering shared beliefs. Consensus reality differs from consensual reality, with the former representing mutual agreement about what is true. Artists and thinkers have challenged consensus reality, aiming to disrupt established norms and question the authenticity of the world's reality. Children have sometimes been described or viewed as inexperienced with consensus reality, though are described as such with the expectation that their perspective will progressively form closer to the consensus reality of their society as they age. General discussion. In considering the nature of reality, two broad approaches exist. The realist approach, in which there is a single objective overall reality believed to exist irrespective of the perceptions of any given individual, and the idealistic approach, in which it is considered that an individual can verify nothing except their own experience of the world and can never directly know the truth of the world independent of that. Berger and Luckman argue that reality is socially constructed and that the sociology of knowledge must analyze the process in which this occurs. Rather than being a purely philosophical topic, the question really of reality includes for them the sociology study of consensus reality. Consider this example. Consensus reality for people who follow particular theocentric religion is different from consensus reality for those who follow another theocentric religion, or from those that eschew theocentric religions in favor of science alone for explaining life and the universe. In societies where theocentric religions are dominant, the religious understanding of existence would be the consensus reality, while the religious worldview would remain the non-consensus or alternative reality in a predominantly secular society where the consensus reality is grounded in science alone. In this way, different individuals and communities have fundamentally different worldviews with fundamentally different comprehensions of the world around them and the constructs in which they live. Thus, a society that is, for example, completely secular and one which believes every eventuality to be subject to metaphysical influence will have a different consensus realities. And many of their beliefs on broad issues such as science, slavery, and human sacrifice may differ in direct consequence because of the differences in the perceived nature of the world they live in. Charles Tart, in his book The Awakening, proposes an alternative term, conditioned reality, conditioned or conditional reality, pointing out the inaccuracy of the term consensus reality, since no one asks an individual for consent whether he wants to live in a generally accepted reality because he is accustomed to it through conditioning, the development of conditioned reflexes in the process of education and socialization. In science and philosophy, some idealists, subjective idealists, hold that the view that there isn't one particular way things are, but rather that each person's personal reality is unique. Such idealists have a worldview which says that we each create our own reality, and while most people may be in general agreement, consensus about what reality is like, they might live in different or non-consensus realities. Duvid probably tends towards idealism. Materialists may not accept the idea of there being different possible realities for different people, rather than different beliefs about one reality. So for them, only the first uses of the term reality would make sense to them. Someone believing otherwise, where the facts have been properly established, might be considered delusional. Social consequences, views of the term. The connotation of the term consensus reality is usually disparaging. It is usually employed by idealists, surrealists, and other anti-realist theorists opposing or hostile to this reality, with the implication that this consensus reality is, to a greater or lesser extent, created by those who experience it. The phrase consensus reality may be used more loosely to refer to any generally accepted set of beliefs. However, there are those who use the term approvingly for the practical benefits of all agreeing on a common set of assumptions or experiences. Consensus versus consensual reality. Consensus reality is related to but distinct from consensual reality. The difference between these terms is that whereas consensus reality describes a state of mutual agreement about what is true, consensus is a noun. Consensual reality describes a type of agreement about what is true. Consensual is an adjective. In other words, reality may also be non-consensual, as when one person's preferred version of reality conflicts with another person's preferred version of reality. Consensual reality is relevant to understanding a variety of social phenomena such as deception. Social aspects. Artists, writers, and theorists have attempted to oppose or undermine consensus reality, while others have declared that they are ignoring it. For example, Salvador Dali, intended by his paranoia critical method to systematize confusion thanks to paranoia and active processes of thought, as so assist in discrediting completely the world of reality. Okay, so I got a bunch of these. I'm going to do the short ones first. So these are all just interesting related fields in the theory of sociology, all connected to conspiracy theory, but generally useful for my research in general. So just adding some scholarship here, some different things. If you've heard about these things, good. If not, review them. Knowledge ecosystem. The idea of a knowledge ecosystem is an approach to knowledge management which claims to foster the dynamic evolution of knowledge interactions between entities to improve decision-making and innovation through improved evolutionary networks of collaboration. In contrast to purely directive management efforts that attempt either to manage or direct outcomes, knowledge digital ecosystems espouse that knowledge strategies should focus on enabling self-organization in response to changing environments. The suitability between knowledge and problems confronted defines the degree of fitness of a knowledge ecosystem. Articles discussing such ecological approaches typically incorporate elements of complex adaptive systems theory. Known implementation considerations of knowledge ecosystems include the Canadian government. Key elements. To understand knowledge ecology as a productive operation, it is helpful to focus on the knowledge ecosystem that lies at its core. Like natural ecosystems. These knowledge ecosystems have inputs, throughputs, and outputs operating in open exchange relations with their environments. Multiple layers and levels of systems may be integrated to form a complete ecosystem. These systems consist of interlinked knowledge resources, databases, human experts, artificial knowledge agents that collectively provide an online knowledge for anywhere, anytime performance of organized tasks. The availability of knowledge on an anywhere, anytime basis blurs the line between knowledge learning and work performance. Both can occur simultaneously and sometimes interchangeably. Core technologies, knowledge ecosystems operate on two types of technology cores, one involving content or substantive industry knowledge, and the other involving computer hardware and software, telecommunications, which serves as the procedural technology for performing operation. These technologies provide knowledge management capabilities that are far beyond individual human capabilities. In a corporate training context, a substantive technology would be knowledge of various business functions, tasks, research and development process, products, markets, finances, and relationships. Research, coding, documentation, publication, and sharing of electronic resources create this background knowledge. Computer to computer and human to human communications enable knowledge ecosystems to be interactive and responsive to a larger community and its subsystems. Okay, so just throwing out some definitions, some ideas, and mentioning that conspiracy theories, the study of conspiracy theories is multidisciplinary, involving sociology, psychology, political science, possibly neuroscience, information theory, a whole bunch of things. So just throwing some interesting ideas. A lot of these things are useful for all my research, but specifically related to conspiracy theories and group strategy, and looking at how people function as groups. And conspiracy theory is part of understanding how people function as groups. Control theory, sociology. Control theory in sociology is the idea that two control systems, inner controls and outer controls, work against our tendencies to deviate. Control theory can either be classified as centralized or decentralized. Decentralized control is considered market control. Centralized control is considered bureaucratic control. Some types of control, such as clan control, are considered to be a mixture of both decentralized and centralized control. Decentralized control or market control is typically maintained through factors such as price, competition, or market share. Centralized controls, such as bureaucratic controls, typically maintained through administrative or hierarchical techniques, such as creating standards or policies. An example of mixed control is clan control, which has characteristics of both centralized and decentralized control. Mixed control or clan control is typically maintained by keeping a set of values and beliefs or norms and traditions. Containment theories developed by Walter Reckless in 1973 states that behavior is caused not by outside stimuli, but by what a person wants most at any given time. According to the control theory, weaker containing social systems result in more deviant behavior. Control theory stresses how weak bonds between the individuals in society free people to deviate or go against the norms, or the people who have weak ties would engage in crimes so that they could benefit or gain something that is their own interest. This is where strong bonds make deviance more costly. Deviant acts appear attractive to individuals, but social bonds stop most people from committing the acts. Deviance is a result of extensive exposure to certain social situations where individuals develop behaviors that attract them to avoid conforming to social norms. Social bonds are used in control theory to help individuals from pursuing these attractive deviations. According to Travis Hershey, humans are selfish beings who make decisions based on which choices will give the greatest benefit. A good example of control theory will be that people go to work. Most people do not want to go to work, but they do because they get paid to obtain food, water, shelter, and clothing. Hershey, 1969, identifies 4 elements of social bonds: attachment, commitment, involvement, and belief. So I'm doing these kind of shortest to longest, so just to get some of these links off. So just throwing out some ideas. The more important ideas we're going to come back to multiple times. So action theory. In sociology, action theory is the theory of social action presented by the American theorist Talcott Parsons. Parsons established action theory to integrate the study of social action and social order with the aspect of macro and micro factors. In other words, he was trying to maintain the scientific rigor of positivism while acknowledging the necessity of the subjective dimension of human action incorporated into human types of sociological theorizing. Parsons sees motives as part of our actions. Therefore, he thought that social science must consider ends, purposes, and ideals when looking at actions. Parsons placed his discussion within a higher epistemological and explanatory context of social theory and cybernetics. Action theory. Parsons' action theory is characterized by a system theoretical approach which integrated meta-structural analysis with voluntary theory. Parsons' first major work, The Structure of Social Action, 1937, discussed the methodological and meta-theoretical premises for the foundation of a theory of social action and argued that an action theory must be based on a voluntaristic foundation, claiming neither a sheer positivistic utilitarian approach nor a sheer idealistic approach would satisfy the necessary prerequisites, and proposing an alternative systemic general theory. Parsons shared positivist desire for the general unified theory, not only for the social science, but for the whole realm of action systems, in which Parsons included the concept of living systems. On the one other hand, he departed from them on the criteria for science, particularly in Auguste Comte's proposition that scientists must not look for the ultimate end so as to avoid unanswerable metaphysical questions. Parsons maintained, at least for the social sciences, a meaningful theory had to include the question of ultimate values, which by their very nature and definition, including questions of metaphysics. As such, Parsons' theory stands at least with one foot in the sphere of hermeneutics and similar interpretive paradigms, which became particularly relevant when the question of ends must be considered within systems of action orientation. As such, system theorists such as Parsons can be viewed at least partially anti-positivist. Parsons was not a functionalist per se, but an action theorist. In fact, he never used the term functionalist to refer to his own theory. Also, his use of the term structural functionalism, generally understood as a characterization of his theory, was used by Parsons in a special context to describe a particular stage of the methodological development of the social sciences. One of the main features of Parsons' approach to sociology was the way in which he stated that cultural objects from an autonomous type. This is one of the reasons why Parsons established a careful division between the cultural and social system, a point he highlighted in a short statement that he wrote with Alfred Kroeber and is expressed in his agile paradigm. For Parsons, adaptation, goal attainment, integration, and latency formed the basic characteristics of social action and could be understood as a fourfold function of a cybernetic system where the hierarchical order is LIGA. The most metaphysical question in his theory laid embedded in the concept of constitutive symbolization, which represented the pattern maintenance of the cultural system and was the cultural systemic equivalent of the latent pattern maintenance through intuitions like school and family. Later, the metaphysical questions became more specified in the paradigm of the human condition, which Parsons developed in the years before his death as an extension of the original agile theory. The separation of the cultural and social system had various implications for the nature of basic categories of the cultural system, especially it had implications for the way cognitive capital is perceived as a factor in history. In contrast to pragmatism, materialism, behavioralism, and other anti-Kantian types of epistemological paradigms, which tended to regard the role of cognitive capital as identical with the basic rationalization processes in history, Parsons regarded this question as fundamentally different. Cognitive capital, Parsons maintained, is bound to passion and faith and is entangled as promotional factors in rationalization processes, but is neither absorbed or identical with these processes per se. Okay, moving right along. Intersubjectivity. In philosophy, psychology, sociology, and anthropology, intersubjectivity is the relation or intersection between people's cognitive perspectives. Definition: intersubjectivity is a term coined by social scientists to refer to a variety of types of human interaction. The term was introduced by psychoanalysis by George Atwood and Robert Stollerow, who considered it a meta-theory for psychoanalysis. For example, social psychologists Alex Gillespie and Flora Cornish listed at least 7 definitions of intersubjectivity, and other disciplines have additional definitions. People's agreement on the shared definition of a concept, people's mutual awareness of agreement or disagreement, or of understanding or misunderstanding each other, people's attribution of intentionality, feelings, and beliefs to each other, people's implicit or automatic behavioral orientations towards other people, people's interactive performance within a situation, people's shared or taken for granted background assumptions, whether consensual or contested, and the variety of possible relations between people's perspectives. Intersubjectivity has been used in social science to refer to an agreement. There is an intersubjectivity between people if they agree on a given set of meanings or share the same perception of a situation. Similarly, Thomas Scheff defines intersubjectivity as the sharing of subjective states by two or more individuals. Intersubjectivity has also been used to refer to the common sense shared meanings constructed by people in their interactions with each other and used in everyday resource to interpret the meaning of elements of social and cultural life. If people share common sense, then they share a definition of the situation. Psychoanalyst Jessica Benjamin in The Bonds of Love wrote, the concept of intersubjectivity has its origins in the social theory of Jürgen Habermas, 1970, used the expression the intersubjectivity of mutual understanding to designate an individual capacity and a social domain. Psychoanalyst Molly McDonald argued in 2011 that a potential point of origin for the term was John Hypolite's use of the intersubjectivity in an essay in 1955 on the human situation in the Hegelian phenomenology. However, the phenomenologist Edmund Husserl, whose work Habermas and Hypolite draw upon, was the first to develop the term, which was subsequently elaborated upon by other phenomenologists such as Edith Stein, Emmanuel Levinas, and Maurice Merleau-Ponty. Philosophy. Contemporarily, intersubjectivity is a major topic in both analytical and continental traditions of philosophy. Intersubjectivity is considered crucial not only to the relational level, but also to the epistemological and even metaphysical levels. For example, intersubjectivity is postulated as playing a role in establishing the truth of propositions and constituting the so-called objectivity of objects. A central concern in conscious studies for the past 50 years is the so-called problem of other minds, which asks how we can justify our belief that other people have minds much like our own and predict other mind states and behaviors, as our experience shows we often can. Contemporary philosophical theories of intersubjectivity need to address the problem of other minds. The debate between cognitive individualism and cognitive universalism. Some aspects of thinking are neither solely personal nor fully universal. Cognitive sociology proponents argue for intersubjectivity, an immediate perspective of social cognition that provides a balanced view between personal and universal views of our social cognition. This approach suggests that instead of being individual or universal thinkers, human beings subscribe to thought communities of different beliefs. Thought community examples include churches, professions, scientific beliefs, generations, nations, and political movements. This perspective explains why each individual thinks differently from another. Individualism. Person A may choose to adhere to the or universalism. Intersubjectivity argues that each thought community shares social experiences that are different from the social experiences of other thought communities, creating differing beliefs among people who subscribe to different thought communities. These experiences transcend our subjectivity, which explains why they can be shared by the entire thought community. Proponents of intersubjectivity support the view that individual beliefs are often the result of thought community beliefs, not just personal experiences or universal objective human beliefs. Beliefs are recast in terms of standards, which are set by thought communities. Phenomenology. Edmund Husserl, the founder of phenomenology, recognized the importance of intersubjectivity and wrote extensively on the topic. In German, his writings on intersubjectivity are gathered in volumes 13 to 15 of the Husserliana. In English, his best-known text on intersubjectivity is the Cartesian Meditations. It is this text that features solely in the Husserl reader entitled The Essential Husserl, although Husserlian phenomenology is often charged with methodological solipsism. In the fifth Cartesian meditation, Husserl attempts to grapple with the problem of intersubjectivity and puts forward his theory of transcendental monadological intersubjectivity. Husserl's student Edith Stein extended intersubjectivity's basis in empathy in her 1917 doctoral dissertation on the problem of empathy. Psychology. Okay, yeah, Oswald. Yeah, I read 3 papers already on conspiracy and just had John on. You could check back because I already did the conspiracy theory part. Now I'm just going over sociological concepts related to it. Psychology. Discussions and theories of intersubjectivity are prominent and of importance in contemporary psychology, theory of mind, and conscious studies. 3 major contemporary theories of intersubjectivity are theory, simulation theory, and interaction theory. Shannon Spalding, assistant professor of philosophy at Oklahoma State University, wrote, "Theory theorists argue that we explain and predict behavior by employing folk psychological theories about how mental states inform behavior. With our folk psychological theories, we infer from a target's behavior what their mental states probably are, and from these inferences, plus the psychological principles in the theory connecting mental states to behavior, we predict the target's behavior. Simulation theorists, on the other hand, claim that we explain and predict other behavior by using our own minds as a model and putting ourselves in another's shoes. That is, by imagining what our mental states would be and how we would behave if we were in another situation. More specifically, we simulate what the other's mental states could have been to cause the observed behavior, then use the simulated mental states, but put pretent beliefs and pretent desires as input, running through them our own decision-making mechanisms. We then take the resulting conclusions and attribute it to the other person. Authors like Vittorio Gillespie have proposed a theory of embodied simulation that refers to the neuroscientific research on mirror neurons and phenomenological research. Spalding noted that this debate has stalled in the past few years, with progress limited to articulating various hybrid simulation theories, theory accounts. To resolve this impasse, authors like Sean Gallagher put forward interaction theory. Gallagher writes that it is an important shift taking place in social cognition research away from the focus of the individual mind and towards participatory aspects of social understanding. Interaction theory is put forward to galvanize the interactive turn and explanations of intersubjectivity. Gallagher defines an interaction as two or more autonomous agents engaged in co-regulating coupling behavior. Studies of a dialogue and dialogism reveal how language is deeply intersubjective. When we speak, we always address our interlocutors, taking their perspective and oriented to what we think they think, or more often don't think. Within this tradition of research, it has been argued that the structure of individual signs or signals, the basis is language, is intersubjective, and that the psychological process of self-reflection entails intersubjectivity. Recent research on mirror neurons provide evidence for the deeply intersubjective nature basis of human psychology, and arguably much of the literature on empathy and theory of mind relates directly to intersubjectivity. In child development, Calvin Trevarthen has applied intersubjectivity in the very rapid cultural development of newborn infants. Research suggests that as babies, humans are biologically wired to coordinate their actions with others. The ability to coordinate and sync with others facilitates cognitive and emotional learning through social interaction. Additionally, the most socially productive relationships between children and adults is bidirectional, where both parties actively define a shared culture. The bidirectional aspect lets the active parties organize the relation how they see fit. What they see as important receives the most focus. Emphasis is placed on the idea that children are actively involved in how they learn using intersubjectivity. Across cultures, the ways intersubjectivity occurs varies across culture. In certain indigenous American culture communities, nonverbal communication is so prevalent that intersubjectivity may occur regularly amongst all members of the community, in part perhaps due to a joint cultural understanding and a history of shared endeavors. The joint cultural understanding may develop in small indigenous American communities where children have grown up embedded in their community's values, expectations, and livelihoods, learning through participation with adults rather than through intent verbal instruction, working in cohesion with one another in shared endeavors on a daily basis. Having grown up within this context may have led to members of this community to have what is described by some as a blending of agendas, or by others as a dovetailing of motives. If a community of family members have the same general goals in mind, they may thus act cohesively with an overlapping state of mind. Whether persons are in each other's presence or merely within the same community, this blending of agendas or dovetailing of motives enables intersubjectivity to occur within these shared endeavors. The cultural value of respeto may also contribute to the intersubjectivity in some communities. Unlike the English definition of respect, respeto refers loosely to mutual consideration of others' activities, needs, and wants. Similar to putting yourself in another's shoe, the prevalence of respeto in certain indigenous American communities in Mexico and South America may promote intersubjectivity as persons act in accordance with one another within consideration for the community or the individual's current need or state of mind. Shared reference during an activity facilitates learning. Adults either teach by doing the task with children or by directly attention towards experts. Children that had to ask questions in regard to how to perform a task were scolded for not learning by another's example. as though they were ignoring the available resources to learn a task, as seen in Chutajil parents who scolded questioning children asked if they had eyes. Children from the Chilahoni village of the Andean mountains learned to weave without explicit instruction. They learned the basic technique from others by observing. Eager to participate in the community, the learning process was facilitated by watching adults and by being allowed to play and experiment using tools to create their own weaving techniques. Okay, so keep it going. A lot of just different things to throw out there. So hope this is useful to other people in just basic educational terms of sociological concepts that are not necessarily well known or understood, but these are actually useful for any form of self-improvement, human interaction, let alone understanding complicated things like conspiracy theory, theory of mind, multiple truth hypothesis, any of Duvid's major research. Logic of appropriateness. The logic of appropriateness is a theoretical perspective to explain human decision-making. It proposes that decisions and behavior follow from rules of appropriate behavior for a given role or identity. These rules are institutionalized in social practices and sustained over time through learning. People adhere to them because they see them as natural, rightful, expected, and legitimate. In other words, the logic of appropriateness assumes that actors decide on the basis of what social norms deem right rather than what cost-benefit calculations suggest best. The term was coined by organizational theorists James March and Johan Olsen. They presented the argument in two prominent articles published in the journals Governance in 1996 and International Organization 1998. Overview. According to James March and Johan Olsen, the core intuition of the logic of appropriateness is that humans maintain a repertoire of roles and identities which provide rules of appropriate behavior in situations for which they are relevant. Following these rules is a relatively complex cognitive process involving thoughtful reasoning behavior. Such a process of reasoning is not connected to the anticipation of cost and benefits, as rational choice theory would suggest. Rather, the assumption is that actors will generally try to answer three elementary questions. What kind of situation is this? Who am I? And how appropriate are different actions for me in this situation? Then they will often do what they regard as the most appropriate. But differently, actors typically follow internalized prescriptions of what is socially defined as normal, true, right, or good, without or in spite of the calculation of consequences and expected utility. March and Olson recognize the term logic of appropriateness has overtones of morality, but they emphasize that rules of appropriateness may underlie atrocities of action, such as ethnic cleansing and blood feuds, as well as moral heroism. The fact that a rule of action is defined as appropriate by an individual or collectivity may reflect learning of some sort from history, but it does not guarantee moral acceptability, they explain. God forbid, think Israel-Palestine, logic of appropriateness as a group strategy, where logic of appropriateness is different for the group that you're part of. The logic of appropriateness and the logic of consequences. March and Olson distinguish the logic of appropriateness from what they term the logic of consequences, more commonly known as rational choice theory. The logic of consequences is based on the assumption that actors have fixed preferences, will make cost-benefit calculations, and choose among different options by evaluating the likely consequences for their objectives. According to this rational choice perspective, rules, norms, and identities do not play any significant role in shaping human behavior. George Balsiger suggests that the logic of appropriateness and consequences have distinct political implications. The logic of appropriateness assumes that actors follow rules because they are perceived as natural, valid, and legitimate. Rules may be replaced or modified over time through processes of selection and adaptation. This outlook emphasizes the notion of political community and its definition of accepted social relations. In contrast, the logic of consequences stresses individual interest and treats political order as the aggregation of rational actor preferences through processes of bargaining, negotiation, and coalition formation. The two logics are often presented in mutually exclusive terms. March and Olson, however, argue that human decision-making generally cannot be explained exclusively in terms of logic of either consequence or appropriateness. They recognize that actors are motivated by both the logic of consequence and the logic of appropriateness. Hence, they suggest exploring them as complementary rather than assuming a single dominant behavioral logic. This makes it possible to examine the logic's variations, shifting significance, scope conditions, prerequisites, and interplay. Analysis can investigate empirically which logic plays a greater role in any given situation. They can also explore under what conditions and how each logic is invoked, lost, and redefined. Finally, they might examine how the logics interact and under which circumstances each logic may become dominant. George Balsiger suggests that the two logics can also be understood as opposite poles of a single continuum. In the face of uncertainty, the analysis of a specific situation may yield a variety of appropriate alternatives. The choice among these may then involve an assessment of the likelihood of different consequences with regard to the cost and benefits of expected outcomes. Inferring rules of appropriateness. According to Marsh and Olson, rules prescribe what is appropriate action. They store information about social and institutional norms and practices that inform actors what to do in a specific situation. They contain a repertoire of appropriate actions fitted to a situation by an actor, and they tell actors where to look for precedents and who the authoritative interpreters of different rules are. Actors then take decisions on the basis of their interpretation of a situation, their identities, and the associated rules. March and Olson also point out that the clarity of rules cannot be taken as given. However, rather, rules may be unspecific, ambiguous, or contested. Inferring and identifying them may require time and energy. Furthermore, individuals have multiple roles and identities that are in turn associated with a variety of alternative rules. At times, these rules may compete or collide with each other. Actors may then challenge or disobey some rules because they adhere to other rules. March and Olson stress that while rules guide behavior and make some actions more likely than others, they ordinarily do not determine decision-making or policy outcomes precisely. Rather, rules provide broad parameters for action, and sometimes actors show considerable ability to accommodate shifting circumstances by changing behavior without changing core rules. In order to understand the impact of rules on action, analysts thus need to examine processes like learning, socialization, diffusion, regeneration, deliberate design, and competitive selection. They also need to take into account how institutions distribute resources and enable actors to follow rules. Application. In his otherwise very critical review, Kjell Goldman acknowledges that March and Olson's logic of appropriateness has inspired scholars in fields ranging from public administration to international relations. The perspective's influence has been strong and positive in the research community. In the field of international relations, for example, numerous scholars, especially proponents of constructionist approaches, have employed the logic of appropriateness as their action theoretical foundation. For instance, some analysis have explored how international organizations like the World Bank or UNESCO have sought to set standards of appropriateness and to diffuse these international norms. They've found that these institutions can play an important role in mobilizing various group socialization processes to shape behavior. Other scholars have suggested that the Chinese government, for example, has changed important aspects of its behavior as a result of socialization in the context of international organization. Yet other experts have found that international institutions can facilitate a gradual transformation of the logic of consequences into a logic of appropriateness. Initially, the discourse about whether to join an international agreement, for example, may still be driven by rational choice thinking. Government officials would then ask whether this would be in their country's interest. As norms strengthen, however, states presumably begin to frame behavior contradicting institutional obligations in norm-based rather than interest-based terms. Accounting for actions as in normative terms may then become self-reinforcing. By framing its decisions in normative terms, the government strengthens the expectations of other countries and of its own citizens that it will not later reverse these actions based on changes in interest. Critique. Some scholars have critiqued March and Olson's conceptualization of the logic of appropriateness. For example, Old Jacob Sending argues that the logic of appropriateness has a structured bias both regarding the understanding and explanation of individual action. As such, he concludes it is untenable as a theory of individual action. Goldman criticized that it is difficult to determine what kind of constructs the so-called logics are, whether they are to be seen as perspectives, theories, or ideal types. He also charges that the logics of appropriateness and consequences overlap considerably, which in his eyes makes their analytic utility debatable. Moreover, he finds that March and Olson do not adequately distinguish between the actions of individuals and collectives. In his opinion, it is not obvious whether they expect us to study individuals or organizations in search of the logic of political action. This is important, however, because one logic may predominate at the level of individuals within an organization and another logic at the level of the organization itself. Robin Markwica critiques that the logic of appropriateness neglects the emotional underpinnings of normative motivation. March and Olson acknowledge that human decision-making may be driven by emotion, yet their conceptualization of the logic of appropriateness disregards the role of emotion and focuses solely on its cognitive and normative components. They treat rule following as a cognitive process involving thoughtful reasoning behavior, drawing on research in neuroscience and psychology. Mark Wicca points out that emotion plays a key role in normative action. Emotions endow norms and identities with meaning. If people feel strongly about norms, they're particularly likely to adhere to them. Rules that cease to resonate at an effective level, however, often come to lose their prescriptive power. He notes that recent findings in neurology suggest that humans generally feel before they think, so emotions may lead them to prioritize the logic of appropriateness over the logic of consequences or vice versa. Emotions may also infuse the logic of appropriateness to inform actors how to adjudicate between different norms. Given that the logic of appropriateness has difficulties accounting for the role of effect in emotion and decision making, the logic of effect or emotion choice theory has been proposed as an alternative logic of choice. Okay, so keep it going. Collective behavior. Just pour myself a little bit more tea. So almost a minion here. Okay, a lot of information here. So if I have the strength, I might even go another few hours because there's a lot of stuff to get through. Collective behavior. The expression collective behavior was first used by Franklin Henry Giddings and employed later by Robert Park and Ernst Burgess, Herbert Blumer, Ralph Turner, and Louis Killian and Neil Smesler to refer to social processes and events which do not reflect existing social structures, laws, conventions, and institutions, but which emerge in a spontaneous way. Use of the term has been expanded to include reference to cells, social animals like birds and fish, and insects, including ants. Collective behavior takes many forms, but generally violates societal norms. Collective behavior can be tremendously destructive, as with riots or mob violence, silly, as with fads, or anywhere in between. Collective behavior is always driven by group dynamics, encouraging people to engage in acts they might consider unthinkable under typical social circumstances. I covered some of these previously, like half a year ago, the last time I was reading up on some of these. Defining the field. Turner and Killian were the first sociologists to back their theoretical propositions with visual evidence in the form of photographs and motion pictures of collective behavior in action. Prior to that, sociologists relied heavily upon eyewitness accounts, which turned out to be less reliable than one would hope. Turner and Killian's approach is based largely on the arguments of Blumer, who argued that social forces are not really forces. The actor is active. He creates an interpretation of the acts of others and acts on the basis of their interpretation. Here are some instances of collective behavior: the Los Angeles riots of 1992, the hula hoop fad of 1958, the stock market crash of 1929, and the phantom gasser episodes of Virginia in 1933 and 4, and Maltoon, Illinois in 1944. The claim that such diverse episodes all belong in a single field of inquiry is a theoretical assertion, and not all sociologists would agree with it, but Blumer and Neil Smelser did agree, as did others, including that the formulation has satisfied some leading sociological thinkers. 4 forms. Although there are several other schemas that may be used to classify forms of collective behavior, the following 4 categories from Blumer are generally considered useful for most sociologists. The crowd. Scholars differ about what class of social events fall under the rubric of collective behavior. In fact, the only class of events which all authors includes is crowds. Clark McPhail is one of those who treats crowds as collective behavior and collective behavior as synonymous. Although some consider McPhail's work overly simplistic, his important contribution is to have gone beyond the speculations of others to carry out this pioneering empirical study of crowds. He finds them to form an elaborate set of types. The classic treatment of crowds is Gustave Le Bon's The Crowd, a study of the popular mind. I talked about this like half a year ago, in which the author interpreted the crowds of the French Revolution as irrational reversions to animal emotion and inferred from this that the such reversion is characteristic of crowds in general. The Bond believed that crowds somehow induce people to lose their ability to think rationally and to somehow recover this ability once they've left the crowd. He speculated but could not explain how this might occur. Freud expressed a similar view in Group Psychology and the Analysis of Ego. Such authors have thought that the ideas were confirmed by various kinds of crowd, one of these being the economic bubble. In Holland, during the Tulip Mania 1637, the prices of tulip bulbs rose to astronomical heights, and array of such crazes and other historical oddities is narrated in Charles Mackay's Extraordinary Popular Delusions and the Madness of Crowds. At the University of Chicago, Robert Park and Herbert Blumer agreed with the speculations of Laban and others that crowds are indeed emotional, but to them a crowd is capable of any emotion, not only the negative ones of anger and fear. A number of authors modify the common sense notion of the crowd to include episodes during which the participants are not assembled in one place but are dispersed over a large area. Turner and Killian refer to such episodes as diffuse crowds, examples being Billy Graham's revivals, panics about sexual pearls, witch hunts, and red scares. Their expanded definitions of the crowd is justified if propositions which hold true among the compact crowds do so for diffuse crowds as well. Some psychologists have claimed that there are three fundamental human emotions: fear, joy, and anger. Niels Messer, John Laughlin, and others have proposed three corresponding forms of crowds: the panic, an expression of fear; the craze, an expression of joy; and the hostile outburst, an expression of anger. Each of these three emotions can characterize either a compact or diffuse crowd, the result being a scheme of six types of crowd. Laughlin has offered the most explicit discussion of these types: the public. Boom distinguishes the crowd, which expresses the common emotion, from the public, which discusses a single issue. Thus, a public is not equivalent to all the members of society. Obviously, this is not the usual use of the word public. To Park and Blumer, there are as many publics as there are issues. A public comes into being when the discussion of an issue begins and ceases to be when it reaches a decision on it, the mass. To the crowd and to the public, Blumer adds a third form of collective behavior, the mass. It differs from both the crowd and the public in that it is defined not by a form of interaction, but by the efforts of those who use the mass media to address an audience. The first mass medium was printing. The social movement. We change intellectual gears when we confront Blumer's final form of collective behavior, the social movement. He identifies several types of these, among which are active social movements such as the French Revolution and expressive ones such as Alcoholics Anonymous. An active movement tries to change society, an expressive one tries to change its own members. The social movement is a form of collective behavior which satisfies at least well with the first definition of which was offered at the beginning of this article. These episodes are less fluid than the other forms and do not change as often as other forms do. Furthermore, as can be seen in the history of labor movements and many religious sects, a social movement may begin as a collective behavior, but over time become firmly established as a social institution. For this reason, social movements are often considered a separate field of sociology. The book and articles about them are far more numerous than the sum of studies of all the other forms of collective behavior put together. Social movements are considered in many Wikipedia articles, and an article of the field of social movements as a whole would be much longer than this essay. The study of the collective behavior spun its wheels for many years, but began to make progress with the appearance of Turner and Killian's collective behavior and Smelser's theory of collective behavior. Both books published on the topic of collective behavior back into the consciousness of American sociologists, and both theories contributed immensely to our understanding of collective behavior. Social disturbances in the U.S. and elsewhere in the late 1960s and early 70s inspired another surge in interest in crowds and social movements. These studies presented a number of challenges to the armchair sociology of earlier students of collective behavior. Theories developed to explain. Social scientists have developed theories to explain crowd behavior. Contagion theory. The contagion theory is formulated by French thinker Gustave Le Bon. According to Le Bon, crowds exert a hypnotic influence over their members. Shielded by their anonymity, large numbers of people abandon personal responsibility and surrender to the contagious emotions of the crowd. A crowd thus assumes a life of its own, stirring up emotions and driving people towards irrational, even violent action. Le Bon's theory, although one of the earliest explanations of crowds' behavior, is still accepted by many people outside of sociology. However, critics argue that the collective mind has not been documented by systematic studies. Furthermore, although the collective behavior may involve strong emotions, Such feelings are not necessarily irrational. Turning and Killing argue convincingly that the contagion never actually occurs, and participants in collective behavior do not lose their ability to think rationally. Convergence theory. Whereas the contagion theory states that crowds cause people to act in a certain way, convergence theory states that people who want to act in a certain way come together to form crowds, developed by Floyd Alpert and later expanded upon by Neil Miller and John Dollard as learning theory. The central argument of all convergence theories that collective behavior reveals the otherwise hidden tendency of the individuals who take part in the episode. It asserts that people with similar attributes find other like-minded persons with whom they can release these underlying tendencies. People sometimes do things in a crowd that they would not have the courage to do alone because crowds can diffuse responsibility, but the behavior itself is claimed to originate within the individuals. Crowds, in addition, can intensify a sentiment simply by creating a critical mass of like-minded people. Emergent norm theory. According to sociologists Ralph Turner and Louis Killian, crowds begin as collectives composed of people with mixed interest and motives, especially in the case of less stable crowds, expressive acting and protest crowds. Norms may be vague and changing, as when one person decides to break the glass windows of a store and others join in and begin looting merchandise. When people find themselves in situations that is vague, ambiguous, or confusing, new norms emerge on the spot, and people follow these emergent norms, which may be at odds with normal social behavior. Turner and Killen further argue that there are several different categories of participants, all of whom follow different patterns of behavior due to their differing motivations. Value-added theory. Professor Neil Smesler argues that collective behavior is actually a sort of release valve for built-up tension, strain within the social system, community, or group. If a proper determinants are present, then collective behavior becomes inevitable. Conversely, if any of the key determinants are not present, no collective behavior will occur until the missing determinants fall into place. These are primarily social, though physical factors such as location and weather may also contribute to or hinder the development of collective behavior. Complex adaptive systems theory. Dutch scholar Jaap van Ginneken claims that contagion, convergence, and emergent norms are just instances of the synergy, emergence, and autopoiesis of self-creation of patterns and new entities typical for the newly discovered meta-category of complex adaptive systems. This also helps explain the key role of salient details in path dependence and rapid shifts. Shared intentionality theory. Cognitive psychologist Professor Michael Tomasello develops the psychological construct of shared intentionality through his insights into cognition, evolution, and specifically the knowledge development about the contribution of shared intentionality to the formation of social reality. Shared intentionality provides unaware process in mother-child dyads during social learning, and young organisms can only manifest simple reflexes. It increases the cognitive performance of children in dwelling with mothers who know the correct answer. This interpretation proceeds without communication within the dyad using sensory cues. Professor Igor Valdanilov argues that this performance succeeds due to sharing an existential stimulus during a single cognitive task in the shared ecological context. Furthermore, research shows that shared intentionality can appear even in groups of more mature organisms due to their psychological synchrony and group dynamics. Therefore, this interaction can provide subliminal compliance of the participants to the group decisions, encouraging people to engage in acts they might consider unthinkable under typical social circumstances. The hypothesis of neurobiological processes occurring during shared intentionality explains how organisms can share relevant sensory stimuli without communications within the group using sensory cues. Okay, now joint attention, moving right along. Joint attention. Joint attention or shared attention is a shared focus of two individuals on an object. It is achieved when one individual alerts another to an object by means of eye gazing, pointing, or other non-verbal or nonverbal indications. An individual gazes at another individual, points to an object, and then returns their gaze to the individual. Scaife and Brunner were the first researchers to present a cross-sectional description of children's ability to follow eye gaze in 1975. They found that most 8 to 10-month-old children follow a line of regard, and that all 11 to 14-month-old children did so. The early research showed that it was possible for an adult to bring certain objects in the environment to an infant's attention using eye gaze. Subsequent research demonstrates that two important skills in joint attention are following eye gaze and identifying intention. The ability to share gaze with another individual is an important skill in establishing reference. The ability to identify intention is important to a child's ability to learn language and direct the attention of others. Joint attention is important for many aspects of language development, including comprehension, production, and word learning. Episodes of joint attention provide children with information about their environment, allowing individuals to establish reference from spoken language and learn words. Social, emotional development, and the ability to take part in normal relationships are also influenced by joint attention abilities. The ability to establish joint attention may be negatively affected by deafness, blindness, and developmental disorders such as autism. Other animals, such as great apes, dogs, and horses, also show some elements of joint attention. Humans, levels of joint attention. Defining levels of joint attention is important in determining if children are engaging in age-appropriate joint attention. There are 3 levels of joint attention: triadic, dyadic, and shared gaze. Triadic joint attention is the highest level of joint attention. It involves 2 individuals looking at an object. Each individual must understand that the other individual is looking at the same object and realize that there is an element of shared attention. For instance, in social engagement to count as triadic joint attention, it requires at least 2 individuals attending to an object or focusing their attention on each other. Additionally, the individual must display awareness that focus is shared between himself and another individual. Triadic attention is marked by the individual looking back to the other individual after looking at the object. Dyadic joint attention is a conversation-like behavior that individuals engage in. This is especially true for human adults and infants who engage in this behavior starting at 2 months of age. Adults and infants take turn exchanging facial expression, noises, and in the case of adult speech. Sensitivity to dyadic orientation plays a major role in the development of dyadic attention. Infants must be able to correctly orient towards in response to the attention-seeking interaction. Shared gaze occurs when 2 individuals are simply looking at an object. Shared gaze is the lowest level of joint attention. Evidence has demonstrated the adaptive value of shared gaze. It allows quicker completion of various group effort-related tasks. It is likely an important evolved trait, allowing for individuals to communicate in simple and directed manner. It has been argued that shared gaze is one of the main precursors to a theory of mind. Individuals who engage in triadic joint attention must understand both gaze and intention to establish common reference. Gaze refers to a child's understanding of the link between mental activity and the physical act of seeing. Intention refers to the child's ability to understand the goal of another person's mental processes. Gaze. For an individual to engage in joint attention, they must establish reference. Following the gaze or directive actions such as pointing of others is a common way of establishing reference. For an individual to understand that following gaze establishes reference, where the individual must display recognition that looking is intentional behavior directed to external objects and events. Following gaze serves the purpose of establishing reference. An understanding that looking results in a mental experience of seeing an object or event, recognizing that eyes are responsible for seeing, recognizing that others share the capacity to see things, and understanding that voice directions help determine whether the speaker is talking to them and what he is referring to or focused on. Gaze becomes more complex with age and practice. As gaze increases in complexity, individuals are better able to discriminate what others are referring to. Joint attention is also important for social learning. Gaze following reflects an expectation-based type of orienting in which individual attention is cued by another's head turn or eye turn. Individuals are motivated to follow another's gaze and engage in joint attention because gaze is a cue for which rewarding events occur. Intention. The ability to identify intention is critical to joint attention. When individuals understand that others have goals, intentions, and attentional states, they're able to enter into and direct another's attention. Joint attention promotes and maintains dyadic exchanges and learning about the nature of social patterns. The ability to engage in joint attention is crucial for language development. Individuals are intentional in their actions, display regularity in their behavior. Individuals locate objects with their eyes, move towards the objects, and then use hands to make contact with and manipulate the object. Changes in gaze direction is one of several behavioral cues that individuals use in combination with changes in facial and vocal displays and body posture to mark the intention to act on an object. Individuals seek to follow a joint focus of attention, displays knowledge that what is in their awareness is also another's awareness. They believe that they are experiencing the same world as others. Joint attention plays an important role in the development of theory of mind. Theory of mind and joint attention are important precursors to a fully developed grasp of another's individual mental activity. While joint attention is theorized to be an important precursor to theory of mind, some evidence suggests that individuals engage in these tasks separately. One lab tested the co-occurrence of these behaviors in social settings and found that there was not significant overlap. This is not to suggest that there is no relationship, but that the two are distinct constructs that must be measured independently. Language comprehension. The ability of children to extract information from their environments or understandings of intentional behaviors such as pointing. Episodes of joint attention provide children with a great deal of information about objects and establishing reference and intention. Joint attention occurs within particular environments. The items and events in that environment provide a context that enables the child to associate meaning with a particular utterance. Joint attention makes relevant aspects of the context salient, helping children comprehend what is taking place. Recent work also links factors involved in the mental representations of language and intentional states, including word knowledge and joint attention, with degree of executive functioning. Researchers found that increased these kinds of representational abilities at 14 months predicted an increase in success of executive functioning tasks at 18 months. These findings suggest that the abilities are important building blocks for elements of executive functions. Language production. An infant's social environment relates to later language development. Children's first words are closely linked to their early language experience. For children with typical developing language skills, there's a close match between maternal speech and their environment. Up to 78% of maternal speech is matched to the object the child is focusing on. In children with delayed language development, only 50% of material speech is matched to the object the infant is focused on. Infants are more likely to engage in joint attention when the parent talks about an object that the child is attending to as opposed to an object outside of the infant's attention. This increased level of joint attention aids in encouraging normal language development, including word comprehension and production. When joint attention is present, it plays an important role in word learning, a crucial aspect of language development. Some recent evidence suggests that though important for speech production, joint attention is not necessary for or sufficient for vocabulary production. Individuals on the autism spectrum, as well as individuals with Williams syndrome, have demonstrated the ability to learn new vocabulary in the absence of joint attention. Additionally, individuals with Down syndrome often show joint attentional abilities without the expected vocabulary. This demonstrates the plasticity associated with language learning. Relationship to socio-emotional development. Joint attention and the ability to attend to an aspect of one's environment are fundamental to normal relationships that rely on the sharing of experience and knowledge. Infants are highly motivated to share experience, and infants' motivation to engage in joint attention is strong enough that infants voluntarily turn away from interesting sights to engage in joint attention with others. As described in attachment theory, infants need to develop a relation with a primary caregiver to achieve normal social and emotional development. A key part of the ability to develop this relationship may be joint attention. In addition to language development, joint attention serves the function of preparing infants for more complex social structures involved in adult conversation. Children's skills in initiating and responding to joint attention predict their social competence at 30 months of age. Anticipatory smiling, a low level from the joint attention involving smiling at an object, then turning the smile to one's communicative partner at 9 months positively predicts parent-rated social competence scores at 30 months in infants. Early joint attention abilities account for differences in social and emotional abilities in later life. Recent work has demonstrated that certain interventions can have a positive impact on the level of joint attention in which young children re-engaging. Children with autism spectrum disorder were enrolled in the behavioral intervention programs that involve coordinating group play. Researchers found that after several instances of the intervention, many of the clients were consistently engaging in more joint attention. Markers in infancy. At the age of 2 months, children engage in dyadic joint attention and conversation-like exchanges with adults during which each is the focus of the other's attention, and they take turns exchanging looks, noise, and mouth movements. At 3 months, children display joint attention skills by calling to a caregiver when they are not perceivable. When caregiver does not respond in a similar manner, child exhibits a series of responses that were first studied in the early 1970s by Edward Tronrick in collaboration with a pediatrician, Brazelton, at the time when the latter was creating the neonatal behavioral assessment scale. At 6 months, infants display joint attention skills by orienting themselves in the same general direction in their visual field as another person. Infants also cease to focus on the first interesting salient object they encounter, following outward directed gaze of adults, extending more sophisticated behaviors such as gaze checking when initial gaze following is not successful, paying more attention to eyes, responding to shifts in eye gaze direction, and directing their own attention based on another's gaze. At age 8 months, infants demonstrate joint attention through proto-declarative pointing, particularly in girls. At 9 months of age, infants begin to display triadic joint attention. Infants also will display joint attention activities such as communicative gestures, social referencing, and using the behavior of others to guide responses to novel things. At 1 year of age, joint attention is displayed through a child's understanding of pointing as an intentional act. 1-year-olds also establish joint attention for objects within their visual field before objects beyond their current visual field. At this age, infants are not yet able to represent their entire environment, only what they can see. At age 15 months, children recognize the minds of others. At this age, children also recognize the importance of eyes for seeing and that physical objects can block sight. At age 18 months, infants are capable of following an individual's gaze to outside their visual field and establishing representative joint attention. At 18-month-olds also grasp the intentional referential nature of looking, the mentalistic experience of seeing, and the role of eyes, and are skilled at following both gaze and pointing with precision. At 2 years of age, children display joint attention by extending attention beyond the present and understanding that the targets of others' attention extends to the past as well. 2-year-olds are also capable of representational thought or increased memory. Individuals with disabilities. Several studies have shown that problems with joint attention are associated with developmental processes. Difficulties in establishing joint attention may partially account for differences in social abilities of children with developmental disorders. A core deficit noted in autism is eye gaze. Autistic children have difficulty alternating their attention towards a partner and the third object. This difficulty is attributed to the deficiencies in following gaze, resulting in difficulty initiating and maintaining joint attention. Deaf infants are able to engage in joint attention similar to hearing infants. However, the time spent engaging in joint attention is often reduced in deaf infants born to hearing parents. Hearing parents of deaf infants are often less likely to respond and expand on their deaf infants' initiative and communicative acts. Deaf infants or deaf parents do not show reduced time spent in joint attention. Auditory input is not critical to joint attention, but similar modes of communication and understanding are vital. Furthermore, mothers who are unable to successfully establish regular joint attention with their child rate that infants lower on scales of social competence. Judgments of low social competence can be made as early as 18 months of age. In blind infants, joint attention is established by means of auditory input or feeling another person's hand on an object. It may be delayed compared to sighted infants. In fMRI studies, a study examining brain activity during engagement in joint attention tasks was able to suggest some brain areas potentially associated with joint attention, greater activity in the ventromedial frontal cortex, the left superior frontal gyrus, the cingulate cortex, and the caudate nucleus were observed when individuals were engaged in joint attentional activities. Many of these brain regions have been implicated in related mental activities. The ventromedial frontal cortex has been demonstrated to be related to the theory of mind type task involving the assignment of mental states to others. Issues in the frontal gyrus areas have been implicated as a possible neurological correlate for autism spectrum disorder, which is often characterized by deficits in joint attention. Further research involving eye tracking methods of joint attention found similar neural correlates. Researchers saw increased activation in the right amygdala, the right fusiform gyrus, anterior and dorsal anterior cingulate cortices, striatum, ventral tegmental area, and posterior parietal cortices when participants were engaging in joint attention based on the eye tracking. Neurophysiological studies in primates. Recent studies have investigated the neural basis of gaze following the joint attention in monkeys. Neurons in a small area of the posterior superior temporis sulcus, so-called the gaze following patch, have been found to respond to the object that another Conspecific is looking at and thereby enabling the observer to establish joint attention. These neurons integrate the other's gaze direction and object of interest in a flexible manner. Properties of these neurons establish the gaze-following patch as a key switch in controlling social interactions based on the other's gaze. Other animals. Definitions in non-human animals. Triadic joint attention is the highest level of joint attention. It involves two animals looking at an object. Each individual must understand that the other individual is looking at the same object and realize that there's an element of shared attention. As such, it requires that the individuals possess a theory of mind. Triadic attention is marked by the individual looking back at the other individual after looking at the object. Dyadic joint attention involves a mutual gaze between the parent and infant. Mutual gaze is marked by both the parent and the infant looking at each other's face. If two individuals are simply looking at an object, it is referred to as shared gaze. Dyadic joint attention. Infant and parent chimpanzees show dyadic joint attention in an affectionate manner by looking at each other's eyes. Non-human animals such as Japanese monkeys, baboons, and other world monkeys, old world monkeys seldom engage dyadic joint attention. For these animals, the eye contact involved in dyadic joint attention is deemed threatening. Shared gaze. Gaze following or shared gaze can be found in a number of primates. Domesticated animals such as dogs and horses also demonstrate shared gaze. This type of joint attention is important for animals because gaze shifts serve as indicators alerting the animal to the location of predators, mates, or food. Though typically it is argued that primate species other than apes do not engage in joint attention, there is some evidence that rhesus monkeys do. In one experiment, they were observed to gaze longer at the target of another monkey's gaze than an unrelated object. This offers at least some evidence of the capacity to engage in shared gaze. Chimpanzees are capable of actively locating objects that are the focus of another individual's attention by tracking the gaze of others. They are not limited to the following eye gaze to the first interesting object in their view. There are a number of different cues to engage in shared focus, including head movements and eye gaze. Infant chimpanzees start to follow tap, point, and head turn cues of an experimenter by 9 months of age. By 13 months of age, they show following responses to glance cues without a head turn. There is no evidence to support that infant chimpanzees are able to use eye gaze alone as a cue for following responses. By 20 months of age, infant chimpanzees are able to follow an experimental's cues to target behind the chimpanzees, but infant chimpanzees do not look back to the experimenter after looking at the target. Moving targets are more salient than stationary targets for infant chimpanzees. Chimpanzee infants are sensitive to faces which are gazing at them, but chimpanzees less than 3 to 4 years old only look within their visual field when using the experimenter's head turn as their cue. However, the lack of evidence that show chimpanzees may follow the eye gaze may undermined by poor research design and implementation. For instance, non-human primates that grow in human environment is more likely to follow pointing and gaze, similar to canids. In addition, when comparing animals and humans, and they differ by life history stages, they're likely to show joint attention deficit, but when they are appropriately age matched and life history matched, animals and humans show similar joint attention behaviors. Additionally, there is the issue that the evidence to support claims about absence of effects rarely report correct statistical non-significant results in a clear and formal manner. As a result, researchers are more likely to accept the claims that there is no difference when in fact there is a difference but to not reach statistical significance. Finally, more formal methods are required to assess evidence against theoretical predictions. So, yeah, this thing of joint attention is extremely important. I've talked about it in the past with Kevin McCairn, the Church of Entropy. So a lot of details there. We'll come back to that. If we're looking at the basis for group strategy starts likely with some form of joint attention, like a chunking theory of basic principles, reductionism to the simplest. So one of the first things that you see in children is joint attention. So let's keep it going. Prototype theory. Prototype theory. Prototype theory is the theory of categorization in cognitive science, particularly in psychology and cognitive linguistics, in which there is greater degree of belonging to a conceptual category, and some members are more central than others. It emerged in 1971 with the work of psychologist Eleanor Rosch and has been described as a Copernican revolution in the theory of categorization for its departure from the traditional Aristotelian categories. It has been criticized by those who still endorse The traditional theory categories like linguist Eugenio Casiro and other proponents of its structural semantics paradigms. In this prototype theory, any given concept in any given language has a real-world example that best represents this concept. For example, when asked to give an example of the concept of furniture, a couch is more frequently cited than, say, a wardrobe. Prototype theory has also been applied in linguistics as part of the mapping from phonological structure to semantics. In formulating prototype theory, Ross drew in part from previous insights, in particular the formation of a category model based on family resemblance by Wittgenstein, 1953, and by Roger Brown's How Shall a Thing Be Called, 1958. Overview and terminology. The term prototype is defined in psychologist Eleanor Roth's study, Natural Categories, which initially defined as denoting a stimulus which takes a salient position in the formation of a category due to the fact that it's the first stimulus to be associated with that category. Rosch later defined it as the most central member of the category. Rosch and others developed prototype theory as a response to and radical departure from the classical theory of concepts, which defines concepts by necessary and sufficient conditions. Necessary conditions refer to the set of features every instance of a concept must present, and sufficient conditions are those that no other entity possesses. Rather than defining concepts by features, the prototype theory defines categories based on either a specific artifact of that category or by a set of entities within the category that represent a prototypical member. The prototype of a category can be understood in lay terms by the object or member of a class most often associated with that class. The prototype is the center of the class, with all other members moving progressively further from the prototype, which leads to the gradation of categories. Every member of the class is not equally central in human cognition. As the example of furniture above, couch is more central than wardrobe. Contrary to the classical view, prototypes and gradations lead to an understanding of category membership, not as an all or nothing approach, but as a more of a web of interlocking categories which overlap. Further development of prototype theory by psychologist James Hampton and others replaced the notion of prototypes being the most typical exemplar with the proposal that prototype is a bundle of correlated features. These features may or may not be true for all members of the class, necessary defining features, but they will be associated with being a typical member of the class. By this means, two aspects of concept structure can be explained. Some exemplars are more typical of the category than others because they are better fit to the concept prototype, having more of the features. Importantly, Hampton's prototype model explains the vagueness that can occur in the boundary of conceptual categories. While some may think of pictures, telephones, or cookers as atypical furniture, others will say they're not furniture at all. Membership of a category can be a matter of degree, and the same features that give rise to typicality structure are also responsible for graded degrees of category membership. In cognitive linguistics, it has been argued that linguistic categories also have a prototype structure like categories of common words in a language. Categories. Basic level categories. The other notion related to prototypes is that of basic level in cognitive categorization. Basic categories are relatively homogeneous in terms of sensory motor affordances. A chair is associated with bending one's knee, a fruit with picking it up and putting it in one's mouth. At the subordinate level, few significant features can be added to that at the basic level, whereas the superordinate level, these conceptual similarities are hard to pinpoint. A picture of a chair is easy to draw or visualize, but drawing furniture would be more difficult. Psychologist Ellen Rosch, Karen Mervis, and colleagues define the basic level as that level that has the highest degree of cue validity and category validity. Thus, a category like animal may have a prototypical member, but no cognitive visual representation. On the other hand, basic categories in animal like dog, bird, fish are full of informational content and can be easily categorized in terms of gestalt and semantic features. Basic levels categories tend to have the same parts and recognizable images. Clearly, semantic models based on attribute value pairs fail to identify privilege levels of the hierarchy functionality. It is thought that basic level categories are a decomposition of the world into maximally informative categories. Thus, they maximize the number of attributes shared by members of the category and minimize the number of attributes shared by other categories. However, the notion of basicness as a level can be problematic. Linguistically, types of birds are basic level. They have monomorphemic nouns, which fall under the subordinate bird, and have subordinates expressed by noun phrases, yet in psychological terms, birds behave as a basic level term. At the same time, atypical birds such as the ostrich or penguin are themselves basic level terms, having very distinct outlines and not sharing obvious parts with other birds. More problems arise when the notion of a prototype is applied to lexical categories other than the noun. Verbs, for example, seem to defy a clear prototype. It is hard to split up in more or less central members. In her 1975 paper, Rosh asked 200 American college students to rate on a scale of 1 to 7 whether they regarded a certain item as good examples of the category furniture. These items range from chair and sofa, ranked at number 1, to love seat, number 10, to a lamp, 31, all the way to a telephone, ranked number 60. While one may differ from this list in terms of cultural specifics, the point is that such a graded categorization is likely to be present in all cultures. Further evidence that some members of category are more privileged than others came from experiments involving response times in which queries involving prototypical members elicited faster response times than for non-prototypical members. Priming, when primed with higher level superordinate categories, subjects were faster in identifying if two words are the same. Exemplars, when asked to name a few exemplars, the more prototypical items came up more frequently. Subsequent to Rosh's work, prototype effects have been investigated widely in areas such as color cognition, and also for more abstract notions. Subjects may be asked to what degree is the narrative an instance of telling a lie. Similar work has been done on actions. Another aspect of the prototype theory departs from traditional Aristotelian categorization is that there do not appear to be a natural kind categories versus artifacts. A common comparison is the use of prototype or the use of exemplars in category classification. Medine, Altum, and Murphy found that using a mixture of prototype and exemplar information, participants were more accurately able to judge categories. Participants who were presented with prototype values classified based on similarity to stored prototypes and stored exemplars, whereas participants who only had experience with exemplars only relied on the similarity to stored exemplars. Smith and Minda looked at the use of prototypes and exemplars in dot pattern category learning. They found that participants used more prototypes than they used exemplars, with the prototypes being the center of the category and exemplars surrounding it. Distance between concepts. The notion of prototypes is related to Wittgenstein's later discomfort with the traditional notion of category. This influential theory has resulted in a view of semantic components more as possible rather than necessary contributors to the meaning of text. His discussion of the category game is particularly incisive. Consider, for example, the proceedings of what we call games. I mean, board games, card games, ball games, Olympic games, and so on. What is common to all? Do they say there must be something common, or they would not be called games? But look and see whether there is anything common to all. For you look at them, you will not see something common to all, but similarities, relationships, and a whole series of them at that. To repeat, don't think, but look. Look at an example of board games with their multifarious relationships. Now pass on to card games. Here you find many correspondence to the first group, but many common features drop out and others appear. When we pass next to ball games, much that is common is retained, but much is lost. Are they all amusing? Compare chess with noughts and crosses, or is there always winning and losing, or competition between players? Think of patience. In ball games, there's winning and losing, but when a child throws his ball at the wall and catches it again, this feature has disappeared. Look at the parts played by skill and luck and the differences between skill in chess and skill in tennis. Think now of games like a Ring of Roses. Here's the element of amusement, but how many other characteristics features have disappeared? And when we go through the many other groups of games in the same way, we can see how similarities crop up and disappear, and the result of this examination is we see a complicated network of similarities overlapping and crisscrossing, sometimes overall similarities, sometimes similarities of detail. Wittgenstein's theory of family resemblance describes the phenomenon of when people group concepts based on a series of overlapping features rather than by one feature which exists throughout all members of the category. For example, basketball and baseball share the use of ball, and baseball and chess share the feature of a winner rather than one defining feature of games. Therefore, there is a distance between focal or prototypical members of the category and those that continue outwards from them, linked by shared features. Recently, Peter Gardenfors has elaborated a possible partial explanation of prototype theory in terms of multidimensional feature spaces called conceptual spaces, where a category is defined in terms of the conceptual distance. More central members of the category are between the peripheral members. He postulates that most natural categories exhibit a convexity in conceptual space, and that if X and Y are elements of a category, and if Z is in between X and Y, then Z is also likely to belong in the category. Combining categories. Within language, we find instances of combined categories, such as a tall man or small elephant. Combining categories was a problem for existential semantics, where the semantics of a word such as red is to be defined as a set of objects having this property. This does not apply well to modifiers such as small. A small mouse is very different than a small elephant. These combinations pose a lesser problem in terms of prototype theory. In situations involving adjectives, one encounters the question of whether or not the prototype, the solution emerges by contextualizing the notion of prototype in terms of the object being modified. This extends even more radically in compounds such as red wine or red hair, which are hardly red in the prototypical sense, but the red indicates merely a shift from the prototypical color of wine or hair, respectively. The addition of red shifts the prototype from the one of hair to that of red hair. The prototype is changed by additional specific information and combines features from the prototype of red and wine. Dynamic structure and distance. Researchers focused on the dynamic nature of prototypes and how represented semantic categories actually change due to emotional states. The four-part study assessed the relationship between situational stress and trait anxiety and the way people organize their hierarchical level at which semantic stimuli are categorized, the way people categorize natural objects, the narrowing of the breadth of categories, and the proneness to use less inclusive levels of categorization instead of more inclusive ones. Critique. Prototype theory has been criticized by those who still endorse the classical theory categories like linguist Eugenio Casiro and other proponents of the structural semantics paradigm. Exemplar theory. Douglas Medin and Margaret Schaeffer showed by experiment that a context theory of classification, which derives concepts purely from exemplars, worked better than a class of theories that included prototype theory. Graded categorization. Linguists, including Stephen Lawrence, writing with Eric Margolius, have suggested problems with the prototype theory. In their 1999 paper, they raised several issues, one of which is that prototype theory does not intrinsically guarantee graded categorization. When subjects were asked to rank how well certain members exemplify the category, they rated some members above others. For example, robins were seen as being birdier than ostriches, but when asked whether these categories are all or nothing or have fuzzy boundaries, the subjects stated that they were defined all or nothing categories. Lawrence and Margolius concluded that the prototype structure has no implication for whether subjects represent category as being graded. Compound concepts. Daniel Asher and Edward Smith raised the issue of pet fish, for which the prototype might be a guppy kept in a bowl in someone's house. The prototype for pet might be a dog or cat, and the prototype for fish might be a trout or salmon. However, the features of these prototypes do not present the prototype for pet fish. Therefore, this prototype must be generalized for something other than its constituent parts. James Hampton found that prototypes for conjunctive concepts such as pet fish are produced by a compositional function operating on the features of each concept. Initially, all features of each concept are added to the prototype of the conjunction. There's then a consistency check. For example, pets are warm and cuddly, but fish cannot be. Fish are often eaten for dinner, but pets are never. Hence, the conjunctive prototype fails to inherit features of either concept that are incompatible with the other concept. The final stage in the process looks for knowledge of the class in a long-term memory, and if the class is familiar, may add extra features, a process called extensional feedback. The model was tested by showing how apparently logical syntactical conjunctions or disjunctions, such as a sport, which is also a game, or vehicles that are not machines, or fruits or vegetables, fail to conform to Boolean set logic. Chess is considered to be a sport, which is a game, but is not considered to be a sport. Mushrooms are considered to be either a fruit or vegetable, but when asked separately, very few people consider them to be a vegetable, and no one considers them to be a fruit. Anthony Lieto and Gianluca Pozzato have proposed a typically based compositional logic that is able to account for both complex human-like conceptual combinations and conceptual blending. Their framework shows how concepts expressed as prototypes can account for the phenomenon of prototypical compositionally in concept combination. Okay, so coming at this from a bunch of different angles, obviously, there's always a linguistic approach, like the philosophical, the sociological, the psychological, like we're talking about conspiracy theories. It takes a multidisciplinary approach. So I'm looking mainly today at sociology, although we're crossing some into linguistics and linguistics and psychology and philosophy. Okay, grounding in communication. Grounding in communication. Okay, yeah, I think that's a Google setting itself, but not sure. Not sure if you have a link. Sorry. You could join my Discord. Post links on my Discord if you're, or contact each other through. Sorry about that, Jim. Grounding in communication is a concept proposed by Herbert Clark and Susan Brennan. It comprises a collection of mutual knowledge, mutual beliefs, and mutual assumptions that is essential for communications between two people. Successful grounding in communication requires parties to coordinate both the content and process. The concept is also common in philosophy of language. Elements of theory. Grounding in conversation. Grounding in communication theory has described conversation as a form of collaborative action. While grounding in communication theory has been applied to mediated communication, the theory primarily addresses face-to-face conversation. Groups working together will ground their conversations by coming up with common ground or mutual knowledge. The members will utilize this knowledge in order to contribute to a more efficient dialogue. Grounding criterion is the mutual belief between conversation partners that everything involved has a clear enough understanding of the concept to move forward. Clark and Schaefer, 1989, found that to reach this state of grounding criterion, groups use three methods of reaching an understanding that they can move forward. New contribution, a partner moves forward with a new idea and waits to see if their partner expresses confusion. Two, assertion of acceptance, the partner receiving the information asserts that he understands by smiling, nodding, or verbally confirming the other partner. They may also assert their understanding by remaining silent. Three, request for clarification, the partner receiving the information asks for clarification. Phases in grounding. The parties engaging in grounding exchange information over what they do or do not understand over the course of a communication, and they will continue to clarify concepts until they have agreed on grounding criterion. There are generally two phases in grounding. One, presenting utterance. Speaker presents utterance to addressee. Two, accepting utterance. Addressee accepts utterance by providing evidence of understanding. According to this theory, mere utterance qualifies as presentation in conversation, whereas contribution conversation demands both utterance and assurance of mutual understanding. The presentation phase can become complex when meanings are embedded or repairs are made to utterances. Evidence in conversation. Grounding theory identifies three common types of evidence in conversation: acknowledgments, relevant next turn, and continued attention. Acknowledgement refers to back-channel modes of communication that affirm and validate the message being communicated. Such examples of these include yeah, really, and head nods that act as continuers. They are used to signify that a phrase has been understood and that the conversation can move on. Relevant next turn refers to the initiation or invitation to respond between speakers, including verbal and nonverbal prompts for turn-taking conversation. Questions and answers act as adjacency pairs. The first part of the conversation is relevant to the second part, meaning that a relevant utterance needs to be made in response to the question in order for it to be accepted. For example, continued attention is the mutual belief that addressees have correctly identified a referent. Partners involved in a conversation usually demonstrate this through eye gaze. One can capture their partner's gaze and attention by beginning an utterance Attention that is undisturbed and not interrupted is an example of positive evidence of understanding. However, if one of the partners turns away or looks puzzled, these are signs that indicate there is no longer continued attention. More evidence for grounding comes from a study done in 2014 in which dialogue between humans and robots was studied. The complexity of human-robot dialogue arises from the differences between the human's idea of what the robot has internalized versus the robot's actual internal representation of the real world. By going through the grounding process, the study concluded that human-robot grounding can be strengthened by the robot providing information to its partner about how it has internalized information it has received. Anticipation of what the partner knows. There are three main factors that allow speakers to anticipate what a partner knows. Community co-membership. Memberships of a group with knowledge in a particular field could use technical jargon when communicating within the group, whereas communicating outside the group would require them to use layman terms. Linguistic co-presence. A party in a conversation can use a pronoun to refer to somebody previously mentioned in the conversation. Physical co-presence. If the other parties are also present physically, one can point to an object with their physical environment. Shared visual information also aids anticipation of what the partner knows. For example, when responding to an instruction, performing the correct action without any verbal communication provides an indication of understanding, while performing the wrong action or even failing to act can signal misunderstanding. Findings of this paper using visual information for grounding and awareness in collaborative tasks supports previous experiments and shows evidence that collaborative pairs perform quicker and more accurately when they share a common view or of a workspace. The results from the experiment showed that pairs completed the task 30 to 40% faster when they were given shared visual information. The value of this information, however, depended on the features of the task. Its value increased when the task objects were linguistically complex and not part of the pair's shared lexicon. However, even a small delay to the transmission of visual information severely disrupted its value. Also, the ones accepting the instructions were seen to increase their spoken contribution when those giving the instruction do not have shared visual information. This increase in activity is due to the fact that it's easier for the former to produce the information rather than for the ones giving the instruction to continuously ask questions to anticipate their partner's understanding. Such a phenomenon is predicted by the grounding theory, where it is said that since communication costs are distributed among the partners, the result should shift to the method that would be the most efficient for the pair. Least collaborative effect. The theory of the least collaborative effect asserts that participants in a contribution try to minimize the total effort spent on that contribution in both the presentation and acceptance phrases. In exact, every participant in a conversation tries to minimize the total effort spent in that interactional encounter. The ideal utterances are informative and brief. Participants in conversation refashion referring expressions and decrease conversations in length when interacting. So trying to pick out difficult to describe shapes from a set of similar items, they produce and agree on an expression which is understood and accepted by both, and this process is termed refashioning. Clark and Wiggs-Gibbs argue that there are two indicators of least collaborative effort. First, the process of refashioning itself involves less work than having to produce a perfect referring expression the first time because the degree of effort which would be needed to achieve that. Second, the decrease in length of the referring expression and the concomitant reduction in conversation length over the trial showed that the participants were exploiting their increased common ground to decrease the amount of talk needed and thus their collaborative effort. Time pressures. Parties will select more effortful means of communication when mutual understanding must occur within a fixed amount of time. Errors. Parties will select more effortful means of communication when the chance for error is high or previous low effort communications have resulted in error. 3. Ignorance. Parties will engage in more effortful communication when a lack of shared knowledge is notable. Time pressures, errors, and ignorance are problems that are best remedied by mutual understanding. Thus, the theory of grounding in communication dispels the theory of least collaborative effort in instances where grounding is the solution to a communication problem. Cost the grounding change. The lack of one of these characteristics generally forces participants to use alternative grounding techniques because the cost associated with grounding changes. There is often a trade-off between the cost one cost will increase and another decreases. There's also often a correlation between the cost. The following table highlights several of the costs that can change as the medium of communication changes. So the cost description and who the cost is paid by. Formulation. Time and effort increase as utterances are created and revised, and as the utterance becomes more complicated, paid by the speaker. Production. Effort invested in producing a message varies depending on the medium of communication, paid by the speaker. Reception. Listening is generally easier than reading, cost paid by the addressee. Understanding costs are higher the more often the addressee has to formulate the appropriate context of the conversation, paid by the addressee. Startup, the cost of starting up a new conversation, a new discourse. Attention needs to be commanded, the message formulated, and the message needs to be received, paid by both. Delay, the cost of delaying an utterance in order to more carefully plan, revise, and execute the communication, cost paid by both. Asynchrony, the cost associated with the work required to cue one participant to stop and another to start, cost of both. Speaker change, the cost associated with the work required to cue one participant to stop and another to start, the cost of both. Display, the cost associated with displaying nonverbal cues, cost to both speakers. Fault, the cost associated with producing mistaken message, both. Repair, the cost to repair the message and to send the correct one, the cost both to the speaker and addressee. Grounding in machine-mediated communication. Choice of medium. Clark and Brennan's theory acknowledged the impact of medium choice on successful grounding. According to the theory, computer-mediated communication presents potential barriers to establishing mutual understanding. Grounding occurs by acknowledging of understanding through verbal, nonverbal, formal, and informal acknowledgments. Thus, computer-mediated communications reduce the number of channels through which parties can establish grounding. Media constraints on grounding. Clark and Brennan identify 8 constraints mediated communication places on communicating parties. 1. Co-presence, otherwise known as collocation. Group members are in the same physical location. If group members are not able to share the same physical environment, they cannot use the ability to see, hear, and interact with what their partner is interacting with, thus slowing down the grounding process. Visibility. Group members can see each other through video conferencing. Though video conferencing allows groups to see each other's faces, it does not allow the groups to see what each other are doing like co-presence does. Audibility. Groups can hear each other speaking. When groups are face-to-face, they can take into account intonation and timing when coming to understand or make decisions. Textual media like email and instant messages remove both of these aspects, and voice messages lack the timing aspect, thus making it difficult for the rest of the group to respond in a timely manner. Contemporality. Group members are receiving information that is produced by other group members. If a message is only received by one partner after a delay, their reaction to the message is also delayed. This damages efficiency since their partner may either mistakenly move forward in the wrong way or not be able to move at all until they receive the message. Simultaneously, group members are receiving and producing information at the same time, and co-present group members can help the group come by grounding criterion by reacting when other members are speaking. For example, a member would make a statement and another would smile and nod while he spoke, thereby showing that an understanding has been made. Sequentiality, group members are receiving information in consecutive sequence, one piece of a task at a time. In distributed group, messages are often few and far between. A member could receive a message via email and then might review several other messages before returning to the original task. Reviewability, group members can review information they previously received from other members. In face-to-face conversation, group members might forget the details of what a teammate said, but when using technology like instant messaging, they can save and review what was said in conversation at a later date. Revisability, group members can review their own messages before imparting information to their fellow group members. Using technology like email or instant messaging, group members can revise information to make it more clear before sending it to their fellow group members. Related concepts. Situational awareness. Situational awareness theory holds that visual information helps pairs assess the current state of the task and plan future actions. Example would be when a friend is solving a problem that you know the solution to, you could intervene and provide hints or instructions when you see that your friend is stuck and needs help. Similarly, the grounding theory maintains that visual information can support the conversation through evidence of common ground and or mutual understanding. Using the same example, you could provide clear instruction to the problem when you see that your friend is stuck. Therefore, an extension to both theories would mean that when groups have timely visual information, they will be able to monitor the situation and clarify instructions more efficiently. Common ground, communication technique. Common ground is a communication technique based on mutual knowledge as well as awareness of mutual knowledge. According to Barr, common ground and common knowledge are kinds of mutual knowledge. Common ground is negotiated to close the gap between differences in perspective, and this in turn would enable different perspectives and knowledge to be shared. Psycholinguist Herbert Clark uses the example of a day at the beach with his son. They share their experiences at the beach and are aware of the mutual knowledge. If one were to propose that painting of a room a certain shade of pink, they could describe it by comparing it to the conch shell they saw at the beach. They can make the comparison because their mutual knowledge of the pink on the shell, as well as an awareness of the mutual knowledge of the pink. The communication technique is often found in negotiation. Historical examples. Common ground in communication has been critical in mitigating misunderstandings in negotiations. Consequence of a lack of common ground, actor-observer effect. The difficulties of establishing a common ground, especially in using telecommunication technology, can give rise to dispositional rather than situational attribution. This tendency is known as the actor-observer effect. What this means is that people often attribute their own behavior to situational causes, while observers attribute the actor's behavior to the personality or disposition of the actor. For example, an actor's common reason to be late is due to the situational reason traffic. Observers' lack of contextual knowledge about the traffic. Common ground leads them to attributing the lateness due to ignorance or laziness on the actor's part. This tendency towards dispositional attribution is especially magnified when the stakes are higher and the situation is more complex. When observers are relatively calm, the tendency towards dispositional attribution is less strong. Disappointment. Another consequence of the lack of mutual understanding is disappointment. When communicating partners fail to highlight the important points of their message to their partner or know the important points of a partner's message, then both parties can never satisfy their partner's expectations. This lack of common ground damages interpersonal trust, especially when partners do not have the contextual information on why the other party behaves the way they did. Multiple ignorances. People base their decisions and contribution based on their own point of view. When there is lack of common ground in the points of view of individuals within a team, misunderstandings occur. Sometimes these misunderstandings remain undetected, which means that decisions would be made based on ignorant or misinformed points of view, which in turn leads to multiple ignorances. The team may not be able to find the right solution because it does not have a correct representation of the problem. Criticisms. Critiques of the approaches used to explore common ground suggest that the creation of a common set of mutual knowledge is an unobservable event which is hardly accessible to empirical research. It would require an omniscient point of view in order to look into the participant's head. By modeling the common ground from one communication partner's perspective is a model used to overcome this ambiguity. Even so, it's difficult to distinguish between the concepts of grounding and situation awareness. Distinguishing between situational awareness and grounding in communication can provide insights about how these concepts affect collaboration and furthering research in the area. Despite revealing evidence on how these theories exist independently, recognizing these concepts in conversation can prove to be difficult. Often both of these mechanisms are present in the same task. For example, in the study where helpers had a small field of view and were able to see pieces being manipulated demonstrates grounding in communication. However, situational awareness is also present because there is no shared point of view of the pieces. Another criticism of common ground is the inaccurate connotation of the term. The name appears to relate to a specific place where a record of things can be stored. However, it does not account for how those involved in conversation effortlessly understand the communication. There's been suggestions that the term common ground could be revised to better reflect how people actually come to understand each other. Grounding in communication has also been described as a mechanism style of dialogue which can be used to make many predictions about basic language processing. Pickering and Gerald conducted many studies that reveal when engaging in dialogue, production, and comprehension become closely related. This process greatly simplifies language processing and communication. In Pickering and Gerald's paper Towards a Mechanistic Psychology of Dialogue, they discuss 3 points that exemplify the mechanistic quality of language processing. by supporting a straightforward interactive inference mechanism, by enabling interlocutors to develop and use routine expressions, by supporting a system for monitoring language processing. Another component that is essential to this criticism of grounding in communication is that successful dialogue is coupled with how well those engaged in conversation adapt to different linguistic levels. This process allows for the development of communication routines that allow for the process of comprehending language to be more efficient. Okay. Collective intentionality. Collective intentionality. In philosophy of mind, collective intentionality characterizes the intentionality that occurs when two or more individuals undertake a task together. Examples include two individuals carrying a heavy table up a flight of stairs or dancing a tango. This phenomenon is approached from psychological and normative perspectives, among others. Prominent philosophers working in the psychological manner are Ramiel Tumello, Carol Miller, John Searle, and Michael Bratman. Margaret Gilbert takes a normative approach, dealing specifically with group formation. David Velleman is also concerned with how groups are formed, but his account lacks the normative element present in Gilbert. The notion that collectives are capable of forming intentions can be found, whether implicitly or explicitly, in literature going back thousands of years. For example, ancient texts like Plato's Republic discuss the cooperative determination of laws and social order by the group composed of a society as a whole. This theme was later expanded into social contract theory by Enlightenment-era philosophers such as Thomas Hobbes and John Locke. In the 20th century, the likes of Wilfrid Sellars and Anthony Quinton noted the existence of the we intentions amid broader discussions of the concept of intentionality, and thus laid the groundwork for the focused philosophical analysis of collective intentionality that began in the late 1980s. The philosophical notion is closely related to psychological construct of shared intentionality. The critical difference between the two is that collective intentionality implies aware intentions that occur when two or more individuals undertake a task together. In contrast, the term shared intentionality describes unaware processes in the mother-child dyads during social learning, when very young organisms originally manifest simple reflexes and do not possess abstract thinking. The difference between the two terms may mean two different neurophysiological processes underlying their appearance. Ramiel Tumello and Carlo Miller. Contemporary philosophical discussions of collective intentionality was initiated by Ramiel Tumello and Carlo Miller's We Intentions. In this paper, Tumello and Miller assert three conditions necessary for collective intention, highlighting the importance of belief among the agents of the group. After citing examples that are commonly accepted as requiring more than one member to participate, they state their criteria. A member A of the collective G, we intends to do a group action X if and only if A intends to do their part of X, A believes that accomplishing X is possible, and that all members of G intend to do their part towards accomplishing X. A believes that all the members of G also believe that accomplishing X is possible. John Searle. John Searle's 1990 paper, Collective Intentions and Actions, offers another interpretation of collective action. In contrast to Tumello and Miller, Searle claims that collective intentionality is a primitive phenomenon which cannot be analyzed as the summation of individual intentional behavior. He exemplifies the fundamental distinction between I intentions and we intentions by comparing the hypothetical case of a set of picnickers and a dance troupe. During a rainstorm, each picnicker spontaneously runs for cover. On the other hand, the members of the dance troupe run for cover as a part of a preconceived routine. Searle claims that the picnickers, whose intentions are individually oriented and simply happen to coincide, do not display collective intentionality, while members of the dance troupe do, because they deliberately cooperate with one another. Searle's rebuttal to Tumello and Miller's account begins with a counterexample involving a group of business school graduates who intend to pursue their own selfish interests, but believe that by doing so they will indirectly serve humanity. These young businessmen believe that their fellow graduates will do likewise, but do not actively cooperate with one another in pursuing their goals. Searle holds this example fulfills all of Tumello and Miller's criteria for collective intentionality. However, he claims that collective intentionality does not actually exist in such a situation unless the graduates have organized and formed an explicit pact with one another to serve humanity through self-interested action. He proceeds to specify two criteria that must be satisfied by any proper account of collective intentionality. 1, it must be consistent with the fact that society consists of nothing but individuals. 2, it must take into account that any individual intentions are independent of the fact of whether or not he is getting things right. Although a we intention is always held by an individual, it must make fundamental reference to a collective formed in conjunction with other individuals. For instance, 2 individuals who, while sharing the labor of hollandaise sauce production, each believe the proposition we are making sauce, we have formed a collective intention. This would not exist if they only held the beliefs of the fact that I am stirring, I am pouring. It is thus Searle claims that collective intentionality is not reducible to individual intentionality. Michael Bratman. Michael Bratman's 1992 paper, Shared Cooperative Activity, contends that shared cooperative activity can be reduced to I intentions. In other words, just as an individual can plan to act by themselves, that same individual can plan to act for a group to act. With this in mind, he presents 3 characteristics of shared cooperative activity. 1, each participant must mutually responsive to the intentions and actions of the other. 2, the participants must each be committed to the joint activity. 3, the participants must each be committed to supporting the efforts of the others. One aspect of Bratman's argument that supports these criteria is the idea of meshing subplans. Bratman claims that if a shared cooperative activity, individuals' secondary plans do not need to be the same, but they cannot conflict. For example, consider his example of 2 people who intend to paint a house together. Let us call these people Alice and Bill. Suppose Alice wants to paint the house red and Bill wants to paint the house blue. Both are aware that their subplans conflict and that the other is aware of it as well. Bratman argues that even if Bob and Bill and Alice do end up painting the house together, they do not have a shared cooperative activity because their subplans are in conflict. Furthermore, each participant must also be committed to having subplans that mesh. Without this commitment, participants might disregard other subplans, leading to a lack of cooperation. However, he additionally claims that their subplans need not be identical. For instance, suppose Alice wants to use an inexpensive paint and Bill wants to use a paint from a specific hardware store. In this case, there's a way that both subplans can be achieved. They could buy inexpensive paint from Bill's store of choice. The details of Bratman's view are as follows. For a cooperative neutral activity, R doing an action J is a shared cooperative activity if and only if we do J in a way that could involve cooperation but does not have to. It is common knowledge between us that we are both committed to the meshing subplans, and B leads to A by way of mutual responsiveness in the pursuit of completing our action of intention and inaction. Response to Bratman. One work associated with Bratman is Facundo Alonso's Shared Intention, Reliance, and Interpersonal Obligation. Alonso contends that shared intention is the basis for interpersonal obligation. He begins the paper by asserting characteristics of joint action, which do not include multiple agents acting individually or factors of bodily movements, but instead are shared or collective intentions to act. Alonso distinguishes the normative theory supplied by Gilbert and more descriptive theory supplied by Bratman. Whereas Bratman focuses on intents, Alonso is also careful to point out that DeMello and Miller's focus on action to describe the roots of joint action. Alonso attempts to comprise both views by taking a path where joint action is not necessarily normative or descriptive case. He argues for a system built off Bratman that can take place in a descriptive nature addressed by Margaret Gilbert. Stephen Butterfield offers another response to Bratman's view. He argues that Bratman's account is unable to explain simple interactions between agents. For example, Butterfield states that Bratman cannot explain cooperative actions between the very young children who do not yet have an understanding of other minds. Okay, thanks, Mr. Boston. Margaret Gilbert. Whereas Bratman argues for a descriptive account of collective intentionality, other authors take a normative approach. Margaret Gilbert, in Walking Together, a Paradigmatic Social Phenomenon, sets the conditions for people entering, enduring, and exiting acts of collective intentionality. Gilbert asserts that social groups in general can be defined by something as simple as 2 people walking together. In her analysis, the basic conditions for collective intention must be satisfied are as follows. 1, people must know that they're entering into an agreement by communicating it clearly, even if they are coerced. Gilbert states that this act of agreement is sufficient to set a goal for a group. Furthermore, the agreement groups the agents who comprise the group into a plural subset. 2, the agreement implies that each member is obligated to completing the final goal. 3, because of the implied obligation, any and all members may rebuke anyone else who fails to do their part towards the completion of the goal. The right to rebuke is stated as a necessary feature of the group arrangement. This function as a tool for each member of the group to ensure the goal is accomplished. 4, in order to break the agreement, there has to be joint consent among all members of the group. Responses to Gilbert. A number of philosophers have responded to the normative theory of Gilbert with papers that consider obligations, promises, and commitments. One of these, Christopher McMahon, argues that Gilbert has observed crucial behavior phenomena involved in acts of collective intentionality, but has misidentified the psychological dynamics underlying these phenomena. Specifically, he holds that behaviors characterizing collective intentionality arise not from a set of mutual obligations which facilitate a right to rebuke, but from the existence of the de facto authority or some kind of social decision-making process. This de facto authority gives one party a right to partially determine another's intention. Facundo Alonso sets conditions for how the normative phenomenon of shared intention can arise. Alonso claims that shared intention involves mutual reliance between participants. He further argues for a cognitive requirement that each member publicly intends the joint activity. Thus, Alonso states relations of mutual reliance generate interpersonal obligations between the participants. As a result, shared intentions generate normative promises that are enforced by mutual reliance and relevant obligation. Roth authors his modification of Gilbert's account of intentionality. He too relies on a normative notion to explain collective intentions rather than obligations. However, Roth is interested in commitments. Roth enumerates 4 different types of commitment: participatory, contralateral, executive, and ipsilateral commitments. Roth claims that the contralateral commitments are necessary for joint actions to occur and that they may have a moral component, though not necessarily. This opposes Gilbert's claim that the obligation found in a joint activity have no moral component. Christopher Cutt's work, Acting Together, contests the basis for what is considered a group. When speaking of a group, it becomes common to say they did whatever action the group is seen as doing. However, Cutts explains that each person may have varying levels of involvement in the group or their group efforts. He also questions what obligations each member is considered to have to the group and what binds these individuals to their group. To illustrate his objections, Cutts describes 2 group types, executive and participatory. An executive commitment would extend to all those members of a group who participate with others of a group only superficially, but still carry the name of the group as a title. This includes people working in an office or an assembly line. A participatory group is involved directly with the process and end results of an action. Each member is assumed to have at least some knowledge of all the plans and subplans for the action taken by the group. This opens Cutts to a discussion about who within the group may be considered responsible for the actions of the group. J. David Velleman. J. David Velleman provides a reaction to Gilbert as well as Searle. Velleman is concerned with explaining how a group is capable of making a decision, or as he puts it, how several different minds can submit themselves to a single making up. To that end, he picks up Gilbert's notion of the pool of wills, that is, a single will forged from the wills of different individuals. However, according to Velleman, Gilbert does not explain how such a thing can be formed. To solve this problem, he turns to a portion of Searle's theory of intentions, namely that intention is a mental representation that causes behavior by representing itself as causing it. Velleman explains that since a representation is capable of causing behavior and speech acts are a form of representation, it's possible for a speech act to cause a behavior. That is, saying a thing can cause one to do the thing. Thus, a speech act can in itself be an intention. This is critical for him to make the case that an agent, having made a decision or an intending speech act, can remain decided. In other words, that agent can continue to intend after the speech act has been accomplished. With this, Velleman shows how an agent can make a decision for a group. If the agent utters a conditional intention and another agent utters an intention that fulfills the conditions present in the previous utterance, then the second agent has effectively decided the question for the first agent. Thus, a single collective will has been formed for multiple individual wills. Therefore, Velleman argues that collective intention is not the summation of multiple individual intentions, but rather one shared intention. This is accomplished by perceiving intentions as existing outside of the mind of an individual and within a verbal statement. The verbal statement has causal powers because of the desire to not speak freely. Natalie Gold and Robert Sugden. Collective intentionality has been approached in light of economic theories, including game theory. According to Natalie Gold and Robert Sludgeon, efforts to define collective intentions as individual intentions and related beliefs, such as those of Tumula Miller and Michael Bratman, fail because they allow obviously non-cooperation actions to be counted as cooperative. For example, in many simple games analyzed by game theory, the players are counted as acting jointly when they achieve the Nash equilibrium, even though the equilibrium state is neither optimal nor achieved cooperatively. In the prisoner's dilemma, the Nash equilibrium occurs when each player defects against the other, even though they would both do better if they cooperated. Standard game theory bases rationality in individual self-interest and thus predicts that all rational agents will choose defect. However, as Gold and Sludgeon note, between 40 and 50% of the participants in prisoner dilemma trials instead choose cooperate. They are that by employing we reasoning, a team of people can intend and act in rational ways to achieve the outcome they as a group desire. Members of the group reason with the goal of achieving not what is best for me, but what is best for us. This distinction draws on Searle's claim to the notion of the we intention implies the notion of cooperation. As a result, each prisoner recognizes that they belong to a team. They will conclude that cooperation is the best interest of the group. Okay. Social constructionism. Social constructionism is a term used in sociology, social ontology, and communication theory. The term can serve somewhat different functions in each field. However, the foundation of this theoretical framework suggests various facets of social reality, such as concept, belief, norms, and values, are formed through continuous interaction and negotiations among society's members, rather than empirical observations of physical reality. The theory of social constructionism posits that much of what individuals perceive as reality is actually the outcome of a dynamic process of construction influenced by social conventions and structures. Unlike phenomena that are innately determined or biologically predetermined, these social constructs are collectively formulated, sustained, and shaped by the social context in which they exist. These constructs significantly impact both the behavior and perceptions of individuals, often being internalized based on cultural narratives. Whether or not these are empirically verifiable, in this two-way process of reality construction, individuals not only interpret and assimilate information through their social relations, but also contribute by shaping existing societal narratives. Example of social constructs range widely, encompassing the assigned value of money, conceptions, the concept of self, self-identity, beauty standards, gender, language, race, ethnicity, social class, social hierarchy, nationality, religion, social norms, the modern calendar and other units of time, marriage, education, citizenship, stereotypes, femininity and masculinity, social institutions, and even the idea of the social construct itself. These constructs are not universal truths, but are flexible entities that can vary dramatically across different cultures and societies. They arise from collaborative consensus and are shaped and maintained through the collective human interactions. Cultural practices and shared beliefs. This articulates the view that people in society construct ideas or concepts that may not exist without the existence of people or language to validate those concepts, meaning without a society, these constructs would cease to exist. Overview. Social construct or construction is the meaning, notion, or connotation placed on an object or event by society and adopted by that society with respect to how they view or deal with the object or event. The social construction or target populations refers to the cultural characterizations of or popular images of the persons or groups whose behavior and well-being are affected by the public policy. Social constructions posits that the meaning of phenomenon do not have independent foundations outside the mental and linguistic representation that people develop about them through their history and which becomes their shared reality. From a linguistic viewpoint, social constructionism centers meaning as an internal reference within language. Words refer to words, definitions to other definitions, rather than to external reality. Origins. In the 16th century, Michael de Montaigne wrote that we need to interpret interpretations more than to interpret things. In 1886 or 7, Friedrich Nietzsche put it similarly, facts do not exist, only interpretation. In his 1922 book, Public Opinion, Walter Lippmann said, "The real environment is altogether too big, too complex, and too fleeting for direct acquaintance. Between people and their environment, each person constructs a pseudo-environment that is subjective, biased, and necessarily abridge mental images of the world, and to a degree, everyone's pseudo-environment is a fiction. People live in the same world, but they think and feel in different ones. Lippmann's environment might be called reality, and his pseudo-environment seems equivalent to what today is called constructed reality. Social constructivism has more recently been rooted in symbolic interactionism and phenomenology. With Berger and Luckmann's The Social Construction of Reality, published in 1966, this concept found its hold more than 4 decades later. Much theory and research pledged itself to the basic tenet that people make their social and cultural worlds at the same time these worlds make them. In a viewpoint that uproots social processes, simultaneously playful and serious, but by which reality is both revealed and concealed, created and destroyed by our activities. It provides a subtitle to the Western intellectual tradition, where the researcher earnestly seeks certainty in a representation of reality by means of propositions. In social construction terms, taken for granted realities are cultivated from interactions between and among social agents. Furthermore, reality is not some objective truth waiting to be uncovered through positivist scientific inquiry. Rather, there can be multiple realities that compete for truth and legitimacy. Social constructionism understands the fundamental role of language in communication, and this understanding has contributed to the linguistic turn and more recently to the turn of discourse theory. The majority of social constructionists abide by the belief that language is not mere reality, rather it constitutively creates it. A broad definition of social constructionism has its supporters and critics in the organizational sciences. A constructionist approach to various organizational managerial phenomena appear to be more commonplace and on the rise. Andy Locke and Tom Strong trace some of the fundamental tenets of social constructivism back to the 18th century. Italian political philosopher, rhetorician, historian, and jurist Giambattista Vico. Berger and Luckmann give credit to Max Scheler as a large influence, as he created the idea of sociology of knowledge, which influenced social construction theory. According to Locke and Strong, other influential thinkers whose work has affected the development of social constructivism are Edmund Husserl, Alfred Schutz, Maurice Merleau-Ponty, Martin Heidegger, Hans-Georg Gadamer, Paul Ricoeur, Jürgen Habermas, Emmanuel Levinas, Mikhail Bakhtin, Valentin Velisanov, Lev Vygotsky, George Herbert Mead, Ludwig Wittgenstein, Gregory Bateson, Harold Garfinkel, Irving Goffman, Anthony Giddens, Michel Foucault, Ken Gergen, Mary Gergen, Ram Heron, John Schotter. Applications. Personal construct psychology. Since its appearance in the 1950s, personal construct psychology has mainly developed as a constructivist theory of personality and a system of transforming individuals' meaning-making processes, largely in therapeutic contexts. It is based on the notion that a person, as scientists who form and test theories about their worlds, therefore, it represented one of the first attempts to appreciate the constructive nature of experience and the meanings person give to their experience. Social constructionism, on the other hand, mainly developed as a form of a critique aimed to transform the oppressing effects of social meaning-making processes. Over the years, it has grown into a cluster of different approaches with no single social constructionism position. However, different approaches under the generic term of social constructionism are so loosely linked by some shared assumptions about language, knowledge, and reality. A useful way of thinking about the relationship between personal construct psychology and social constructionism is treating them as two separate entities that are similar in some aspects but also very different in others. The way of conceptualizing this relationship is a logical result of the circumstantial differences of their emergence. In subsequent analysis, these differences between personal construct psychology and social constructionism were framed around several points of tension formulated as binary oppositions: personal, social, individualist, relational, agency, structure, constructionist. Although some of the most important issues in contemporary psychology are elaborated in these contributions, the polarized positioning also sustained the idea of separation between personal construct psychology and social constructionism. paving the way for only limited opportunities for dialogue between them. Reframing the relationship between personal construct psychology and social constructionism may be of use for both personal construct psychology and social constructionism. On the one hand, extends and enriches social constructionism theory and points to the benefits of personal construction psychology toolkit and a constructionist therapy and research. On the other hand, the reframing of personal construction psychology theory and posits two new ways of addressing social construction and therapeutic conversations. Educational psychology. Like social constructionism states that people work together to construct artifacts, while social constructionism focuses on the artifacts that are created through the social interactions of a group. Social constructionism focuses on individuals' learning that takes place because of his interaction in a group. Social constructivism has been studied by many educational psychologists who are concerned with the implications for teaching and learning. For more on the psychological dimensions of social constructivism, see Lev Vygotsky, Ernst Ben, Glasserfield, and Sullivan Pelinskar. Systemic therapy. Some of the systemic models that use social constructivism include narrative therapy and solution-focused therapy. Poverty, Max Rose and Frank Baumgart in 2013, in Framing the Poor, Media Coverage of U.S. Poverty Policy, 1960-2008, examine how media has framed poor in the U.S. and how negative framing has caused a shift in government spending. Since 1960, the government has decreasingly spent money on social services such as welfare. Evidence shows the media framing the poor more negatively since 1960, with more usage of the words such as lazy and fraud. Crime, Potter and Kaplan in the Introduction to Constructing Crime, Perspectives on Making News and Social Problems, wrote, public opinion and crime facts demonstrate no congruence. The reality of crime in the United States has been subverted to be constructed reality as an ephemeral as swamp grass. Criminology has long focused on why and how society defines criminal behaviors and crime in general. While looking at crime through a social constructionism lens, there is evidence to support that criminal acts are a social construct where abnormal or deviant acts become a crime based on the views of society. Another explanation of crime as it relates to social constructionism are individual entities constructs that result in deviant behavior. If someone has constructed the identity of a madman or criminal for themselves based on a society's definition, it may force them to follow that label, resulting in criminal behavior. History and development. Berger and Luckman. Constructionism became prominent in the U.S. with Peter Berger and Thomas Luckman. Thomas Luckman's 1966 book, The Social Construction of Reality. Berger and Luckman argue that all knowledge, including the most basic, taken for granted common sense knowledge of everyday reality, is derived from and maintained by social interactions. In their model, people interact on the understanding that their perceptions of everyday life are shared with others, and this common knowledge of reality is in turn reinforced by these social interactions. Since this common sense knowledge is negotiated by people, human typifications, significations, and institutions come to be presented as part of an objective reality, particularly for future generations who are not involved in the original process of negotiation. For example, as parents negotiate rules for their children to follow, those rules confront the children as externally produced givens that they cannot change. Berger and Luckman's social constructionism has its roots in phenomenology, its links to Heidegger and Husserl through the teachings of Alfred Schultz, who was also Berger's PhD advisor. Narrative turn. During the 1970s and 80s, social constructivist theories underwent a transformation as constructionist sociologists engaged with the works of Michel Foucault and others as a narrative turn into social sciences was worked out in practice. This particularly affected the emergent sociology of science and the growing field of science and technology studies, in particular Carol Knorr-Katina, Bruno Latour, Barry Barnes, Stephen Woolgar, and others use social constructionism to relate what science has typically characterized as objective facts to the processes of social construction. Their goal was to show that human subjectivity imposes itself on the facts taken as objective, not solely the other way around. Particularly provocative title of this line of thought is Andrew Pickering's Constructing Quarks with Sociological History of Particle Physics. At the same time, social constructionism shapes studies of technology, the SO field, especially in the social construction of technology, and authors such as Jicker and Pinch and Wessel. Despite its common perception as objective, mathematics is not Immune to social constructionist accounts, sociologists such as Cel Restivo and Randall Collins, mathematicians including Reuben Hirsch and Philip Davis, and philosophers including Paul Ernst have published social constructionist treatments of mathematics. Postmodernism. Within the social constructive strand of postmodernism, the concept of socially constructed reality stresses the ongoing mass building of worldviews by individuals in a dialectical interaction with society at a time. The numerous realities so formed comprise, according to this view, imagined worlds of human social existence and activity. These worldviews are gradually crystallized by habit into institutions propped up by language conventions, given ongoing legitimacy by mythology, religion, and philosophy, maintained by therapies and socialization, and subjectively internalized by upbringing and education. Together, these become part of identity and social citizens. In the book The Reality of Social Construction, British sociologist David Elder Vass places the development of social constructionism as one outcome of the legacy of postmodernism. He writes, perhaps the most widespread and influential product of this process, coming to terms with the legacy of postmodernism, is social constructionism, which has been booming within the domain of social theory since the 1980s. Criticisms. Criticism argue that social constructionism rejects the influences of biology on behavior and culture, or suggests that they are unimportant to achieve an understanding of human behavior. Scientific estimates of nature versus nurture and gene-environment interactions have shown almost always substantial influences of both genetic and social, often in an inseparable manner. Claims that genetics does not affect humans are seen as outdated by most contemporary scholars of human development. Social constructionism has been critical of having an overly narrow focus on society and culture as a causal factor in human behavior, excluding the influence of innate biological tendencies. This criticism has been explored by psychologists such as Steven Pinker in The Blank Slate, as well as Asian studies scholar Edwin Slingerland in What Science Offers the Humanities. John Tooby and Lita Cosmide use the term standard social science model to refer to social theories that believe that they fail to take into account the evolved properties of the brain. In 1996, to illustrate what he believed to be the intellectual weakness of social constructionism and postmodernism, physics professor Alan Sokol submitted an article to the academic journal Social Text deliberately written to be incomprehensible, but including phrases and jargon typical of articles published by the journal. The submission, which was published, was an experiment to see if the journal would publish an article liberally salted with nonsense if it sounded good and it flattered the editor's ideological preconceptions. In 1999, Sokol, with co-author John Brickman, published the book Fashionable Nonsense, which criticized postmodernism and social constructionism. Philosopher Paul Boghossian has also written against social constructionism. He follows Ian Hacking's argument that many adopt social constructionism because of its potentially liberating stance. If things are the way they are only because of human social interactions, as opposed to being so naturally, then it should be possible to change them into how people would rather have them be. He then states that social constructionism argued that people should refrain from making absolute judgment about what is true and instead state that something is true in the light of this or that theory. Countering this, he states, but it's hard to see how we might coherently follow this advice, given that the propositions which make up the epistemic system are just very general propositions about what absolutely justifies what. It makes no sense to insist that we abandon making absolute particular judgments about what justifies what, while allowing us to accept absolute general judgment about what justifies what. But in effect, this is what the epistemic relativist is recommending. Woolgar and Pulluck argue that constructionism tends to ontological gerrymandering social conditions in and out of their analysis. Alan Sokol also criticized social constructionism for contradicting itself on the knowability of the existence of societies. The argument is that there is no knowable objective reality. There would be no way of knowing whether or not societies exist, and if so, what their rules and other characteristics are. One example of the contradiction is the claim that phenomenon must be measured by what is considered average to their respective cultures, not by an objective standard, since these are languages that have no word for average, and therefore the whole application of the concept of average to such cultures contradicts social constructionism's own claim that cultures can only be measured by their own standards. Social constructionism is a diverse field with varying stances on these matters. Some social constructionists do acknowledge the existence of an objective reality, but argue that human understanding and interpretation of that reality are socially constructed. Others might contend that while the term average may not exist in all languages, equivalent or analogous concepts might still be applied within those cultures, thereby not completely invalidating the principle of cultural relativity and measuring phenomena. Okay, so let me try to do one more social norm. Okay, so got what to look forward to in the next few weeks. A lot of important concepts here. Maybe I'll even do two more. Okay. Social cognition. Social cognition is a topic within psychology that focuses on how people process, store, and apply information about how other people and social situation, that focuses on the role of cognitive processes play in social interactions. More technically, social cognition refers to how people deal with conspecific members of the same species or even across species, such as a pet. Informations include four stages, including encoding, storage, retrieval, and processing. In the area of social psychology, social cognition refers to the specific approach in which these processes are studied according to the methods of cognitive psychology and information processing theory. According to this view, social cognition is a level of analysis that aims to understand social psychological phenomenon by investigating the cognitive processes that underlie it. The major concerns of the approach are the processes involved in perception, judgment, and memory of social stimuli, the effects of social and affective factors on information processing, and the behavioral interpersonal consequences of cognitive processes. This level of analysis may be applied to any content area within social psychology, including research on interpersonal, intergroup, and intergroup processes. The term social cognition has been used in multiple areas of psychology and cognitive neuroscience, most often to refer to various social abilities disrupted in autism, schizophrenia, and psychopathy. In cognitive neuroscience, the biological basis of social cognition is investigated. Developmental psychologists study the development of social cognition abilities. History. Social cognition came to prominence in the rise of cognitive psychology in the late 1960s and 70s, in the early 70s, and now the dominant model and approach in mainstream social psychology. Common to social cognition theories is the idea that information is represented in the brain as cognitive elements such as schemas, attributions, or stereotypes. A focus on how these cognitive elements are processed is often employed. Social cognition therefore applies and extends to many themes, theories, and paradigms from cognitive psychology that can be identified in reasoning, representative as heuristic, base rate fallacy, confirmation bias, attention, automaticity, and priming, and memory, schemas, primacy, and recency. It is likely that social psychology has always had a more cognitive than general psychology approach, as it traditionally discussed in internal mental states such as beliefs and desires when mainstream psychology was dominated by behavioralism. It has been suggested that other disciplines in social psychology, such as social identity theory and social representations, may be seeking to explain largely the same phenomena as social cognition, and that these different disciplines might be merged into a coherent integrated whole. A parallel paradigm has arisen in the study of action, termed motor cognition, which is concerned with understanding the representation of action and the associated process. Development. According to the recent view on cognitive sciences, the development of the human ability to process, store, and apply information about others begins in social learning at the onset of life. Very young organisms cognize social situations, social interaction with their caregivers when knowledge is developing yet limited. The essential question in studying social cognition is how this ability appears and what neurophysiological processes underlie it in organisms in the sensorimotor stage of development with only simple reflexes which do not maintain bilateral communication. Professor Michael Tomasello introduced the psychological construct of shared intentionality to explain cognition, beginning in the early developmental stage through unaware collaboration in mother-child dyads. Other researchers developed the notion by observing the collaborative interaction from different perspectives, psychophysiology and neurobiology. Currently, only one hypothesis attempts to explain neurophysiological processes occurring during shared intentionality in all of its integral complexity, from the level of interpersonal dynamics to interaction at the neuronal level. By establishing the neurophysiological hypothesis of shared intentionality, Latvian professor Igor Veldanilov expanded the use of the term shared intentionality to include consideration of the interaction between an embryo and her mother. From this perspective, abilities to process, store, and apply information about others develop in the prenatal period. This insight continues the reflections of great thinkers like Kant and leading child development theorists beginning from Montessori and Vygotsky about the beginning of cognition in interactions with the environment based on experimental data from research in child behavior in the prenatal period and advances in inner brain neuroscience research. This neurophysiological hypothesis introduced the notion of non-local neuronal coupling of the mother and fetus neuronal networks. The notion of non-local neuronal coupling filled the gap in knowledge both in the core knowledge theory and the group of positions of externalism about the beginning of cognition and the gap that the binding problem has also shown. This insight also shed light on the neurophysiological processes that underlie the human ability to process, store, and apply information about other people in social situations, beginning with the reflexes stage of the development, when even aware goal-directed behavior is questioned. Well, exactly due to the ability of shared intentionality, very young babies express social behavior. This ability manifests in recognizing and selectively responding to social stimuli. From this perspective, social cognition contributes to cognitive development of newborns and even embryos when communication is still impossible. The development of the human ability to process, store, and apply information about others begins in the prenatal period. Social schemas. One theory of the social cognition in social schema theory, although it is not the basis of all social cognition studies, for example, see attribution theory, social schema theory builds on and uses terminology from schema theory in cognitive psychology, which describes how ideas or concepts are represented in the mind and how they are categorized. According to this view, when we see or think of a concept, a mental representation or a schema is activated, bringing to mind other information which is linked to the original concept by association. This activation often happens unconsciously. As a result of activating such schemas, judgments are formed which go beyond the information actually available, since many of the associations that schemas evoke extend outside of the given information. This may influence social cognition and behavior regardless of whether these judgments are accurate or not. For example, if an individual is introduced as a teacher, then a teacher schema may be activated. Subsequently, we might associate this person with wisdom or authority or past experiences of teachers that we remember and consider important. When a schema is more accessible, it can be more quickly activated and used in a particular situation. Two cognitive processes that increase accessibility of schemas are salience and priming. Salience is the degree to which a particular social object stands out relative to other social objects in a situation. The higher the salience of an object, the more likely that schemas for that object will be made accessible. For example, if there's one female in a group of 7 males, female gender schemas may be more accessible and influence the group's thinking and behavior towards the female group member. Priming refers to any experience immediately prior to the situation that causes a schema to be more accessible. For example, watching a scary movie late at night might increase the accessibility of frightening schemas, increasing the likelihood that a person will perceive shadows and background noises as potential threats. Social cognition researchers are interested in how new information is integrated into pre-established schemas, especially when the information contrasts with the existing schemas. For example, a student may have a pre-established schema that all teachers are assertive and bossy. After encountering a teacher who is timid and shy, the social cognition researcher might be interested in how the student will integrate this new information with the existing teacher schema. Pre-established schemas tend to guide attention to new information, as people selectively attend to information that is consistent with the schema and ignore information that is inconsistent. This is referred to as confirmation bias. Sometimes inconsistent information is subcategorized and stored away as a special case, leaving the original schema intact without any alterations. This is referred to as subtyping. Social cognition researchers are also interested in the regulation of activated schemas. It is believed that the situational activation of schemas is automatic, meaning that it is outside of individual conscious control. In many situations, however, the schematic information that has been activated may be in conflict with the social norms of the situation in which case an individual is motivated to inhabit the influence of the schematic information on their thinking and social behavior. Whether a person will successfully regulate the application of the activated schemas is dependent on individual differences in self-regulatory ability and the presence of situational impairments to executive control. High self-regulatory ability and the lack of situational impairments on executive functioning increase the likelihood that individuals will successfully inhibit the influence of automatically activated schemas on their thinking and social behavior. When people stop suppressing the influence of the unwanted thoughts, a rebound effect can occur where the thought becomes hyperaccessible. Centrality. Social cognition refers to the cognitive processes observed in perceiving, interpreting, and responding to social information. It plays a central role in human behavior and is critical for navigating social interactions and relationships. There are several examples that demonstrate the centrality of social cognition in human experience. Perceiving faces everywhere. Humans are highly attuned to detecting and recognizing faces, even in inanimate objects. This phenomenon, known as uh, pareidolia, is thought to be evolutionary adaptation that helps humans quickly identify potential threats and allies in their environment. Research has shown that a fusiform gyrus, a region of the brain involved in face processing, is particularly sensitive to perceiving faces and non-face objects. Point light walkers. Point light walkers are animations of people walking that are created by attaching small lights to their joints and recording their movements in a dark room. Despite lacking details such as clothing or facial features, humans are able to accurately perceive the gender, emotion, and identity of the walker from these animations. This ability highlights the importance of social cognition in recognizing and interpreting human movement and behavior. Data on social brain evolution. Researchers have shown that the evolution of the human brain is closely tied to the development of social cognition. The prefrontal cortex, a region of the brain involved in higher level cognitive processes such as decision making and social behavior, has undergone significant expansion in humans compared to other primates. This expansion is thought to reflect the increased importance of social cognition in human evolution. Pain of social exclusion. Social exclusion is a powerful social stressor that can elicit emotional and psychological responses similar to physical pain. This response highlights the importance of social connections and acceptance for human well-being and underscores the centrality of social cognition in regulating social behavior. Cultural differences. Social psychologists have been increasingly interested in the influence of culture on social cognition. Although people of all cultures use schemas to understand the world, the content of the schemas has been found to differ for individuals based on their cultural upbringing. For example, one study interviewed Scottish settler and a Bantu herdsman from Swaziland and compared their schemas about cattle. Because cattle are essential to the lifestyle of the Bantu people, the Bantu herdsman schemas for cattle were far more extensive than the schemas of the Scottish settler. The Bantu herdsman was able to distinguish his cattle from dozens of other, while the Scottish settler was not. Cultural influences have been found to shape some of the basic ways to which people automatically perceive and think about their environment. For example, a number of studies have found that people who grew up in East Asian cultures, such as China and Japan, tend to develop holistic thinking styles, whereas people brought up in Western cultures, like Australia and the USA, tend to develop analytical thinking styles. The typically Eastern holistic thinking style is a type of thinking in which people focus on the overall context and the ways in which objects relate to each other. For example, if an Easterner was asked to judge how a classmate is feeling, then he might scan everyone's face in the class and then use the information to judge how the individual is feeling. On the other hand, the typical Western analytical thinking style is a type of thinking style in which people focus on individual objects and neglect to consider the surrounding context. For example, if a Westerner was asked to judge how a classmate is feeling, then he might focus only on the classmate's face in order to make the judgment. Nisbet, 2003, suggested that cultural differences in social cognition may stem from various philosophical traditions of the East versus the Greek philosophical traditions of the West. Other research indicates that differences in social cognition may originate from physical differences in the environments of the two cultures. One study found that scenes from Japanese cities were busier than those in the US as they contain more objects which compete for attention. In this study, Eastern holistic thinking style and focus on the overall context was attributed to the busier nature of the Japanese physical environment. Later studies find these differences in cognitive style can be explained by differences in relational mobility. Relational mobility is a measure of how much choice individuals have in terms of whom to form relations with, including friendships, romantic partnerships, and work relations. Relational mobility is low in cultures with subsistence economy that requires tight cooperation and coordination, such as farming, while it's high in cultures based on nomadic herding and in urban industrial cultures. A cross-cultural study found that the relational mobility is lowest in East Asian cultures, where rice farming is common, and highest in South American cultures. Social cognitive neuroscience. Early interest in the relationship between brain function and social cognition includes the case of Phineas Gage, whose behavior was reported to have changed after an incident damaged one or both his frontal lobes. More recent neuropsychological studies have shown that brain injuries disrupt social cognitive processes. For example, damage to the frontal lobe can affect emotional responses to social stimuli and performance on theory of mind tasks. In the temporal lobe, damage to the fusiform gyrus can lead to the inability to recognize spaces. People with psychological disorders such as autism, psychosis, mood disorder, post-traumatic stress disorder, Williams syndromes, antisocial personality disorder, Fragile X, Turner syndrome, and ADHD show differences in social behavior compared to their unaffected peers. Parents with PTSD show disturbances in at least one aspect of social cognition, namely joint attention with their young children, only after laboratory-induced relational stressor as compared to healthy parents without PTSD. However, whether social cognition is underpinned by domain-specific neural mechanisms or is still an open state issue, this is now an expanding research field examining how such conditions may bias cognitive processes involved in social interaction, or conversely, how such biases may lead to the symptoms associated with this condition. The development of social cognitive processes in infants and children has been researched extensively. For example, it has been suggested that some aspects of psychological processes that promote social behavior, such as facial recognition, may be innate. Consistent with this, very young babies recognize and selectively respond to social stimuli such as voice, face, and scent of their mother. From the perspective of the shared intentionality hypothesis, social behavior of these organisms with simple reflexes emerge due to social cognition in social interaction with caregivers. Numerous hyperscanning research studies in adults and mother-child dyads support the shared intentionality nature of social behavior in young children. And last but not least, Society of Knowledge. Okay, got through quite a few of them, quite a few more. So see what's going to happen over the next few weeks. Mr. Boston, appreciate you in the chat. Jimmy, sticking through this. Okay, so let's do this. Sociology of knowledge. The sociology of knowledge is the study of the relationship between human thought, the social context within which it arises, and the effects that prevailing ideas have on societies. It is not a specialized area of sociology. Instead, it deals with a broad fundamental question about the extent and limits of social influences on individuals' life and the social cultural basis of our knowledge about the world. The sociology of knowledge has a subclass and a complement. Its subclass is sociology of scientific knowledge. Its complement is the sociology of ignorance. The sociology of knowledge was pioneered primarily by the sociologist Emil Durkheim in the beginning of the 20th century. His work deals directly with how conceptual thought, language, and logic can be influenced by societal milieu in which they arise. The 1903 essay, Primitive Classification by Durkheim and Marcel Mauss, invoked primitive group mythology to argue that classification systems are collectively based and that the divisions within these systems derive from social categories. In his 1912, The Elementary Forms of the Religious Life, Durkheim elaborated on his theory of knowledge. In this work, he examined how language, concepts, and the categories such as space and time used in logical thought have a sociological origin. Neither Durkheim nor Mauss specifically coined the term sociology of knowledge. However, their work was an exceptional contribution to the subject. The widespread use of the term sociology of knowledge emerged in the 1920s when several German-speaking sociologists, including notably Max Scheler and Karl Mannheim, wrote extensively on sociology aspects of knowledge. This was followed in 1937 by a much-cited survey of the subject by Robert Merton, the American sociologist, The Sociology of Knowledge. With the dominance of functionalism throughout the middle of the 20th century, the sociology of knowledge remained on the periphery of mainstream sociology thought. However, it was reinvented and applied closely to everyday life in the 1960s, particularly by Peter Berger and Thomas Sluckman's The Social Construction of Reality, 1966. It is still central for methods of dealing with qualitative understandings of human society. The genealogical and archaeological studies of Michel Foucault are considerable contemporary influences. History. The Enlightenment. Peter Hamilton argues that the thinkers of the Enlightenment produced a sociology of ideals and values when they turn their attention to scientific analysis of society. He argues that specific values inherent in critical rationalism, such as anthropocentrism, the assumption that humans are the most crucial element in understanding reality, were central to these thinkers' understanding of society. Hamilton argues that these thinkers were committed to progress and the freedom of the individual to determine his own beliefs and values, which are at odds with traditional moral considerations in theology. The empirical method of cross-cultural comparison became a methodology for understanding society rather than the idea of revealed truth inherent in sociology, leading to a measure of cultural relativism. He argues that some thinkers thought to change society based on their theories. These ideas played out in the French Revolution with its reign of terror. Hamilton argues that the Enlightenment can be seen as a critical response to the Christian theology used by the Jacobins, which manipulated people's understanding of truth to maintain a feudal order. Earlier viewpoints. The sociology of knowledge requires a particular viewpoint that Battista Vico first expounded in his New Science in the early 18th century, long before the first sociologists studied the relationship between knowledge and society. The book, A Justification for a New Historical and Sociological Methodology, suggests that natural and social worlds are known in different ways. The former is known through external and empirical methods, while the latter can only be known internally and externally. In other words, human history is a construct that creates critical epistemological distinction between the natural and social worlds, a central concept in the social sciences. Primarily focused on historical methodology, Vico asserts that it's necessary to move beyond a chronicle of events to study society's history. He examined society's cultural elements, which were termed the civil world made up of actions, thoughts, ideas, myths, norms, religious beliefs, and institutions, and the product of the human mind. These socially constructed elements can be better understood than the physical world as an abstraction. Vico highlights the human nature and its products are not fixed entities. Therefore, it necessitates a historical perspective emphasizing the changes and developments implicit in individuals and societies. He also emphasizes the dialectic relationship between society and culture as key in this new historical perspective. Well, permeated by his penchant for etymology, Vico's idea and the theory of cyclical history are significant for the underlying premise about our understanding and knowledge of social structure. They are dependent upon his ideas and concepts we employ and the language used. Vico was primarily unknown in his own time. He was the first to establish the foundations of a sociology of knowledge. Even though later writers did not necessarily pick up on his concept, there's evidence that Montesquieu and Karl Marx read Vico's work. However, the similarities in their works are superficial, limited mainly to the overall conception of their projects. They were characterized by cultural relativism and historicism. Approaches to the sociology of knowledge. Emil Durkheim. Emil Durkheim is credited as having been the first professor to successfully establish the field of sociology, institutionalizing a department of sociology at the University of Bordeaux in the 1890s. While his work deals with several subjects, including suicide, the family, social structures, and social institutions, a large part of his work deals with the sociology of knowledge. While publishing short articles on the subject early in his career, Durkheim worked mainly out of a Kantian framework and sought to understand how logical thought, concepts, and categories could arise out of social life. He argued, for example, that the types of space and time were not a priori, and said the category of space depends on society's social groupings and geographical use of space, and a group social rhythm determines our understanding of time. Durkheim sought to combine elements of rationalism and empiricism, arguing that certain aspects of logical thought common to all humans did exist, but that they were products of collective life, thus contradicting the tabula rasa empiricist understanding, whereby categories are acquired by individual experience alone, and that they were not universal a priori truths, as Kant argued, since the context of the categories differed from society to society. Another key element to Durkheim's theory of knowledge is this concept of collective representations, which he outlined in 1912 in the elementary forms of the religious life. Collective representations are the symbols and images that come to represent the ideas, beliefs, and values elaborated by a collectivity and are not reducible to individual constituents. They can include words, slogans, ideas, and a number of material items that can serve as a symbol, such as a cross, a rock, a temple, a feather, etc. As Durkheim elaborates, collective representations are created through intense social interactions and are products of collective activity. As such, these representations have the particular and somewhat contradictory aspect that they exist external to the individual, since they are created and controlled not by the individual but by society as a whole. and yet simultaneously within each individual of the society by virtue of the individual's participation within society. Language is an important collective representation, which, according to Durkheim, is a product of the collective action. And because language is a collective action, language contains within it a history of the accumulated knowledge and experience that no individual would be capable of creating alone. As Durkheim says, collective representations and language in particular add to which we can learn by our own personal experience all that wisdom and science which the group has accumulated in the course of centuries. Thinking by concepts is not merely seeing reality on its most general side, but it is projecting a light upon the sensations which illuminate it, penetrates it, and transforms it. As such, language is a social product, literally structures and shapes of our experience in reality, an idea developed later by French philosophers such as Michel Foucault. Karl Mannheim. The German political philosophers Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels argued in the 1846 The German Ideology and elsewhere that people's ideologies, including their social and political beliefs and opinions, are rooted in their class interest and more broadly in the social and economical circumstances in which they live. It is men who, in developing their material intercourse, change along with their real existence, their thinking, and their products of their thinking. Being is not determined by consciousness, but consciousness by being. Under the influence of the doctrine and of phenomenology, the Hungarian-born German sociologist Karl Mannheim gave impetus to the growing of the sociology of knowledge with his 1929 Ideology and Utopia. Although the term has been introduced 5 years earlier by the co-founder of the movement, the German philosopher, phenomenologist, and social theorist Max Scheler. In 1924, attempts at a sociology of knowledge. Mannheim feared that the interpretation could be seen as a claim that all knowledge and beliefs are the products of social political forces, since this form of relativism is self-defeating. If it is true, then it too is merely a product of social political forces and has no claim to the truth and no persuasive force. Mannheim believed that relativism was a strange mixture of modern and ancient beliefs, and that is contained within itself a belief in absolute truth that was true for all times and places, the ancient view most often associated with Plato, and condemned other truth claims because they could not achieve this level of objectivity, an idea gleaned from Marx. Mannheim sought to escape this problem with the idea of relationalism, the idea that certain things are true only in certain times and places, a view influenced by pragmatism. However, this does not make them less true. Mannheim felt that a stratum of free-floating intellectuals, whom he claimed were only loosely anchored to the class of structure of society, could most perfectly realize this form of truth by creating a dynamic synthesis of the ideology of other groups. The sociology of Mannheim is specified with particular attention to the forms of transmission of culture and knowledge. It follows the constellation of senses and options that, through the generations, are related to the transmission and reproduction of values. Phenomenological sociology. Phenomenological sociology is the study of the formal structures Phenomenological sociology is the study of the formal structures of concrete social existence as made available in and through the analytical description acts of the intentional consciousness. The object of such an analysis is the meaningful lived world of everyday life in the Lebenswelt or life world. This task, like that of every other phenomenological investigation, is to describe the formal structures of this object of investigation in subjective terms as an object constituted in and for consciousness. The utilization of the phenomenological method is what makes such a description different from the naive subjective descriptions of the man on the street or those of the traditional positivist social scientist. The leading proponent of phenomenological sociology was Alfred Schutz. Schutz sought to provide a critical philosophical foundation for the interpretive sociology of Max Weber through the use of phenomenological methods derived from the transcendental phenomenological investigations of Edmund Husserl. Husserl's work aimed at establishing the formal structure of intentional consciousness. Schutz's work was directed at establishing the formal structures of the life world. Husserl's work was conducted as a transcendental phenomenology of consciousness. Schultz's work was conducted as a mundane phenomenology of the life world. The differences in the research project lies in the level of analysis, the objects taken as topics of study, and the type of phenomenological reduction that is employed for the purpose of analysis. Ultimately, the two projects should be seen as a complementary, with the structure of the latter dependent on the structures of the former. That is, the valid phenomenological descriptions of the formal structures of the life world should be wholly consistent with the descriptions of the formal structures of intentional consciousness. It is from the latter that the former derives its validity and truth value. The phenomenological tie-in with sociology of knowledge stems from two key historical sources from Mannheim's analysis. Mannheim was dependent on insights derived from Husserl's phenomenological investigations, especially the theory of meaning, as found in Husserl's logical investigations, in the formation of his central methodological work on the interpretation of the Weltanschauung. This essay forms the centerpiece of Mannheim's method of historical understanding and is central to his conception of the sociology of knowledge as a research program. The concept of Weltanschauung employed by Mannheim has its origins in the hermeneutic philosophy of Wilhelm Dilthey, who relied on Husserl's theory of meaning for his methodological specification of the interpretive act. It is also noteworthy that Husserl's analysis of the formal structures of consciousness and Schultz's analysis of the formal structure of the life world are specifically intended to establish the foundations of consciousness for the understanding and interpretation of the social world that is subject to the cultural and historical change. The phenomenological position is that although the facticity of the social world may be culturally and historically relative, the formal structures of consciousness and the processes by which we come to know and understand this facticity are not. That is, the understanding of any actual social world is unavoidably dependent on our understanding the structures and processes of consciousness that found and constitute any possible social world. Alternatively, in the facticity of the social world and the structures of consciousness prove to be culturally and historically relative, then we are at an impasse in regard to any meaningful scientific understanding of the social world that is not subjective as opposed to being objective and grounded in nature, positivism, or intersubjective and grounded in the structures of consciousness phenomenology, and relative to the cultural and idealization formations of particular concrete individuals living in particular social historical group. Michel Foucault. Okay, Judas, God bless. The work of Michel Foucault made particularly important contemporary contributions to the sociology of knowledge. Madness and Civilization, 1961, postulated that conceptions of madness and what was considered reason or knowledge was themselves subject to major cultural bias, in this respect mirroring similar criticisms by Thomas Szasz, at the time of the foremost critic of psychiatry and subsequently an eminent psychiatrist. Foucault and Szasz agreed that sociological processes played a major role in defining madness as an illness and in prescribing cures. In the birth of the clinic and archaeology of medical perception, 1963, Foucault extended his critique to institutional clinical medicine, arguing for the central concept metaphor of the gaze, which had implications for medical education, prison design, and the carceral state as understood today. Concepts of criminal justice and its intersection with medicine were better developed in this work than in the contributions by Szasz and others, who confined their critique of the current psychiatric practice. Foucault's The Order of Things, 1966, and The Archaeology of Knowledge, 1969, introduced abstract notions of metathesis and taxonomia to explain the subjective ordering of the human sciences. These, he claimed, had transformed 17th and 18th century studies of general grammar into modern linguistics, natural history into modern biology, and analysis of wealth into modern economics, though not claimed Foucault without loss of meaning. Foucault believed that the 19th century transformed what knowledge was. Foucault stated that man did not exist before the 18th century. Foucault regarded notions of humanity and humanism as inventions of modernity. Accordingly, a cognitive bias had been introduced unwittingly into science by overtrusting the individual doctor or scientist's ability to see the state of things objectively. Foucault's roots this argument in the rediscovery of Kant through his thought, though his thought is significantly influenced by Nietzsche, that philosopher declaring the death of God in the 19th century, and the anti-humanist proposing the death of man in the 20th. In Disciple and Punish the Birth of Prison, 1975, Foucault concentrates on the correlation between knowledge and power. According to him, knowledge is a form of power and can conversely be used against individuals as a form of power. As a result, knowledge is socially constructed. He argues that knowledge forms discourses, which in turn form the dominant ideological way of thinking that governs human lives. For him, social control is maintained by the disciplinary society through codes and control over sexuality, and the ideas knowledge perpetrated through social institutions. In other words, discourses and ideologies subject us to authority and turn people into subjective beings who are afraid of being punished if they sway from social norms. Foucault believes that institutions overtly regulate and control our lives. Institutions such as schools reinforce the dominant ideology forms of thinking, and the populace enforce us into becoming obedient and docile beings. Hence, the dominant ideology that serves the interests of the ruling class, all the while appealing to a neutral, needs to be questioned and must not go unchallenged. Knowledge ecology. Knowledge ecology is a concept originating from knowledge management that aims at bridging the gap between static data repositories of knowledge management and the dynamic, adaptive behavior of natural systems, in particular relying on the concept of interaction and emergence. Knowledge ecology and its related concept, information ecology, have been elaborated by different academics and practitioners such as Thomas Davenport, Bonnie Nardi, or Swidler. New sociology of knowledge. The new sociology of knowledge, a postmodern approach to considering knowledge as culture by drawing upon Marxist, French structuralist, and American pragmatist traditions, introduces concepts that dictate how knowledge is socialized in the modern era by new kinds of social organizations and structure. Robert Merton, American sociologist Robert Merton, dedicates the section of the social theory and social structure, 1949, to the study of the sociology of knowledge in part 3, titled The Sociology of Knowledge and Mass Communication. For the news, legitimation code theory. Legitimation code theory emerged as a framework for the study of knowledge and education and is now being used to analyze a growing range of social and cultural practices across increasingly different institutions and national contexts, both within and beyond education. The approach primarily builds on the work of Basil Bernstein and of Pierre Bourdieu. It also integrates insights from sociology, including Durkheim, Marx, Weber, and Foucault, systematic functional linguistics, philosophy such as Karl Popper and critical realism, early cultural studies, anthropology, especially Mary Douglas and Ernst Geller, and other approaches. The legitimate code theory Center for Knowledge Building is at the University of Sydney. Southern theory is an approach to sociology of knowledge that looks at global production of sociological knowledge and the dominance of the global north. It was first developed by the Australian sociologist Rowan Connell in his book Southern Theory with colleagues at the University of Sydney and elsewhere. Southern theory offers a decolonizing perspective within the sociology of knowledge that seeks to emphasize the perspectives of the global south to counter bias towards the perspectives of theories and social scientists from the north. Okay, so a lot of information there. Mr. Boston, Jimmy, appreciate you sticking around. So a lot more things to go over. A lot of these are pretty complicated, definitional. So look forward to doing more research. Thanks to everybody who tuned in. We will continue with the research, more in-depth detail of conspiracy theories, general background into sociology. Some of these topics, I focused on consciousness, theory of mind. Psychology, mostly talking about individuals. But how do you get from individuals to groups? And that's sociology. So I still have various areas of research. I'm going to go back to the giftedness research, the theory of expertise, theories of consciousness, science of consciousness, monism. You can continue with my metaphysics theory series and various things. But I thought, to round up, I needed to cover different theories in sociology because, how these things apply to individual minds, to groups, is an important aspect that I haven't focused on. And there's a lot of good theories. There's a lot of information. So we will continue. So God bless. Thanks everyone for tuning in. And hopefully on Wednesday, I'm going to do my next Portraits and Metaphysics theories on the founders of the Royal Society. And we'll look at Thomas Hobbes, Francis Bacon, Isaac Newton, Boyle, and Cavendish. We'll get our first woman in there, Cavendish. And then hopefully the week after, we'll do a deep dive into Newton's philosophy. So with that, God bless. Everyone have a good week. Pray for better things. Signing off. Feel free to make comments or join the Discord or reach out, and any updates or something, I'll check on my Twitter or social media. So God bless. Have a great week.